I died. That was the first thought that came to mind when I saw the gray bone rushing towards me. And everything was going well. We had reunited with Sasuke, defeated Obito, successfully contained Madara, and almost sealed Kagaya, when suddenly everything went wrong. Sasuke and I were separated, and I decided to distract her while Sakura and Obito searched for him. Having created several hundred clones, I transferred the Gudodama to one of them so that Kagaya would think that it was the original. However, the plan failed. She changed the dimension again, and this time the gravity here was several times higher. All the clones were destroyed by the impact with the ground and the Gudodama ended up far away from me. It was hard for her to be here, too, but she adapted much faster. And here I am watching a gray bone fly at me, killing anyone it pierces. People say that before death your whole life flashes before your eyes. Well, what can I say? That's true. I remembered my horrible childhood in the orphanage, the looks full of hatred and malice from the villagers, my studies at the academy and the traitor Mizuki. I was an idiot back then, trying to gain the respect of the herd called the people of Konoha. I protected them from the one-tailed Jinchuriki who lost control, killed Pain who attacked the village, reviving everyone in the process, never released the Kyuubi, never touched the villagers, and all I got from them was a complete lack of any changes. You could say that everything only got worse. During the war, I finally made friends with Kurama, and he told me that there were a lot of bookmarks in my mind for loyalty to Konoha and a decrease in intelligence. After they were removed, it was as if I woke up. I realized that everything that Grandpa Third did for my safety was a huge nothing. Yes, he gave me money so that I could buy food with it, but firstly, it was not enough for normal nutrition, and secondly, they often significantly inflated the prices for everything, so I could only afford instant ramen. Every time I was beaten and ended up in the hospital, he said that this would not happen again, and even assigned Anbu for some time to look after me. However, he did not care about me and nothing changed. Another disappointment was Jiraiya, the godfather who decided to show up in his godson's life 13 years later, when he was no longer needed. Now I realize that he was not only a terrible guardian, but also a terrible teacher. Yes, he taught me the rasengan, but that's all. In all those 3 years that we traveled together, he didn't teach me anything new. Even Orochimaru, as much of a bastard as he was, taught Sasuke well, and all Erosenin did was go to brothels and spy on girls in onsens. Everything that was good in my life was connected to Team 7. Sasuke became a true friend to me, for whom I was ready to kill anyone, and I am sure that he thought exactly the same. That is why I wanted to bring him back to Konoha so much after he left for the Snake Sanin. Kakashi-sensei and I also developed a friendly relationship, so much so that I adopted his habit of being late, as well as his excuses. It got to the point that when the fifth called us, we showed up 2 hours after the appointed time without saying a word, simultaneously saying that a black cat had crossed our path. Interrupting my memories, a bone is driven into my stomach and I begin to crumble into dust. It didn't hurt, I didn't feel anything at all. I didn't think I was dying too early, as I had been prepared for my death for a long time. Closing my eyes, I simply relaxed. However, after a few minutes, I realized that nothing had changed and that my death had somehow been delayed. I opened my eyes and saw that I was back in the dimension where I met Rakuto. Looking around, I noticed the old man himself. Turning to face him, I looked straight into his Rinnegan and asked the question that interested me. Hello, Hagoromo-sama, what am I doing here? Shouldn't I die from Kagaya's bone? You died from it. I transferred your soul here because I have a proposition for you. And what do you want to offer me? I asked, grinning. I can give you a second chance to live your life. You see, there are a great many worlds like yours, and I can transfer your consciousness into your own body, but in another world. Of course, together with the friend who is sealed in you, if you both want. Will my memories and abilities remain with me? The memories will remain, but you will have to return the abilities yourself. The only thing you will have left is the ability to enter the mode of the Sage of the Six Paths without my help in that world. That's an interesting proposal, and I think I'll agree. What do you think, Kurama? If you agree, then I am also ready to go with you. Someone has to make sure that nothing happens. As if you ever bothered with that before, I muttered back. So what will be your answer? Rakuto asked. We agree, I answered him. Well, that's good, but I must warn you that that world may differ from yours, and sometimes significantly. Good, that makes it even more interesting. What if Akatsuki isn't there? I exclaimed. Ready? He asked with a smile. Ready, Kurama and I answered in unison. Then I'll begin the transfer. Good luck. Naruto. The world around us began to glow brightly. I closed my eyes and covered them with my hand, but it didn't help much. Suddenly I felt myself being pulled somewhere quickly. At that moment my consciousness switched off. Commentary on prologue. I would be glad to receive likes and comments. Chapter 1. Commentary on Chapter 1. This chapter has been supplemented. I woke up lying on a comfortable bed. Opening my eyes and looking around, I saw a nice room, not very richly furnished, but decently. It was small, with light wallpaper and ceiling, a bed in the corner, a wardrobe, a nightstand and a desk in front of the window. I stood up and tried to do my usual exercises to tone my muscles, but my body didn't feel as good as the last one. I couldn't do some of the exercises at all. Walking up to the wardrobe and opening the door, I looked in the mirror and groaned. From there, a scarlet-haired boy of about 7 years old, with bright blue eyes and a mustache on his cheeks, similar to a fox's, looked at me. Everything seemed fine, and I looked good, but my moaning was caused by my age. 7 years. When I imagine how much work I have to do to get back to my previous level, I immediately want to go back to bed, fall asleep and never wake up again. Okay, now is not the time to feel sorry for yourself. You need to understand your current level of strength which, judging by the warm-up, is not impressive, and understand how this world is different from mine. Judging by the room, I am not in the apartment that the third gave me in that world, and this means two things. Either here is adequate and gave me normal housing, and not that wreck, or my parents are alive. I think there is no need to tell me which option is preferable for me. Looking out the window, I saw the morning Konoha and the Hokage monument a little further. 4 familiar stone faces were looking at me. Obviously the Hokage here are the same as mine. Looking at my father's face, I began to pray that my hopes would come true and my parents were alive here. Suddenly, the memories of the previous owner of this body fell upon me. I lay down on the bed so as not to fall while I absorbed them. Looking at the life of my predecessor, I realized that my prayers, unfortunately, were heard. Yes, my parents are alive here, and I even have an older brother and a twin sister, but despite this, I can't say whose life was easier. The local Narutos are mine. My parents pretend that I don't exist, they don't even cook food for me, and my brother hates me with all his heart, and is often the ringleader in my beatings. The village still hates me and calls me a demon. And all because the local Minato, I can't bring myself to call him a father, did not expect that there would be twins and relaxed after the birth of my sister, and immediately after my birth, the fox broke the seal and broke free, and he was also subdued by an unknown person in a mask, and set on the village. The mask maker, I hope it was Obito and not someone else, I at least know how to fight him, was defeated by Minato, and the fox was driven out of the village. The third sacrificed himself instead of my father, sealing Kurama into me. And now everyone hates me because of the fox and the fact that it was my fault that Hiruzen died. The only ray of light in my predecessor's life was his sister, Kiyomi Namikaze. She couldn't influence the family in any way, but she truly loved the local Naruto, often covering for him in front of the residents and sharing her portions until he learned to cook. In general, summing up, I can say that the situation has changed, but not much. I am still hated and I will still have to create a reputation for myself. I hope that at least here I will find normal friends, and not those hypocrites from the past world that the third set me up with. Having mastered the memories, I went down into my subconscious to talk to Kurama. As always, he was lying in the clearing, putting his paws under his muzzle and looking at me. And what do you think about the current situation? His voice thundered. The situation is not the best, I answered. I don't see any particular changes and they still hate me, only this time with my parents alive. I just want to meet my sister, she seems to be adequate here. What can you say about the state of my body? It leaves much to be desired. In your world it was of course even worse, here you at least trained a little before, but still weak, you will have to catch up. The only plus is that your possession destroyed the seal, so you will not have to look for the key, and I can immediately give you all the power. The only problem is that your body is not ready for it yet and you will have to train a lot. I will start working on your hearth and chakra channels. In a couple of years you will be able to calmly use my power. Of course, not at the peak level, you still have a lot of growing to do, but this is not bad. Well, the lack of a seal is really good news, less hassle, plus you'll be able to treat me more effectively if something happens. Okay, time to get to work, we have a lot to do. Yeah, I'm going to sleep, if anything wakes you up, said the fox and fell asleep. I was always amazed how he could fall asleep so suddenly, in one moment. Sometimes I can't fall asleep for hours, and quite often I wake up because of nightmares. Getting out of bed, I put on a white t-shirt and black pants with red lines and left the room and went to the shower. After leaving there, I went down to the kitchen and started to prepare breakfast for two. Putting 2 plates of fried eggs with tomatoes and 2 cups of coffee on a tray, I went upstairs and went into my sister's room, deciding to meet her first. I saw a room very similar to mine, the same light wallpaper, the same view from the window, except that the closet looked much fuller, which didn't surprise me at all. After all, it was a girl's room. On the bed lay a girl who was almost a complete copy of me, except for her light hair and the lack of a fox whisker. She was sleeping, hugging a pillow, which looked very cute. However, when I sat down on the chair, the girl opened her blue eyes and looked at me in surprise. "Naruto, what are you doing here?" she asked sleepily. "Good morning, Kiyomi. I decided to spoil you and brought you breakfast." I answered smiling. "Really?" she exclaimed. "Thank you." She jumped out of bed and hugged me. I reflexively hugged her back. I am not used to hugs and usually avoid them, but with her this feeling went away. It was strange, but pleasant. She tore herself away from me and said with a smile, "I'll wash up now and come." I nodded and watched her leave the room. My first impression of her was very positive. We would definitely get along, which I can't say about the rest of my family. If they hated me, then I didn't see the point in establishing contact with them. Yes, I always wanted a family, but I think it's better not to have one at all than to receive only hatred and contempt from them. A loving sister is enough for me. Soon she returned and we sat down to eat. After eating a few pieces, she asked, "Why did you suddenly bring me breakfast in bed?" There must be some reason. Maybe I just decided to please my sister. In that case, you did it, thank you. By the way, it turned out very tasty. It was worse before. So you didn't like the way I cooked before? I asked, making an offended face. No, of course I liked it, it's just better now, she began to justify herself. Okay, I'll believe you this time, I answered, smiling. What are your plans for today? Mom was about to start FUNN training. I think it will take all day. Will you join us? No, I don't think that would be a good idea, I said, frowning. Right, I'm so sorry, I said it without thinking. She was upset. Nothing happens. And what will you do then? I thought I'd take a walk around the village and find some abandoned training ground. It's time to start training. After all, we're entering the academy in a week. Will you show me your training ground later? Let's train together, asked Kiyomi. Yes, of course, if I find it I'll show you. Okay, I'll go. My parents will wake up soon. I don't want to see them. Okay, good luck, Ni-san. Taking the dishes, I left my sister's room and went down to the kitchen. Having quickly washed the dishes, I was about to leave when I met someone I would prefer never to see. My older brother, Namikaze Seiji. The same age as Itachi but much less talented. At 12 years old he is a genin. The mentor of his team was Kakashi Hatake. An extremely unpleasant person with an inflated ego. He believes that everyone around him owes him and at any convenient opportunity mentions that his father is Hokage. Looking at me with disdain, he began to speak. And where did you go? What business is it of yours? I answered coldly. Oh, are you teething? Don't you know that you should be polite to your elders? I will respect those who deserve it, and believe me, you are not one of them, I said even more coldly, and while he was surprised by the behavior of his usually quiet and frightened brother, I left the house. Once outside, I went to the abandoned training ground that I knew from my previous life. I didn't want to see the looks of hatred and contempt directed at me again, so I walked under the henge. Fortunately, Kurama's presence awakened my hearth, and I can use chakra, but not wanting to take any risks, I walked along the deserted streets. After 20 minutes without incident, I reached the training ground and started doing physical exercises. I need to get back into shape quickly, I'm no longer used to feeling so weak. Besides, this world is different and you never know what might happen the next day. Of course, I know how things might develop, but here everything could go differently. Maybe Pain will decide to attack Konoha in 20 years, maybe tomorrow, or maybe Pain isn't here at all. So I need to get strong as soon as possible. And that means it's time for training in the power of youth style. I swear, if after these words you put on green tights and get a bowl cut, then no Rakuto will be able to save you, Kurama said threateningly, hearing my thoughts. I agree, nothing can fix these two, even Kagaya is powerless here. I chuckled in response. After 3 hours of physical exercise, I sat under a tree and began to meditate. In my past life, I neglected meditation for a long time. Because of this, I had simply disgusting chakra control. Already towards the end of my life, I began to correct this mistake, which also helped in studying the Sennin mode. I wonder who I will make a summoning contract with in this world. Definitely not with the toads. Their Sennin mode is certainly powerful, but in that world they tried to control me through summoning. Here of course everything may not be so, but I have a bad feeling and I do not trust the toads. Probably, after the Chunin exam, I will go to free summoning, no matter how risky it is. After sitting for a few hours meditating, I realized that I was very hungry, so I went to the only place that always accepted me, and where they serve the most delicious ramen in the world, Ichiraku Ramen. Still wearing my henge, I walked along the streets of Konoha and enjoyed the peace. After all, I had been tense my entire adult life, with only a few periods of relaxation. First the orphanage, where everyone hated me, then the academy, where the situation was no better. All this time walking along the streets, I saw only contemptuous glances and heard whispers behind my back. Then there was the calm period of D-rank missions. Probably, this was the happiest period of my life. Here my friendship with Sasuke and Kakashi-sensei was born. Here I finally learned henge and could normally walk around the village. Unfortunately, all good things come to an end, and after that one event followed another, the Chunin exam, the quest for Granny Tsunade, the journey with Erosanin, Akatsuki and the Fourth Shinobi World War. Now I have learned to appreciate all these calm moments in life, when you can just relax. It's just a pity that I have to use henge for this. And so, reflecting on my life, I reached the ramen shop. Taking off my henge and sitting at the table, I looked at the old man Tuki, who was so dear to me, the man without whom I most likely would not have survived. However, he does not know me here. Good afternoon, my name is Tuki, what do you want? Good afternoon, I'm Naruto Uzumaki, can I have 2 large ramen with pork please? I'll do it now. While I was waiting for my order, an unknown Chunin came into the ramen shop, looked at me, grimaced and said to the owner. Tuki-san, it seems like you have a demon here, let me throw it out. He said, holding out his hand to me. Just as I was about to answer him, a ladle struck my outstretched hand. Chunin looked at the gloomy cook in surprise. The only demon here is you, if you're going to hit an innocent child, get out of here. Tuki said angrily. The Chunin, who had not expected this, recoiled from me and walked out of the ramen shop with a gloomy look. Thank you Tuki-san, but it wasn't worth it, I'd better go so as not to scare away your customers. I said sadly, starting to get up. Sit down, said the old man, I will not tolerate bullying of children in my establishment, and if they think you are a demon and are ready to beat you because of it, then they are no better than real demons. And I will not feed such people. You are one of the first who thinks so. Thank you for that, I answered with a smile. No need, any decent person would do the same. By the way, your ramen is ready, this is your first time here, so it's on the house. Thank you, Tuki-san. After eating and thanking the old man again, I returned to the training ground and continued my physical training, occasionally taking breaks for meditation. By the end of the day, I decided to test my control and try walking on trees and water. I succeeded on the tree, but I still lacked control on the water. Evening came and, tired after training, I used my last strength to walk home using henge. Having arrived without incident, I took off my shoes in the hallway and was about to go to the bathroom when I was called from the kitchen. Naruto. It was Kushina. Thinking why she suddenly called me, I went into the kitchen. Where have you been? She asked angrily. What business is it of yours? I said coldly. I'm your mother. She was a little taken aback by this tone, but still answered. Really? It's not very noticeable, I said and went to the bathroom, leaving the shocked Kushina in the kitchen. After taking a shower, I somehow made it to my bed and collapsed on it, instantly falling asleep. Commentary on Chapter 1. I would be glad to receive likes and comments. Chapter 2. The next morning I woke up later than usual, apparently this body was not yet ready for yesterday's loads. After quickly washing myself, I went downstairs and saw Kiyomi and Kushina there. After greeting my sister and ignoring my mother, I quickly made myself some ramen, ate and went outside. I had not gone far when I was called out. Ni-san, did you find the training ground yesterday? Kiyomi asked, running up to me. Yes, I'm just heading there. Are you with me? Of course, you promised to show it to me. She answered happily. Okay, but don't tell anyone what I'm about to show you, I asked, grinning conspiratorially. Okay, what will you do? In response to this, I applied a henge of my previous appearance, but without a mustache. She looked at me in surprise and just stood there with her mouth open for a few seconds. Do you know how to use techniques? When did you learn this? She asked, still not fully recovered from the shock. So far only this and walking on trees. And I've been learning this for the last few days, I lied a little. But he didn't tell me anything, she said, offended. I wanted to give you a surprise, if you want I can teach you too, I smiled. Of course I want to, you still ask. Seiji was only able to awaken the hearth at 9, so we'll be cooler than him. We will, you can be sure of that, all he can do is brag about his father, before you know it we will be stronger than him. Kiyomi also didn't like Seiji, considering him worthless. She's actually quite smart for her age, but she's still a child who can enjoy all sorts of little things. I can't do that anymore, I've been through too much. By the way, how are your FUNN trainings? Not bad, although boring. Yesterday I practiced calligraphy. Will you teach me? I smiled. Of course, she smiled back. So, talking about nothing, we reached the training ground. Having quickly done a warm-up and shown it to my sister, we began physical exercises. Kiyomi also did some exercises, although it was not that difficult. After all, to awaken the hearth you need a strong body. After practicing for 3 hours, we sat down to meditate. I showed her how to sit correctly, and what to do to feel the chakra. Although I didn't need it because of the fox in my hearth was initially awakened, I still listened to the theory related to chakra at the academy, no matter how boring it was. Meditation was difficult for Kiyomi. After all, she had an energetic Uzumaki character and it was difficult for her to sit in one place for a long time. I also encountered this problem during training in the Sennin regime. But unfortunately, I could not help her here and she will have to learn it on her own. After a few hours, we finished training, as we were both hungry. Kiyomi still hadn't awakened the hearth, but it was only a matter of time. After getting ready, we headed towards Ichiraku. After eating without any incidents, we both decided to train FUNN and headed home. Seiji was on a mission, Minato was at work, so only Kushina was home. Still ignoring her questions, we reached Kiyomi's room. There we sat down at the table, and she began to explain the basics of FUNN to me. As soon as I learned in my past life that the Uzumaki clan specialized in FUNN, I was eager to master it. But, unfortunately, I did not find any scrolls on this art, and Jiraiya did not want to teach it to me, saying that I was not ready yet. Yeah, I was not ready at 16, but my sister was ready at 7. Another confirmation of the duplicity of this toad. My dream was to master my father's signature technique based on FUNN, Hiraishin. And if we had won the war then, I would have been able to learn it, since my father told me where he hid the scrolls with explanations of this technique. I hope that in this world they are in the same place, because here I will not get anything from Minato, but I want to master it. And so, while practicing calligraphy, we didn't notice how evening had come. We came to our senses only when Kushina called us for dinner. Kiyomi immediately got up and went downstairs, and I was thinking about whether I should go down or not. My stomach roared in response, demanding food. I grinned and decided to eat. Finding myself in the kitchen, I saw my entire family at the table. This was the first time I saw the Minato of this world, and outwardly he was no different from mine. The same blue eyes, the same blonde hair. He looked at me coldly and said nothing. Comparing my father and the Minato here, I felt only sadness. I was able to talk to my father a little during the battle with Pain and in the Fourth World War, but this is definitely not enough for an orphan. Having shaken off my sad thoughts, I looked around the table and noticed some differences from the usual dinner. There was a fifth portion on the table, laid out for me. Surprised by this, I nevertheless sat down and began to eat. While Minato was asking Seiji about the past mission, Kushina for some reason looked at me. I looked at her coldly and raised my right eyebrow, asking what she wanted from me. She sighed and turned away. Not understanding her behavior, I simply began to ignore it, and after finishing my meal, I quickly went up to my room. And so the week before the academy passed. Kiyomi and I trained, improved our physical abilities, and improved our calligraphy. Kushina continues to conduct FUNN lessons for her sister, and she retells them to me. Kiyomi still hasn't awakened her hearth, but I think she'll be able to sense chakra soon. I was finally able to walk on water and continue to improve my control. I think that soon I'll be able to create several shadow clones, one of which I'll send to the academy, because I already know everything there. And so I stand with Kiyomi and Kushina in front of the academy, and we are all waiting for the Hokage to give a speech. Looking around at the children standing here, I noticed many familiar faces. Shikamaru is lying under a tree and sleeping, he is lazy as always, Choji is sitting next to him and eating chips, there are no changes here either. Not far from me are two people who irritate me, Ino and Sakura. Judging by how friendly they are talking, they have not yet had time to quarrel over Sasuke. In the distance are Hinata and Neji. He is one of the few people I really felt sorry for in my past life. Interrupting my thoughts, the Hokage appears on stage in a yellow flash, to a thunderous applause. He begins his speech about the will of fire and the importance of shinobi. At least one advantage of not having the third here is that the speech would have lasted for several hours, not 15 minutes as it does now. Wishing his students good luck, he disappears in the same flash. At that moment, we were taken to the academy and assigned to classrooms. As expected, Kiyomi and I and all the clan heirs ended up in Class A. The only difference from my world that I didn't like at all was the absence of Sasuke here. In addition, there were more clanless here. In my world, there was only Sakura. Iruka, another asshole from my world, came into the classroom. He hated me with all his heart for the fox killing his parents, and although he tried to act friendly when talking to me, his eyes were filled with hatred. Nevertheless, I am grateful to him for giving me a shinobi headband, even though he had to show me a B rank technique and beat up a traitorous chunin. So kids, my name is Yumino Iruka. I will be your homeroom teacher for the next 5 years. Today's lesson will be an introductory lesson. I will ask everyone to come out and introduce themselves, say what you like and don't like, as well as your dream. I will set an example. My name is Yumino Iruka. I am a chunin, I love dango and I don't like slackers. My goal is to make first-class shinobi out of you. Now Akamichi Choji. I didn't pay attention to the introductions, I just listened to the names of new people, until one name caught my attention. Uchiha Satsuki. What? Sasuke is a girl here. Indeed, a beautiful girl with dark hair down to her shoulder blades and black eyes came to the board. I am Uchiha Satsuki, I love tomatoes and my brother Itachi, I don't like excessive attention and betrayal, my goal is to surpass my brother. Well, it was very unexpected. Who would have thought that Sasuke, a man who had attracted many female fans all his life, would become a girl himself? Kurama, what do you think about this? I mentally addressed the fox. Now I don't know what else to expect from this world. Imagine that this bastard Madara here is also a woman and she and Hashirama were lovers. The fox said laughing. Hey, that would be really funny, I grinned. And I hope I never find out. I don't want to meet Madara again. Yeah, right. Namikaze Kiyomi. Iruka interrupted our mental dialogue. She stepped forward and said, my name is Namikaze Kiyomi, I love ramen and my brother, I don't like baseless hatred. The goal is to make my brother recognized in the village. I looked at her in surprise. She smiled back and returned to her seat. Namikaze Naruto. A wave of whispers immediately went through the class when I stepped forward. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, I love ramen and my sister, I hate hypocrisy. My goal should not concern you. I said in a cold voice and went to my place. They tried to trip me, but I just stepped on the tripper's foot and moved on. After a while, the show ended and Iruka said, it's very nice to meet you all, I hope we can all become friends. Classes will start tomorrow at 8 a.m. Please don't be late. At this point, you can all go your separate ways. Let's go to the training ground, I whispered to Kiyomi. She nodded silently, and we walked out of the academy together. This time Kiyomi finally managed to feel her hearth, which she was very happy about and again pounced on me with hugs. Today I decided to find out my elements. There I only had wind, but maybe this body will have other predispositions. Having bought 5 pieces of chakra conducting paper in advance, I squeezed them between my fingers and fed chakra into them. The result pleasantly surprised me. 1 leaf was cut, the second one shrank, the third one burned, the fourth one got wet, and nothing happened to the 5th one. Wind, lightning, fire, water. This is very good. I will start training wind first. After all, I already mastered it before and it will be the easiest. Then I will most likely study lightning, Sasuke's main element, and therefore I also know a lot about it. And then we will see. Kiyomi, seeing that I have 4 elements, was happy for me and hoped that she would have many elements too. She could not determine her predispositions now, as she had just awakened the hearth. In a week, we will determine her elements too. I began training in mastering the wind and tried to cut a leaf, while Kiyomi tried to learn how to walk on trees. In the evening we returned home tired and quickly went to the shower. After the shower we sat down at the table and started eating. Only the sound of chopsticks was heard until a cold voice sounded. Naruto. I looked at Minato silently and raised my right eyebrow. Why did you introduce yourself as Uzumaki and not Namikaze? He asked seriously. Because I don't consider myself a member of your family, Hokage-sama. I am an Uzumaki and always will be. I answered, looking straight into his eyes and taking my food. I went up to my room. After some time, a sad Kiyomi came up to me. She came into my room, sat on the bed and said, I understand why you consider yourself an Uzumaki and I hope that this will not affect our relationship. I sat down next to her and hugged her, saying firmly, it won't affect. She smiled into my shoulder, pulled away and went to her room. I decided that was enough events for today, changed my clothes and went to bed. Commentary on Chapter 2. I would be glad to receive likes and comments. Chapter 3. The next month nothing changed. Kiyomi and I still go to the academy. Kushina continues to look at me sadly. I haven't spoken to Minato since that incident in the kitchen, and Seiji still irritates me. Kiyomi developed the hearth a little and improved control. It turned out that she has two elements, wind and lightning. She learned to walk on surfaces and now we are training the wind element together. Unfortunately, this time Yamato is not around to make us a waterfall, so we have to make do with training with leaves. In addition, I was finally able to master 2 clones, and began to send one to the academy. Kiyomi was a little offended by this, and tried to understand why I was neglecting my studies so much. I had to say that I already knew the entire academy program. She decided to learn the program as quickly as possible and would also send a clone. We both studied for top marks, but I left the first place to her. I don't feel sorry for her, and my sister is pleased. Only Satsuki studied with us on an equal basis. She had the same cold character as Sasuke. Instead of crowds of fans from my world, she was pursued by crowds of fans saying that they would marry her. I never understood this. We are all 7 years old, what the hell is love? I also walked around different training grounds and found several kunai and shuriken, so Kiyomi and I started training in Bukijutsu. Of course, I already knew it, but the body needs to get used to it. I also gave advice to my sister. I feel like one day she will ask how I know all this, and I don't think I can lie. After all, I've become very attached to her. Also, I found out what happened to the soul of Naruto here. It turned out that he was tired of the attitude of others and he was thinking about suicide. But at the last moment, Rakudo appeared with a similar offer, and now he is also traveling through the worlds. I hope everything turned out better for him than for me. The guy deserves a good life. By the way, I was wondering, does each world have its own Rakudo or is he the same for all worlds? If I see him again, I must remember to ask him about it. I'm currently alone at the training grounds, practicing wind techniques. Kushina has decided to arrange for her sister to practice FUNN for a few days, so I'll be in proud solitude for the time being. Besides, don't forget that she still goes to the academy. Futon. Great impulse. I blew a powerful gust of wind towards the tree, which, although it didn't knock it over, made it tilt. It could have been better. I remember how this same technique used by Orochimaru scattered our team all over the forest of death. I created a clone and we started doing this technique over and over again, increasing its power and decreasing the chakra drain. After an hour, I ran out of it and decided to go grab a bite to eat at Ichiraku. While I was thinking about my training plan, I didn't immediately notice how another person sat down next to me. Yo, Naruto-kun. Startled, I looked at the speaker and saw Kakashi. From the memories of the previous body, it can be understood that Kakashi saw me several times when he was at Minato's, and treats me well. So I hope that we can restore our friendly relations. We can only hope that he turns out to be the sensei of our team. Yo, Kakashi-san, I answered in the same tone. How are things at the academy? You just joined recently, right? He asked. Boring. Hey, I understand. I was bored there myself, that's probably why I graduated early. We ate in silence for a while, and I was thinking whether to try it or not. Having made up my mind, I asked, Kakashi-san, you are the best rating user in the village, aren't you? Yes, and why do you need it? He asked in surprise. I found out that my sister and I have a high predisposition to lightning. Could you give us a couple of training sessions to control the elements, and maybe a couple of techniques? I'm not asking for your signature ones, just some. He stared at me and seemed to be thinking about the question. It was obvious that he was surprised and interested, and I understand him. After all, it's not every day that a 7-year-old boy asks you to teach him lightning. Of course I can, but are you sure you can handle it? After all, using techniques is not easy, you need to at least have a good command of hand seals. If I wasn't sure, I wouldn't have asked Kakashi-san. I already have one elemental technique, so I think I can learn another one. Really? And what kind of technique do you have? Kakashi continued to be surprised. Futon. Great impulse, I answered simply. Well, and even another element. And what elements do you control? He asked. Everything except the earth. I decided to finish him off with a grin. Here Kakashi finally couldn't stand it and dropped his chopsticks. I just laughed, imagining the expression on his face under the mask, which, by the way, we were able to see in the previous world. Congratulations, you broke it. Kurama laughed in my subconscious. I clicked it in front of his face. He came to his senses, perked up and looked at me. You know, you have interested me, I think I can train you. I myself became curious about how far you can go. As you probably know, I have a team under my care, and I often organize training for them. Come tomorrow at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon to the 7th training ground. Thank you Kakashi-san. See you tomorrow then. Bye, Naruto-kun. Thanks for the ramen Chuki-san, it was delicious as always. He stood up from the counter, paid for both of us, and left the establishment. Rejoicing at such a successful meeting, I wanted to return to the training ground, when the memories of the scattered clone came to me. It turned out that today was the first day of sparring, and I still needed to be there in person. Fortunately, the distance from Ichiraku to the academy was small, so in a few minutes I was there. My sister met me right away. Hello Ni-san, nice to see you. How was your day? Did you learn anything new? She rattled off, apparently nervous about the upcoming fight. Hello, Imouto, yes, I got used to calling her my younger sister. She was indignant at first, of course, but then she stopped. Either she resigned herself and got used to it, or she acknowledged my seniority. Yes, there is something new, maybe I'll even show it to you today. I take it you won't tell me now, she frowned. No, how would it be a surprise then? I have to surprise you sometimes, otherwise life will seem boring. I already sometimes get the feeling that you know more about me than I do. So, chatting and joking with each other, we entered the courtyard of the academy, where our class had already begun to gather. I sat under a tree a little away from everyone. Kiyomi decided to stay with everyone and listen to Iruka's explanations. The main rule of sparring is the ban on the use of cold weapons. I was generally not against it, my Tai is well trained, besides, no one forbade using techniques, I chuckled to myself. The first sparrings were between clanless and were boring, except that I don't understand why they put a clanless girl against Kiba, the heir of a clan of fighters. The winner here was obvious. And now it was my turn. Although this is a different world, for some reason I was sure that my opponent would be the same. Maybe with some changes. Namikaze Naruto and Uchiha Satsuki. Wincing at the name, I stood up and entered the circle. As I thought, it would be a fight against Satsuki. Disdainful laughter immediately rushed in my direction, everyone wished her to defeat the vile demon. Standing opposite each other, we made the seals of confrontation. Let's start. We immediately took off and rushed at each other. She started with a kick to my body, I quickly dodged to the side and, grabbing her leg, tried to throw her out of the circle. However, she did not lose her head and tried to punch me in the head. To avoid the blow, I had to let her go and, bending down, I did a sweep, which she flew over, using the inertia from my throw. Quickly turning around, she struck my left side, but ran into a hard block and a counterattack to the stomach. Our fight in the Tai continued for several minutes until we both got tired of it. After another exchange of blows, we found ourselves at some distance from each other. Looking at each other, we simultaneously began to make seals and, under Iruka's shout, we both said, Kato, fireball. Futon. Great impulse. A strong gust of wind met the fireball, amplifying it, and passing through it, flew into Satsuki, who was not expecting such a turn of events, and threw her out of the circle. At this time, I was able to dodge the enlarged ball, only slightly scorching my clothes. Winner Namikaze Naruto, make the seal of reconciliation, Iruka exclaimed. I approached the fallen Satsuki and extended my hand in a gesture of reconciliation. Although she looked upset by the defeat, she still responded, and before we could unclasp our hands, Sensei pounced on us. Why did you use techniques? I forbade using anything except taijutsu. You didn't forbid the use of techniques, Iruka-sensei, Satsuki said calmly. What? You said that it is forbidden to use cold weapons, but you did not mention techniques, so we simply took advantage of the imprecision of your wording. So we did not break any rules. I added to the Uchiha in an equally calm tone. And yes, please, call me Uzumaki Naruto. Iruka stood there with his mouth open, shocked that he could be outwitted by two 7-year-olds. We just stepped aside. Satsuki spoke first. I didn't think anyone could beat me. Thanks for the fight. Thank you too, the fight was really good. She was about to say something else, but then Kiyomi ran up to us. Ni-san, that was awesome. Congratulations on your victory. Will you teach me this technique? She said enthusiastically. I smiled warmly at this. Of course I will teach you. Thank you. She hung on my neck. But then she came to her senses, pulled away and began to get acquainted with Uchiha. Hi, I'm Kiyomi. You're very strong too. Would you like to train with us sometime? Why not? If Naruto was able to defeat me, then I think it won't be useless. She answered after some thought. Hooray! Let's do it next week then, otherwise my mom has me learning FUNN, so I won't be able to for the foreseeable future. By the way, Kiyomi, I met Kakashi-san in Ichiraku today. He agreed to teach us lightning. She stared at me in disbelief. But after a few seconds, she simply lit up with happiness. Really? Me too. Of course, I couldn't forget about you. We even forgot about Satsuki for a while until she reminded us of herself with an awkward question. Wait, how do you know the copy ninja, and how could you meet him if you were at the academy all day? I mentally hit myself on the forehead. I'm an idiot. I had to get caught like that. The fox laughed in his subconscious. Finally, you yourself admitted that you are an idiot. I have been waiting for this for a long time. Shut up, flea-bitten one, I answered him mentally and closed the communication channel so as not to hear his indignation. Satsuki looked at me attentively, waiting for an answer. And I was wondering whether I should say that I had appeared at the academy for the first time in a month, and the rest of the time my clones had been here. I know Kakashi-san because he is the Hokage's student, and also my brother's mentor. As for how I met him, it's simple, I wasn't here, I said. After all, in my world we were friends, and here she seems normal. So I'll try to establish friendship. My clone was here, like the whole last month. I grinned. Just don't tell anyone, or they'll make me come here. She was clearly surprised by the answer. You own clones, but people have touched you, and if it's a clone, it should be intangible. It wasn't an illusory clone, but a shadow one. It's tangible and even more, after disappearing it transmits part of the information it received to me. That's how I found out there was sparring today. Wow, how do you know her? It's a secret, I answered, making my grin even wider. Surprisingly, she accepted this and did not become indignant. She only chuckled and, having said goodbye, walked away. The rest of the fights were boring. Kiyomi was caught by Ino, and she easily defeated her, for which I congratulated her. After the sparring, I returned to the training ground, and my sister went home to her mother. Once again, having completely spent my chakra on training the impulse, I began to train a new taijutsu style, spied on by Madara. Although I do not have a Sharingan, after removing the mental bookmarks, my analytical abilities and memory have significantly improved, so I was able to remember how the god of shinobi fought. No matter how much of an asshole he was, I cannot deny that he was my strongest opponent. And in Kurama's cloak mode, my reaction increases to the level of Mangekyo, so with the fact that the style is designed for the owner of the Sharingan, there will be no problems in the future. After spending the rest of the day at the training ground, I trudged home as evening approached. There I met Seiji, who tried to say something to me, but was successfully ignored. After a quick snack and a shower, I fell onto my bed and, smilingly imagining my brother's face when I came to their training, fell asleep instantly. Commentary on Chapter 3. I decided not to make Kakashi a slacker who doesn't give a shit about his team in this FF. But he will still be late. I would be glad to receive likes and comments. Chapter 4. Commentary on Chapter 4. Just in case, I'll clarify that by cloak I mean the mode when the junkie opened the seal and a cloak similar to Minot's was added to his gold mode. And yes, when he can enter the RSM, I hope I live to see that moment. He will also have a cloak instead of a jacket, because I like it better. I woke up early the next day, it was not yet 6. I could not fall asleep again, so I had to get up, do my usual stretching and go to the shower. Standing under the hot streams of water, I decided to ask a question that had been interesting me for a long time. Kurama, what's up with my Biju chakra? When will I be able to use it? And that's why you can't sleep, he grumbled, your body isn't ready for it yet. In the worst case, you'll be able to release one tail, but it won't make you feel good, you'll definitely end up in the hospital for a couple of weeks. I'm working on your SCS. I think that by the time you graduate from the academy, you'll be able to release 5 tails without losing your mind. Forget about the cloak for now, you're still a long way from it. Oh, it's a pity of course, but okay, we'll work with what we have. Thanks for helping, little fox. What did you just call me? He immediately became indignant. Come on down here, it seems like someone hasn't been punched in the face for a long time. You know, for some reason it seems to me that coming down to you now is not the best idea. I'm doing quite well here, I grinned. So you help people, you spend your energy on developing your body, and in response they just laugh at you. I'll get offended, I'll follow Shukaku's example and also warm up a bit in the village. What would you, great Kyuubi no Yoko, take an example from a raccoon? You made a pretty good joke. I laughed. Yeah, you're right about that, I'd rather kiss Seiji than follow that stupid raccoon's example. He shuddered at that, I could feel it even from here. You know, a kiss sounds like a good idea, I'd like to see it. I'll have to think about the implementation. I thought, if you do this somehow, you will never get my power again, I warned you. He said threateningly. Hey, okay, live this time. After getting out of the shower, I quickly made myself an omelet, had breakfast and went to the training ground. Today I have a training session with Kakashi, so I decided to save my chakra for it, and now I will just do physical exercises and practice Tai. I have no problems with throwing, I have fully regained my skill. After 4 hours I was completely exhausted and, sitting under a tree, fell asleep right on the training ground. When I woke up, I didn't understand where I was at first. When I came to my senses, I realized that, judging by the position of the sun, I had slept for several hours and I needed to be at the 7th training ground soon. However, I still needed to eat, so I would most likely be late. I don't feel any remorse about this is Kakashi, on the contrary, I see a good reason for a joke. Having quickly refreshed myself in some cafe, I went to the necessary training ground. I arrived there at about 3:30 and all 4 were already there. Kakashi was the first to notice me and immediately declared. You're late. Sorry, a black cat crossed my path, I'm sure you'll understand, Kakashi-san. All 4 of them simultaneously twitched their eye. Apparently he often wanders along the roads of life here too and managed to drive the whole team crazy with it. Kakashi was the first to come to his senses and smiled with his eye. How does he do that? I've been trying to repeat this my whole life, but I've never managed to do anything even close to that. I only scared the kids then, they were scared of the fact that they considered me a demon, and not my mug, I'm sure. Soon the others came to their senses and of course my dear brother could not remain silent. What are you doing here, demon? No one is waiting for you here. Get out of here before I beat you up. Kakashi-san, how could you deceive me? I feigned insult. I thought we had agreed yesterday, but it turns out no one is waiting for me here. It's not nice to deceive. Kakashi sighed heavily and began to explain to his brother. Seiji, I invited him here, don't pay attention to him, you have your own task, he will have his. Now run, march, run through the trees. All 3 of them hung their heads and walked to the edge of the training ground. He looked at them for a while and then turned to me. So Naruto-kun, you have an affinity with lightning. I believe you of course, but it's still better to check. Take this piece of paper, I think you know what needs to be done. I took the paper between my fingers and fed chakra into it. It successfully compressed. Kakashi nodded with satisfaction and continued. Now that I am sure of your predisposition, we can begin training. So, to give the chakra the nature of lightning, you need to make it vibrate very strongly. Something like this, he said and, taking an ordinary tree leaf, crushed it with chakra. The lightning element is the most unstable, so you need to have good control so that it does not hit you. This is one of the most common mistakes when mastering lightning. I myself was hit a few times while trying to create a chidori. Let me show you again how to compress a leaf, and then you try to do it yourself. I watched his actions carefully, trying to figure out how exactly to make chakra vibrate. After the second demonstration, I started trying to do it myself. Kakashi, having made sure that I was busy, went to his team, who were still trying to learn how to walk on trees. I wonder if Seiji had never trained before. This is one of the initial exercises for control, how can he not have it at such a young age? Although, remembering my past life, I realized that it is not for me to say this, I myself only learned it at 12 in the land of waves. But I still wonder why Minato or at least Kushina didn't train him as a child. Well, I shouldn't worry about that now, my goal is to squeeze this damn piece of paper. After an hour and a half of trying, I finally succeeded, and I approached Kakashi with a satisfied face. Kakashi-sensei, I did it. Really? He looked surprised. Show me. I picked up the piece of paper I had taken earlier and, giving the chakra the nature of lightning, squeezed it. Not bad, he was forced to admit. Now you need to increase your control over the elements. I don't know how much time you'll need for this, but I don't think you'll be able to raise it to a sufficient level today. Come here at the same time when you'll be able to crumple 5 sheets of paper at once. Hi, Kakashi-sensei. He just snorted at this address and turned away, looking at his students. One of whom, by the way, was just walking here. What does he want from me again? I rolled my eyes and turned around, getting ready to leave. But naturally do you think that if you can crumple a leaf, then you are already the coolest? I bet you can't climb a tree. Well, he's burying himself. Well, such an opportunity can't be missed. How tired I am of you, I sighed heavily. You know, I have a better idea. You are still my brother, unfortunately, I said mentally, and older brothers should play with younger ones. So I suggest you play tag. If you can't touch me for, say, 10 minutes, then you won't be constantly pestering me anymore. Come up with a condition that I will have to fulfill if I lose. He thought for a moment and replied, I agree. If I can touch you, you will fail the genin exam and will never be a shinobi. Apparently he decided to scare me so that I would refuse. Well, let's play along with him. Oh okay, I said, making a frightened face. Wonderful. Kakashi-sensei, you can watch our game, he asked with a grin. Oh well, there's nothing to do anyway. Are you ready? He asked. Ready, we said at the same time. Then let's begin, Kakashi commanded. He immediately rushed towards me. I, in turn, ran towards a small lake located on the training ground. He was not inferior to me in speed, he was even a little faster, although it would be strange if he was slower, considering the difference of 5 years. However, I managed to run to the lake, and stepping onto its surface, reached its center. Seiji stared at me in surprise, but soon came to his senses and shouted angrily. Come here. I pretended to be thinking, but smiled and shook my head, saying, I think I'll refuse, I'm fine here. This enraged him and he tried to repeat my trick of walking on water. But he didn't take into account that he doesn't even walk very confidently on trees, and naturally fell into the water without taking a step. Having become even more enraged and, it seems, even growling, he swam towards me. I just started running away from him across the lake. When the time was almost up, he got tired of swimming after me, and he came out onto the shore, looking at me angrily. Brother, you need to dry off, otherwise you might get sick. I couldn't help but tease him one last time and, thanking the gods for the second time that I had learned this particular technique, I made the seals. Futon. Great impulse. A powerful wave of wind hit Seiji and carried him across the clearing. You see, my dear brother, now you are dry and won't get sick. You don't have to thank me. As soon as he stood up, glaring at me, Kakashi's scream was heard. Time's up. Naruto wins. Well, that's great, I said calmly and approached Seiji. Now, my dear brother, you will stop picking on me. In general, I would like to not see you at all, but, unfortunately, we live in the same house, so this wish of mine is impossible to fulfill. Well, I'm off to train. Kakashi-sensei, thank you for the explanations and judging, you helped me a lot. Bye everyone. I waved my hand and turned around, getting ready to leave. But before I could take even a couple of steps, I dodged the blow to the head, and instantly took out the kunai I had recently bought, turned around and brought it to Seiji's throat. Oi oi oi, didn't your mother teach you that attacking from behind is bad? Besides, you broke your word you gave me just a few seconds ago that you wouldn't touch me anymore. You've never fallen so low in my eyes, Seiji. I put the kunai away and turned around and walked towards the exit of the training ground. Next time you won't get off with a fright, I said without turning around and left the clearing. Back at my training ground, I continued training with leaves. By the end of the day, I was able to crush 2 leaves. I think I'll slightly exceed Kakashi's task and won't come until I can crush at least 8 leaves at once. After all, there's no such thing as too little control, especially when dealing with lightning. But you shouldn't forget about wind, as well as the other elements. Now I'll focus on these 2 and water will be next. It combines too well with lightning, I even already have several ideas for combined techniques. Okay, enough planning ahead, I need to master these 2 first. When I got home, I found Kushina and Kiyomi doing FUNN. I was about to pass by when the red-haired girl called out to me. Naruto. I looked at her silently, as if asking what she wanted from me. Don't you want to join us? I looked at her in surprise, thought for a bit, and nodded. Okay, but first I'll take a shower. I'll be back soon. She smiled and nodded. I quickly went upstairs and grabbed some clean clothes and headed to the bathroom. I wondered what had gotten into her. I had noticed for quite some time that she had begun to pay attention to me and care a little. Had she developed a conscience? She would probably try to mend fences with me. I just wasn't sure if I wanted that. On the one hand, she acted disgustingly, forgetting about the existence of her son. Even if it wasn't me, I still feel hurt. But on the other hand, she is still my mother. And the main dream of an orphan has always been parental love. It's complicated. Okay, it's better not to bother your head with it now. After leaving the bathroom, I went downstairs, smiled at Kiyomi and sat down next to her. She smiled back and continued writing the symbols. Kushina was about to say something, when I said it coldly. Anticipating your question, I'll tell you right away that I have mastered everything you taught Kiyomi, so just tell me what I need to do. She drooped a little, but still said it. Okay, that's even better, you won't lag behind your sister. Now try to draw a simple paralysis seal, here's the diagram. I nodded and started the work, which, despite the name, turned out to be surprisingly difficult. An hour later we finished and Kushina checked the correctness. Well done, these are fully working seals. Okay, now everyone to the kitchen, we'll have dinner. We got up from the table and sat down at another one, this time for dinner. For dinner, there was rice with meat and vegetables. As soon as we started eating, Seiji returned and, throwing a fierce look at me, to which I only smirked, went upstairs. Kiyomi looked at me questioningly, and in response, I silently whispered, later. She nodded and continued eating. After dinner, my sister and I went up to my room, and she immediately asked, what happened between you and Seiji? I smiled and told her about the training with Kakashi and our brotherly game. She listened attentively during the training, but when I got to our argument, she couldn't help but laugh. I was just glad that I had such a wonderful sister. Finally, after saying goodbye and making me promise to teach her lightning, she left the room. I fell onto the bed and started thinking about the events of the day. Everything worked out well with Seiji, now he will leave me alone for a while. I'm sure that soon he will calm down and start annoying me again, but I hope that someday he will finally get his head together. So, dreaming of the impossible and unattainable, I fell asleep. Commentary on Chapter 4. What do you think about the relationship with Kushina? Will he forgive her, or will he at least be neutral towards her? I'd be glad to receive likes and comments, they are very motivating. Chapter 5. Commentary on Chapter 5. For some reason this part was very difficult for me, I hope you like it. The next few days I trained lightning control and Great Rush, and also learned FUNN from Kushina. It turned out to be very useful, I can already draw a simple paralysis seal without a diagram. Kiyomi has not yet started training lightning, she spends all her time on wind and FUNN, in which she makes great progress. Today I finally managed to compress 8 pieces of paper at once. So now I'm heading to the 7th training ground for further instructions. The same 4 people were there. I walked up and greeted everyone. Kakashi smiled his signature smile, Seiji grimaced and turned away, the rest whose names I never learned, nodded and continued doing their own thing. This time, by the way, they were already practicing walking on water, so all 3 were wet and unhappy. Yo Naruto-kun, so, were you able to compress 5 leaves? I put 8 leaves on my palm and covered them with my other palm, squeezed. Removing my palm, I showed the result. Kakashi chuckled approvingly. For some reason, I thought that you would overdo the job. Well, nevertheless, the condition is fulfilled, so I will teach you the ball lightning technique. It creates several small balls of lightning around you, which will fly to the enemy if he comes close, or where you direct them yourself. The seals are like this. He folded several seals, and 7 small ball lightning appeared around him, which he directed at the nearest tree. This is not exactly an offensive technique, it is more designed for support, since it does little damage, unless of course you feed it with a lot of chakra. Kakashi continued to explain, let me repeat it again, and you carefully watch the seals and how the chakra is directed. He repeated the technique again and said, practice, if any questions arise, do not hesitate to ask, and I went to watch mine. Good luck. He finished, turned around and headed to the lake, where his students were amusingly falling into the water. I am 100% sure that this gives him genuine pleasure. And you are absolutely right, said my furry friend. Sometimes I forget that he can read people's emotions. Okay, enough thinking about unnecessary things, it's time to practice the technique. Having made the necessary seals, I said, Raiden. Ball lightning. A very small ball appeared next to me, which went out almost immediately. Well, I have a lot of work ahead of me. A few hours later I stood there completely exhausted, but happy, because I had increased the number of balls to 3 stable ones. Sometimes Seiji glanced at me, in his eyes in addition to anger, envy flashed. Apparently, he does not yet have mastered elemental transformations. Having decided that I had enough training for today, I said goodbye to everyone and went home. There, the usual SEAL training began. Kushina definitely wants us to communicate normally, but I still can't understand how I feel about her. I really want to have a normal, loving family, but I can't forgive her yet. I don't know, maybe in the future I will be able to, but definitely not in the near future. But I began to communicate with her less coldly, which makes her very happy. Ni-san. Kiyomi distracted me from my thoughts. Did you want something, Imouto? I woke up. Finally woke up. I've been calling you for a minute now. Do you remember that we have training with Satsuki tomorrow? Indeed. Thanks for reminding me, without you I would have forgotten. I smiled at her. You're welcome. She smiled back. After talking a bit more, we went to our rooms. Already lying in bed, I thought about tomorrow. I was wondering how things would go with Satsuki. It's still hard to believe that Tem is a girl. Stop thinking so loudly, you're keeping me awake. Kurama growled. Smiling, I listened to his advice and soon fell asleep. Waking up the next day, I did my usual stretching and went to the shower. Coming out of the bathroom, I went downstairs and started preparing breakfast for 2 people. Just when I finished setting the table, Kiyomi came. She smiled and sat down at the table. While chatting about nothing, we quickly had breakfast and went to the academy, where they agreed to meet. When we got to the right place, she was already there. Hello Kiyomi, Naruto. Hello Satsuki, we said in unison, looked at each other and laughed. She only chuckled at this. Having calmed down, we nevertheless continued the conversation. So, are we going to the training ground? I asked. Yes. We headed to our training ground with Kiyomi. Once there, we began warming up. I suggest physical exercise first, Uchiha said. Okay. We had been training for 2 hours and weren't too tired yet, but Satsuki was still exhausted. The lack of Uzumaki genes was telling. Kiyomi and I were much more resilient. Naruto, I remember you said that Kakashi-san started training you in Raiden. Can you explain how to control it? I also have an affinity with it. Satsuki asked. Yes, and me too. Exclaimed Kiyomi. Yes, of course. I simply answered and began to explain. It is even useful when you explain the material to someone. Then you yourself begin to understand it better. So they started training control over Raiden, and I continued training ball lightning. After 2 hours, my chakra ran out, and Satsuki was able to compress the leaf. Kiyomi still couldn't do it, but she didn't give up and kept trying. We were all hungry and decided to go get a snack, at the same time replenish our chakra during the rest. When she returned, Satsuki offered me another sparring match, but without any restrictions. I agreed, and we stood on opposite sides of the clearing. Kiyomi threw a kunai high into the air, and as soon as it hit the ground, we rushed at each other. This time, I decided to keep her under constant pressure, not giving her time to counterattack and forcing her to retreat. My idea worked, and we reached the lake. Satsuki knew how to walk on water, so the fight continued on the water. Realizing that I was superior to her in Tai, she increased the distance between us and began throwing kunai at me. I began to fight back and dodge. After all, Bukijutsu had never been my strong point. I always relied on Sasuke in this. He was definitely a master in it. Deciding it was time to end this fight, I jumped high into the air and made seals. Futon. Great impulse. Satsuki managed to get out of the equipment's range, but I wasn't aiming at her, but at the water beneath her. A huge pile of splashes rose up, blocking her view. Taking advantage of this, I shouted, Raiden. Ball lightning. Several balls appeared around me and rushed towards the splashes. All the water became electrified, and since Uchiha was standing in the epicenter of this water madness, she got it too. But I didn't take into account that because of the pain she could lose control of her chakra and fall into the water. Now it was difficult for her to control her body, so I had to dive after her so that she wouldn't drown. Having emerged with her, I picked her up in my arms and, grinning, said, It seems I won again. Yes, well done. Now be so kind as to let me down, please. She answered irritably. When I got to the shore, I put her down on the ground. Kiyomi immediately ran up to us. Ni-san, that was a great idea. Satsuki, are you okay? In full, Uchiha grumbled, but it could have been easier. Okay, next time I'll be more gentle, I smiled. Idiot, she said sharply and turned to Kiyomi. But I managed to see a small blush on her cheeks. At that moment, another man landed on the training ground, whom I immediately recognized. Tall, dark hair down to his shoulder blades, tied in a ponytail, and 2 strands on the sides. black eyes and a hitai on his forehead. Ni-san, what are you doing here? Satsuki was surprised. Yes, it was Uchiha Itachi himself. I was just wondering where you were. I can't remember a day when you didn't ask me to train if I was at home. And it turns out you're here training with your friends. He smiled. But where are my manners? Allow me to introduce myself, Uchiha Itachi, this bad girl's older brother. Namikaze Kiyomi. Uzumaki Naruto. We introduced ourselves in response. He was surprised by my last name, but didn't ask anything. I didn't know you'd miss my advances, Satsuki smirked. But if you want it so much, could you train us? I shouldn't have said that, Itachi sighed. The three of us laughed. Okay, so be it, I'll train you. He grinned unkindly. Sadist. His real name is Sadist, not Itachi. He drove us so hard that now we are lying on the grass, unable to move. And he stands there and grins. Satsuki, are you satisfied with the training? He asked innocently. In response, she mumbled something unintelligible. He chuckled and created 2 shadow clones. Each picked up a body, you can't call us anything else now, and carried us home. When we separated, we waved weakly, saying goodbye to Satsuki. She waved back. He carried us home and knocked on the door. Kushina opened it and was surprised. Itachi-kun, what are you doing here? She asked. And seeing his cargo, she was even more surprised. What happened? Training, he chuckled. And is it clear that it was you who drove them so hard? Yes, he answered in the same monosyllabic manner. Got it. Thank you, Itachi-kun. Say hello to Miko-chan. She said, accepting us. Sometimes I forget that she is also a shinobi and can hold us calmly. Definitely. Goodbye, Kushina-san. I understand there is no FUNN today, she said. So let's wake up, run to the shower and to the table. We found the strength to trudge into the bathroom. It's good that there were several of them and we wouldn't have to wait for one to finish. Having eaten quickly, we went to our rooms. I collapsed on the bed, exhausted, and passed out without undressing. Commentary on Chapter 5. I'd be glad to receive likes and comments, they are very motivating. Chapter 6. Commentary on Chapter 6. The chapter turned out not very long, but rich. I hope you like it. The next 2 years passed quietly. Kiyomi and I continued to study FUNN, and Satsuki often joined us for the rest of our training. We hoped to be assigned to the same team, and each of us focused on our own areas of training. Kiyomi, wind and FUNN, Satsuki, fire, genjutsu and bukijutsu, and I, lightning, water and kenjutsu. Yes, I began to learn how to use weapons and made quite good progress in it. Itachi trained us when he could, and gave me the basics of Tanto. Kakashi helped me master lightning. We all advanced quite a lot in our chosen areas of the shinobi art, but did not forget about other skills. However, today something was wrong. It seemed like a normal routine, but I couldn't shake the feeling of impending trouble. In my world, as far as I remember, the Uchiha clan massacre happened around this time, but here Minato and Fugaku are friends and the Red-Eyed clan does not discredit. And Shisui is still alive, he also sometimes joins our training with Itachi. Despite this, I decided to be on guard. I am used to trusting my intuition. That's why I called Satsuki to another training session today and offered another sparring match. If the massacre does happen, I want her to have as many chances as possible to survive. After all, this is a different world, and everything can happen differently here. Having thrown the kunai up as usual, we waited for it to stick into the ground. We rushed at each other. I took out a tanto on the run, and she a kunai. I made a trial strike with my sword in the stomach, which she deflected to the side and struck a blow to the head, from which I ducked and made a sweep. She jumped back and threw several kunai at me, which I blocked and rushed after her. Having quickly caught up with her, I continued to press on her, but she successfully fought off everything. At some point, I went for a trick and decided to show her something new. I struck with my sword from the right, which she blocked, but she did not have time to react when I took out a kunai from the body seal in my other hand and slashed her thigh. She winced and jumped back again. Having thrown several shuriken, she said, Kato, Phoenix Flowers. The shurikens burst into flames and flew towards me. I jumped back and responded with my technique. Sweden. Water core. A large ball of water knocked down the shurikens, extinguished the flames, and continued flying towards her. Kato. Big fireball. The fireball crashed into the water ball, creating a large cloud of steam. I saw a good opportunity to test the new technique and took advantage of it. Raiden. Storm cloud. Futon. Great impulse. The entire cloud became electrified and flew towards Satsuki under the influence of the wind. She quickly jumped onto a tree, avoiding this technique, and threw several kunai with a fishing line at me. She managed to catch me and tie me to the tree and made a new series of seals. Kato. Dragon's breath. Flames rushed along the line towards me. I left as a substitute and sighed heavily. There wasn't much chakra left, despite my reserve. After all, I used rather expensive techniques. I think her situation is no better. She used fewer techniques, but her reserve is much smaller than mine. It's time to end this fight. I created 2 shadow clones, one of which ran lightning chakra along the sword. The 3 of us ran towards her, with the clone with the electric sword running in front and me slightly behind on the right. She noticed us and started throwing iron at us. The left clone dissipated, and I grabbed the remaining one, spun it around and threw it at her. She was surprised, but was able to dodge and responded with a kick. It dissipated, and the smoke from the fog hid my approach. I ran up and kicked her in the body with all my might, hoping for victory. However, Satsuki dissipated with a painfully familiar pop, and several ball lightning flew at me. Before I could regain control of my body, the real Uchiha ran up and brought a kunai to her throat. It seems I won, she said with a satisfied smile. Congratulations, I said sincerely. She put away the kunai and gave me her hand. Taking it and standing up, we silently walked towards the lake, which had already become an unofficial place for rest. I collapsed next to the shore, leaning my back against a tree. My body still didn't fully obey after the electric shock. She sat down tiredly next to me. Good fight, she said. When did you learn to make body seals? I applied it a couple of days ago, and I've been studying theory for the last month. And when did you master shadow clones? And who taught you? Although no, you don't have to answer the last question, obviously Itachi-san. I smiled. Yes, and he asked to call him simply Itachi, without any suffixes. So, discussing the past battle and just chatting, we sat by the lake and rested. After 2 hours, when the sun had already set, we realized that we had been sitting too long and it was time to wrap up. Having reached the fork where we usually split up, Satsuki asked. Don't you want to come over? Your mom invited you today. Why not? The later I get home, the better. She nodded understandingly and smiled. Satsuki knew about my problems with my family, and was shocked by the Hokage's attitude towards his son. She wanted to tell her parents, who were friends with Minato and Kushina, and it took a lot of effort for me to dissuade her. We headed to the Uchiha quarter together. They knew me there. I had visited Satsuki many times. Makoto-san turned out to be a wonderful woman who truly loved her children. She also treated me with warmth. After all, I was her friend's son and her daughter's friend. And Fugaku-san turned out to be exactly how I imagined him, an Uchiha to the core, who would keep a brick face in any situation. Even at home, he allowed himself only a stingy smile, which in his understanding was simply an enormous amount of emotion. As I approached the block, I realized that my worst expectations had been realized. There was no light in the entire block, but the dull sounds of battle could be heard from afar. Satsuki turned pale and, forgetting about everything, ran deeper into the block. I cursed through my teeth, threw a kunai with an explosive tag high into the air to attract the attention of the shinobi and the Hokage, and rushed after her. Having reached the clan leader's house, we saw the corpses of Satsuki's parents and Itachi still alive, fighting off 2 unknown people. More precisely, 1 unknown and 1 too familiar to me. Obito Uchiha, although he was now wearing a different mask, but it was simply impossible not to recognize his fighting style with passing through attacks. The second was a tall man in a black cloak with a hood covering his face. All that was visible under it was a burning Mangekyo Sharingan in the form of a large black circle and 3 small angles extending from it. This drawing was unfamiliar to me. It did not exist in my world, which means it was someone new. He controlled some blades from a distance, directing them at Itachi. At this time, he was defending himself with Susanoo's ribs. Obviously, the sight of his dead parents was enough to awaken his Mangekyo. Satsuki looked at the scene in shock. Her eyes were wide open, the Sharingan with 1 tomo was burning brightly in them, tears were gathering in the corners. The stranger saw her, grinned and pointed a large number of knives at her. I cursed again and tried to pull her out from under this attack. I managed to do it, but my back was badly cut. He did not calm down and sent a new wave of blades at us. Sweden. Water core. I formed hand seals and spat out a large ball of water at the blades, knocking them out of the way and protecting Satsuki. I hoped that I could hold out for a little while until the Hokage arrived, and I prayed to all the gods that Itachi would be able to withstand Obito's onslaught as well. The stranger frowned and folded the seals. Futon. Vacuum blades. Another wave of knives flew at us, but now they were coated in wind chakra. Now it was really dangerous. I shouted behind me, Satsuki, it's not time to grieve, I need your help. We can still survive. A sob came from behind her, but she still folded the seals and screamed hysterically. Kato. Great fireball. A huge ball flew towards the blades. I inflated the ball even more with my great impulse, and then managed to fold another series of seals. Fuinpo. Protective dome. A green dome appeared around us. It is not very strong, of course, but it can withstand several techniques. The fireball managed to knock down most of the blades, the barrier took the rest. But one knife still pierced it and stuck into my shoulder. I groaned, but did not rush to pull it out, so as not to bleed out. More knives flew at us, and this time we will not be able to block them. There is only one solution. I sighed and reached for the Biju chakra. Red chakra bubbled around me, forming two tails, my maximum at the moment. I released a powerful wave of chakra, throwing back all the knives flying at us. I can last a minute in this mode at most, where is this damn Minato when you need him? As if hearing my thoughts, a three-pronged kunai stuck itself next to me, and a moment later, the fourth appeared. He looked at me with concern and moved towards me, but I growled. I have control over myself, help Itachi. He nodded and ran towards the Uchihas. Kakashi landed next to me and took on the unknown man in the cloak. I breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and saw a tearful Satsuki. I smiled weakly at her and fell, losing consciousness. I woke up still lying on the ground, which surprised me. Apparently I hadn't been out for long. Someone was shaking me violently and calling my name. I managed to open my eyes and saw Satsuki, who had two tomo burning in her eyes. Poor girl, so many shocks in one evening. Satsuki, stop shaking me, I'm fine. I said quietly and stood up with difficulty. She sighed with relief and immediately threw herself on my neck, bursting into tears. I was a little taken aback by this, but hugged her back, whispering something soothing. Looking around, I realized that I was not where I fell. Apparently Satsuki carried me out of the battle. The adults found us in this state. Minato looked whole but tired, Kakashi was a little battered, but also within normal limits. The same cannot be said about Itachi. He could barely stand on his feet, supported by Kakashi, all wounded, but alive. Satsuki, seeing her brother, rushed to him, but I stopped her. If you jump on him now, you can only make things worse. I said quietly, and then I turned to Minato louder, Hokage-sama, maybe you could use Horaishin and transport us all to the hospital. Satsuki calmed down a little, and Minato quickly approached Itachi and Kakashi, touched their shoulders and moved. A minute later he returned, took us by the shoulders and carried us to the hospital in the same way. The medics immediately took care of us. They put me on a gurney and took me somewhere. Realizing that all this time I was holding on solely by stubbornness, and that it was all over, I allowed my consciousness to switch off. Commentary on Chapter 6. Mangekyo Unknown. I think many will guess who it is. I would be glad to receive likes and comments, they are very motivating. Chapter 7. I woke up in an unfamiliar room. For a second I didn't understand what was happening, but remembering the events of the previous night, I groaned. I hoped that if Minato was alive, there would be no massacre. And I was wrong. Now my score with Obito has grown even more. But who was the second? In my world, he didn't exist and I am very nervous about his having a Mangekyo. If there are two like Obito, then we have big problems. Okay, it doesn't affect me that much now, but the difficulty and frequency of training need to be increased, I need to be stronger. Having come to my senses a little and looked around more carefully, I realized that I was not alone in the ward. Kiyomi was sitting on a chair next to me and sleeping, leaning against my bed. I looked out the window and realized that it was morning. Apparently, she had sat here all night and fell asleep. I remembered all my solitary awakenings in similar chambers of my world after yet another beating. I remembered that feeling of loneliness that filled my entire childhood. And now, seeing that someone was worried about me, that someone cared about me, I couldn't stand it and tears came to my eyes. After all, even when I was a genin, no one really cared about me. I quickly rubbed my eyes, smiled and sat up more comfortably. My fussing woke up Kiyomi. For a few moments she didn't understand where she was, but when her eyes became meaningful, she looked at me, smiled and threw herself on my neck with a scream. Ni-san. I hugged her too and felt my shoulder getting wet. She was crying. Oh, come on, I'm fine, I'm sure I'll be back to normal soon. I tried to calm her down. Sorry, I was just scared. You were unconscious for 3 days and, despite the assurances of the Irianans, I managed to come up with a lot of bad things. She said without looking up from me. I slept well. Apparently it's too early for me to use two tails. We lay like that for about another minute, and then she pulled away. How is Satsuki? I asked. She slapped her forehead and said, but I promised to call her when you wake up. And ran out of the room. I just started waiting, wondering what state my friend was in. She had lost her parents and almost lost her brother. She had also awakened her Sharingan and almost immediately strengthened it with a second tomo, which is probably a difficult test for a child's body. My thoughts were interrupted by the slam of the door and I was attacked again. Apparently they decided to hug me today. To complete the set, all that was left was for Kushina to run up with her hugs. Having driven these thoughts aside, I tried to calm the Uchiha down. When she came to her senses a little, she nevertheless pulled away. Thank you, she said quietly, for saving me. That's what friends are for. I smiled at her. She smiled back timidly. How are you? It's terrible, she admitted. The body is fine, but, she faltered. You don't have to continue, I said. I understand that it's very difficult for you to accept all of this. Our conversation was interrupted by another slam of the door. Minato stood in the doorway. He smiled at the girls. Hi, could you please come out? I need to have a serious talk with my son. They nodded and left silently. He sat down on the chair where Kiyomi had sat a minute earlier and looked at me seriously. How are you feeling? He asked. Not bad, I answered coldly. Why did you go there? You could have died. He raised his voice a little. Because Satsuki is my friend and I couldn't abandon her. Besides, I gave you a sign that something was going on. I have a counter question for you, Hokage-sama. He shuddered a little at such an address. Are you worried now because I am your son, or because I am a Jinchuriki? I asked in the same cold tone. He lowered his head and said nothing. After a minute he spoke. For how long? He asked monosyllabically. 4 years, I answered in the same monosyllabic way, perfectly understanding what he was asking, but at the same time lying a little. We had already discussed long ago what we would say in such a case. He just nodded. I need to check your seal. Under the influence of the fox's chakra it could have been damaged. There is no need for that. How do you know? I have to check. Minato was surprised. That's not necessary, I said much more firmly. How can you control the fox? I know that without his direct control, you wouldn't be able to withstand so much of his chakra at your age. And now you refuse to show the seal. What are you hiding from me? I sighed. Any hopes that this would remain a secret were dashed. I have been in contact with the fox for a long time. I will say even more, we were able to become friends, not right away of course, but we were able. I did not want to show you the seal, because it has been open for 2 years. He stared at me in surprise. When did you start communicating with him? At 5 years old. Why didn't you tell us? It was dangerous. He could take control of you. I have to close the seal. He flared up and reached for my stomach. I grabbed his hand. Just try to deprive me of a friend. Believe me, you won't like the consequences. We were able to open the seal once, we can do it a second time. I can control his chakra and here I suggest we end this conversation and never return to it. I said firmly, looking straight into his eyes. Minato looked at me, dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that his son was opposing him and looking at him like an enemy. However, he remembered how everyone except his sister had treated him and he knew that he didn't deserve any other treatment. He nodded resignedly and pulled his hand away. Okay, I'll trust you. I nodded with satisfaction and decided to ask him about the results of the massacre. How many Uchiha survived? 17 people out of more than 100. Itachi will become the head of the clan as soon as he recovers from the battle. He decided to answer extremely honestly, without hiding anything. How is he? After the massacre he was in a deplorable state, but now he is actively recovering. How long will I lie here? You will be discharged this evening. What happened to the attackers? They disappeared. I recognized one of them. It was because of him that the 9-tailed fox escaped 9 years ago. Which? The one Itachi fought with. With his help they got out of Konoha. He has some kind of spatial technique. Can I go to Itachi? Not yet. No one is allowed to see him. Where are the rest of the Uchiha now? Almost all the survivors are wounded. Apparently the killers tried to do everything as quickly as possible and overlooked. That's why they are all here in the hospital. I see. I sighed. Is there anything else you want to talk about? No. I'll go. Get well. He answered and left the room. The girls returned immediately after he left. What were you talking about? Kiyomi asked immediately. About Kurama. I told her a long time ago that I am friends with the fox. About whom? Satsuki didn't understand. Damn, I didn't tell her. Kurama, can I tell you about you? I asked mentally. Go ahead, he sighed. You'll tell me sooner or later anyway, so why drag it out? About the nine-tailed one, I grinned. What? Uchiha didn't understand. Kurama is the name of the nine-tailed fox. We've been friends since we were 5. It was his chakra that enveloped me yesterday when I was fighting off the last wave of knives. Minato wanted to know how I controlled him. He never thought that it was possible to cooperate with him. You certainly have some friends, she was surprised. Are you sure you can trust him? Yes, I said firmly. Okay, she nodded, then I don't have to worry about it. Will you be released soon? This evening. Okay, then tomorrow for training. I just nodded. You lie down and get better, and I'm going to Itachi. Bye. She said goodbye and left. I frowned. She looks too calm. What happened after I passed out? I found out about everything only the next day and immediately ran here. Satsuki was in a terrible state. She was still holding on somehow, but when she saw me, she couldn't take it anymore and started having hysterics. It took me several hours to calm her down. Almost all the surviving Uchihas didn't know her. The only people close to her were Itachi and Shisui, who was not in the village at the time, and you and me. You were unconscious, so only I was able to calm her down. After crying, she fell asleep. And when she woke up, she said that she had to become stronger and avenge her family, but without Itachi she wouldn't do anything. Well, I expected something like that. She wants to forget herself in training now and will most likely close herself off. She needs our support now. Maybe I should offer her to live with us until Itachi recovers. I don't think it would be good for her to live alone in the house where her dead parents lay. I reasoned. Good idea. You just have to ask your parents. Kiyomi immediately got excited about this idea. Yes, can you go and ask now? The sooner we resolve this issue, the better. Yes, of course. And could you stay with Satsuki? I think it's better for her not to be alone right now. She didn't have to ask, I was planning to go to her now anyway. I just hope that I won't run into any Irianans on the way and they won't chase me back to the ward. After these words I got up from the bed and Kiyomi, snorting, left the room. As soon as I went out the door I realized that I had no idea where Itachi's room was. Thinking that he might be in the seriously wounded department, I went there out of habit. And I was right. Satsuki was sitting in front of one of the rooms. I sat down next to her in silence. She also silently looked at me and nodded gratefully. She is not a stupid girl, she understood why I was here and not at my place. We sat there for a long time without saying a word, until she fell asleep, burying her head in my shoulder. I just chuckled at that. This is how Kiyomi found us. She smiled broadly when she saw this picture. Father allowed Satsuki to stay with us. And you were discharged, so we can go home. She said quietly. It was strange, I expected her to start teasing me right away. Surely she wouldn't. By the way, you look good. Well, yes, how could I doubt my sister so much? Good. But it looks like she'll have to be carried. This way you will look even better. She grinned. I sighed, but smiled and picked up Uchiha. She was light, so even after chakra exhaustion I could carry her home. Quietly, so as not to wake Satsuki, joking with each other, we left the hospital. Kushina met us at the threshold of the house, surprised by my burden. While Kiyomi explained the situation to her mother, I went up to the second floor and put the girl on the bed in my sister's room. Quietly closing the door, I went downstairs. Kushina immediately came up to me and hugged me tightly. Well, now the set is complete, I chuckled to myself, but this time I did not return the hug. She pulled away and demanded a retelling of what happened, while she herself was preparing dinner at that time. I quickly told her everything, ate and went to my room. A couple of minutes later, Kiyomi came to see me. You're certainly a good boy, you put Satsuki on my bed, but where should I sleep? She said jokingly, so that means yes, you found yourself a girl, and now you can forget about your sister. She once pressed her head against my shoulder, and now you're going to remind me of this for the rest of my life. Of course, how could it be otherwise? She smiled broadly. Well, yes, indeed, how could I doubt you? I grinned. You can sleep at my place today, I'll sleep on the couch. Really? She said, feigning surprise. Just don't make a surprised face, you came here expecting this outcome. Well, now you've figured me out, she now pouted mockingly. We looked at each other and, unable to contain ourselves, burst out laughing. Thank you, Ni-san. Then the door opened and we saw Satsuki looking lost. She also stared at us and asked, "Where am I? And what am I doing here?" "You are at our home, and for now you are living here," Kiyomi exclaimed ahead of me. She opened her eyes in surprise and looked at me, asking for clarification. "Kiyomi and I decided that it would be better for you to stay with us until Itachi recovers. We came to an agreement with your father, and you were allowed to stay until your brother returns to duty," I answered more fully. "Don't play poor, it was entirely your idea, I just supported it," said my sister, to which I just rolled my eyes. Satsuki looked at us in disbelief. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she came over and hugged both of us. "Thank you," she said hoarsely, "for being there." We smiled and hugged her too. After standing like that for a minute, Satsuki finally pulled away. "Where will I sleep?" Kiyomi's eyes gleamed unkindly. I have a feeling I won't like what she's about to say. "Well, before you came, Ni-san gave me the bed in his room and I thought I'd lie down here while you were comfortably settled in mine. But you woke up very conveniently, and I can go back to my room. You can settle in here. Ni-san, you won't refuse her, will you?" I was right once again, I didn't like it. Kurama laughed at the subconscious, saying that I was beaten by a 9-year-old girl. "You know that I can't refuse you when you look at me like that and take advantage of it," I said. "Stay Satsuki, I won't mind." They laughed and Satsuki thanked me with another round of hugs. There have been too many of them in my life lately. Why does something terrible have to happen for that to happen? After saying goodbye to the girls, I went to the bathroom. After taking a shower, I went down to the living room, lay down on the sofa and quickly fell asleep. Commentary on Chapter 7. I'd be glad to receive likes and comments, they are very motivating. Chapter 8. Commentary on Chapter 8. I hope you like it. I woke up early as always. I quickly took a shower and started making breakfast. Kushina found me doing this. "Good morning, Naruto." I nodded silently without turning around. "Can we talk?" she asked. I turned to her, letting her know she could talk. "Naruto, I understand that we caused you a lot of pain, and that this cannot be forgiven. I will understand if you continue to ignore me, even though it hurts me to realize this. But I still want to ask you, will you give me a chance to improve? Will you ever be able to forgive me?" I sighed silently. Why did she decide to bring this up now? I was feeling heavy right now, knowing that I couldn't prevent the Uchiha massacre, and I needed to support Satsuki with all my might so that she wouldn't fall into the darkness like Sasuke. Plus, it was early morning, and I wasn't fully awake yet. But I still had to answer. "I don't know if I'll ever be able to forgive you. I'm not sure if I want to forgive you at all. Maybe one day we'll be able to mend our relationship, but you can't hope for complete forgiveness. We'll never be a happy family again. But I can give you a chance. Just like I can give it to Seiji, because it's not his fault that he became such an idiot. That fault lies with you, his parents, who couldn't raise him properly. He might still come to his senses. But Minato is deprived of that chance. I'll never forgive him," I answered coldly. Tears welled up in Kushina's eyes. She truly knew that she didn't deserve his forgiveness, but she was very glad that I gave her and Seiji a chance. She quietly said, "Thank you," and walked out of the kitchen, tears streaming down her face. To be honest, I was also overwhelmed with emotions. For myself, I still decided that my parents are those who sacrificed their lives so that I could survive. Although I only communicated with them for a short time, I sincerely love and respect them. The parents here are strangers to me who treated their child cruelly. I will never accept them, but still, Kushina can count on an even relationship. I also thought a lot about Seiji. Lately, he has also begun to treat me better. I don't know the exact reason, but I hope that he is starting to think for himself and stops repeating after his parents and the villagers. If so, then I am only happy for him and will hope that he will still become my brother, because, as I told Kushina, it is not his fault that he is like this. "Remember the sun, here's a ray," I said to myself when I saw Seiji entering the kitchen. He nodded in greeting and, seeing 3 portions, asked, "And who is the third one for?" He didn't think for a second that it was meant for him. "Satsuki," I answered monosyllabically. "What is she doing here?" he asked in surprise. "She lives until Itachi recovers. Kiyomi and I decided that she shouldn't return to her home yet, especially alone, and we agreed with her father." "Got it. Listen, Naruto, could you help me?" It was my turn to be surprised. What did he just say? Did I hear right? "It's unexpected," I said, "that you would ask for help. I understand that I wasn't the best person towards you before." "That's putting it mildly," I interrupted him and chuckled. "Yes, but now I'm trying to change. And what made you change your mind? I asked. I was genuinely interested. The last mission, he said quietly, and the failed Chunin exam. What happened on the last mission? We came across a missing nin. He wasn't very strong. Kakashi-sensei quickly defeated him. But before that, he simply scattered my entire team. I always considered myself untouchable because I was the son of the Hokage, but this encounter destroyed my beliefs. And I realized that I was weak. I couldn't do anything against him. He simply didn't notice me. And you were able to resist the missing nin who attacked the Uchiha. Yes, not for long, but you were able to, when I couldn't handle a weaker opponent. And I'm asking you for help. Let me train with you and Kiyomi. I feel terrible because I'm asking my younger brother, whom I've always despised, to help me become stronger, but I have no one else to turn to. Kakashi-sensei of course teaches us and tries his best to hammer knowledge and skills into our heads, but now he will have little time for our training, because of the massacre Konoha has weakened and lost a large number of active shinobi, and he will have to leave the village for a long time. Therefore, I ask you, please help me. He quietly finished his heartfelt speech. His speech surprised me and touched something in my soul. Now he reminded me of myself when I asked Jiraiya to train me before the Chunin exam. His words showed that he had finally come to his senses. The only thing that bothers me is that there was a minute gap between Kushina's and Seiji's requests. Apparently he overheard us, heard that I was ready to give him a chance and plucked up the courage to ask for help. To be honest, I was even a little impressed. It's hard to admit your mistakes and ask for forgiveness. Apparently I had been thinking for too long and he had already decided that I would refuse. He was all downcast, his shoulders dropped and he was heading towards the exit of the room when he heard my voice. Do you understand that you will have to work a lot? That you will almost die during training? I said to his back. He looked at me incredulously. After a few seconds he came to his senses, smiled and said, "Yes, I understand and I'm ready for this," he said firmly, looking me in the eyes. "Then let's start today. And may Rakudo help you if you shirk." "Thank you, brother, I will not forget this and will not let you down," Seiji exclaimed joyfully. I nodded to him and turned back to my breakfast, which, due to all this talking, had managed to get badly burnt. "Your mother," I cursed under my breath, throwing out the coals and putting the food on again, but this time for 4. Seiji only smiled happily at this. When the girls entered the kitchen, they couldn't believe their eyes. After all, I was chatting quite peacefully, and even cheerfully, with Seiji, whom I had always hated. There were 2 more servings of food on the table. Having recovered from the shock, they sat down at the table and greeted each other. "What happened between you?" Kiyomi asked immediately. "In short, we made peace, and now he will join us in training," I answered. The answer was definitely not satisfactory and they demanded more details. After hearing the whole story, Kiyomi happily hugged Seiji, which surprised him, but he hugged her back with a happy smile. Satsuki looked at this picture. That means that now a student of the academy will train a genin who graduated from this academy 2 years ago, she said with a sly smile. Seiji blushed and hid his face in his sister's hair, to which she laughed. We joined in her laughter and couldn't calm down for a few more minutes. Finally, after laughing and finishing breakfast, the 4 of us left the house and headed to the training ground. There I started asking questions. "What are your elements?" I asked first. "Earth and water." "I see. I can't help you with the land, but we'll work with the water." "What are your elements?" he asked. "Everything except the earth." I grinned. His eyes widened. Wow. So, now one of the main questions, I interrupted him, do you master the technique of shadow cloning? No. Do you own it? It's forbidden. He continued to be surprised. It's forbidden because many lack the reserves to use it effectively. We are half Uzumaki, so we have no problems with reserves. So, now we start with physical exercises, then I'll teach you clones and explain why it's so important. After that, we'll train water and the body. Understood. Then let's begin. After 4 hours of hard training, we were all exhausted. I took out the food I had bought in advance from the seal, and we ate right there. After a little rest, I began teaching Seiji clones, while I sent a couple dozen to practice techniques and improve control. So we trained until the evening. Satsuki and Kiyomi sparred and also practiced techniques. Seiji hasn't mastered clones yet, but I don't think it will take him long. After training, we split up. Seiji went home to rest, and the 3 of us went to the hospital to visit Itachi. This time, they were letting visitors in, and Satsuki was the first one in. Kiyomi and I decided to give them some time alone. Are you glad that Seiji made peace with us? I asked her. After all, she didn't love me very much. Of course I'm glad about it. Kiyomi immediately answered, I'm glad he came to his senses. But how do you feel about it? After all, it was you who suffered most from him. I don't know, I admitted. On the one hand, I'm glad he pulled himself together and asked for help. On the other hand, it's hard to forget how he treated me and how much I suffered from him. But he can still be understood and forgiven. I just need time to come to terms with it. Everything will be fine, she supported me. I smiled at her gratefully and said nothing. A minute later, a tearful Satsuki came out and invited us in. Kiyomi put a comforting arm around her shoulders and we entered the room. Itachi looked much better than he had after the massacre, but he still looked exhausted. However, despite his appearance, he smiled when he saw us. Hello Naruto, Kiyomi. First of all, I want to thank you. Naruto, you saved my sister, my gratitude to you is invaluable. Just like she told me, you took her in. All I can say is that I am incredibly glad that Satsuki has such friends. You will always be friends of the clan and my friends. If you need anything, I will do my best to help you. We just did what we had to do, and you don't owe us anything, I immediately replied. And yet, you can always count on me. Once I recover, we will continue training. As the head of the clan, I will rarely leave the village from now on. Thank you, Itachi-san. Kiyomi and I answered in unison. How many times have I told you to remove all these suffixes? He said, feigning indignation. I'm not that old, okay Itachi-sensei, I grinned. I don't even know what's worse, he smirked. Let's just stop at Itachi, okay? Okay, it's a deal. We talked for about 10 more minutes, when we were driven out. We said goodbye and promised to come back. After leaving the hospital, we decided to take a walk. After having a bite to eat at Ichiraku, we walked through the evening Konoha, chatting about nothing. 15 minutes later, we reached the Hokage monument. Unfortunately, we had already missed the sunset, but the view of Konoha at night was still stunning. I walked away from the girls a little and jumped onto the fort's head. This was my favorite place to think. Ignoring everything, I just sat and looked at the horizon, remembering my past life. This had happened to me a couple of times since I came to this world, and every time I did, I headed here, onto the head of my father, the man I respect and love with all my heart. I don't know why I was so melancholic, but I couldn't cope with it. All the losses I had experienced came crashing down on me. Neji, Jiraiya, Kakashi-sensei. I mean the moment when Naruto arrived to fight pain. Yes, Kakashi was revived then, but he still had emotions from losing his teacher, my parents. Those I couldn't save. Even Jiraiya, despite the fact that I can't stand him now, was almost like family to me at the time, and it was very painful to lose him. Now I couldn't protect the Uchiha. How many more deaths will there be before everything settles down? And will I ever be able to live a normal life, without adventures, without a hunt declared on me, just live peacefully? My thoughts were interrupted by Kiyomi's arms wrapping around me. I looked at her in surprise. She smiled sadly and asked, "What happened? Why are you crying?" Only now did I realize that tears were flowing from my eyes. I hugged her with one arm and replied, "It's okay, everything's fine, I was just thinking." "We understand that this is not true," said Satsuki, who sat down on the other side of me. "Why don't you want to tell us?" "Someday I will tell you, I promised, but not now. I am not ready yet. Forgive me." Kiyomi squeezed me tighter, and Satsuki nodded understandingly. We sat like that until nightfall. We didn't feel like talking anymore, so we just silently looked into the distance. I came to my senses when Kiyomi fell asleep. Satsuki chuckled. "Did you two agree on this or something?" I said, lifting my sister into my arms. "What are you talking about?" She didn't understand. "I carried you from the hospital yesterday in exactly the same way, now I'm carrying Kiyomi." I explained. She blushed a little. "What? Did you think that you reached our house in your sleep?" I chuckled. "I somehow didn't think about how I ended up with you," she said, embarrassed. "So Kiyomi hasn't teased you yet?" I was surprised. She seemed to have relaxed. "I'll tell you more. Yesterday in the hospital you fell asleep on my shoulder." "I'm sorry." She turned completely red. "Oh, come on, it was even nice," I continued to embarrass her. "So, if you feel like sleeping, I'm always at your service." "Fool," she said, but still smiled. So we reached the house, where Seiji was waiting for us. He was surprised to see my sister in my arms, but he didn't ask any questions. I carried her into the room and laid her on the bed. Quietly closing the door, I went downstairs. "Seiji, can I sleep on the spare futon in your room?" "Satsuki is taking my room," I asked. "Of course, no problem," he answered immediately. "Thank you." After a quick shower, I grabbed a futon and went to Seiji's room. I had never been here before, and it was an exact copy of mine. I spread the futon on the floor and lay down on it. Good night, Naruto. Good night, Seiji. Commentary on Chapter 8. I hope I was able to justify Seiji's change sufficiently. How do you like the reconciliation? I'd be glad to receive likes and comments, they are very motivating. Chapter 9. Commentary on Chapter 9. The chapter is small, transitional. I think the next one will be big, most likely the biggest of those released, so wait. Distribution today. That was the first thought that came to my mind when I woke up. Today, I will finally graduate from this academy and become a genin. Not much has changed in the 3 years since the Uchiha massacre. The 4 of us still train, although Seiji doesn't show up as often anymore. He did become a chunin after all and now goes on missions outside the village quite often. Our relationship has improved and become friendly. I haven't forgotten how he treated Naruto here, but I've forgiven him anyway, and we've become real brothers. As I thought, I couldn't forgive Kushina, but I still feel neutral towards her. She's happy about it, although she's sad that I haven't forgiven her, but she still understands that she doesn't deserve forgiveness. My relationship with Minato hasn't changed, we still ignore each other. The only time I started a dialogue with him was 6 months ago, when I demanded that Kiyomi, Satsuki, and I be assigned to the same team. He agreed almost without argument. I pushed aside the memories of the past years, stood up and did my usual exercises. After a quick shower, I got dressed and went downstairs. Kushina was already in charge there. Good morning, Naruto. Good day, I replied and began to wait for breakfast to be prepared. Who do you think will be your sensei? She decided to support the dialogue. Itachi would be good, he knows our strengths better than we do. Another good option is Kakashi-san, I train with him quite often too. I don't know the others, so I'm hoping for these two, although Itachi is very unlikely, he is the head of the clan after all, he doesn't have time for mentoring. I answered in detail. At that moment, a yawning Kiyomi entered the kitchen. She greeted everyone and sat down at the table, pulling her portion towards herself. After having breakfast in silence, we left the house, hearing Kushina's good luck wishes at the end. On the way, we met Satsuki and the 3 of us headed to the academy. After Itachi recovered, he and Satsuki returned to the Uchiha quarters, but they lived in a different house. They both found it unbearable to be in the clan leader's house, so they took a smaller house, closer to the exit of the quarters. All the surviving Uchiha recovered from the massacre and returned to serve the village. The 3 of us, together with Itachi, managed to prevent Satsuki from falling into darkness. She was not fixated on revenge, like Sasuke, but she still wanted revenge. I did not even try to dissuade her from this, realizing that nothing would work, and simply told her that she could count on my help. She then burst into tears and hugged Kiyomi and me, thanking us warmly. After this incident, our 3 became even closer, although, it would seem, where else? Having reached the academy, we walked to the right classroom, sat at the last desk and began to wait for Iruka. He didn't keep us waiting long, and showed up 10 minutes later. He immediately began congratulating us all on becoming shinobi and wished everyone good luck. Probably. I don't know, I listened to his entire speech, lost in my own thoughts. I woke up from a nudge from Satsuki. I looked at her questioningly, she nodded her head towards Iruka, I nodded understandingly and began to listen to him. Team 7. Uchiha Satsuki, Namikaze Kiyomi, Uzumaki Naruto. Mentor, Kakashi Hatake. Well, that's what I expected. When the distribution was over and we were left alone in the auditorium, I said. Knowing Kakashi, he'll be here in about 3 hours at best, so I suggest we go grab a bite to eat at Ichiraku for now. They nodded in agreement, and the 3 of us headed to the ramen shop. Imagine our surprise when we met our sensei there. So this is where the roads of life led you, Kakashi-sensei, I grinned. He was surprised by our appearance, but chuckled at my phrase. I'm glad to see you too, Naruto. Okay, since you're all here, let's get acquainted here. I already know you, of course, but this is tradition and it must be observed. Then you start, Kakashi-sensei, Kiyomi said while eating ramen. Good. My name is Hatake Kakashi, I am an elite jonin of Konoha. I love to read and I can't stand betrayal. My goal is to make good shinobi out of you. Now you. He pointed at Kiyomi. My name is Namikaze Kiyomi, I love my family and training with my brother and Satsuki. I don't like unreasonable cruelty and arrogance. The goal is to make my loved ones happy. Now you're good, he poked at Satsuki. My name is Uchiha Satsuki, I like tomatoes, my brother and my friends. There are too many things I don't like, so I won't list them. The goal is to avenge the clan and make it great again. I am Uzumaki Naruto, I said without waiting for Kakashi. I love my sister and training with her and Satsuki and of course ramen. I hate hypocrisy. I have a goal and a dream. The goal is to simply live peacefully, the dream is peace in the whole world. Kakashi looked at me in surprise, but said nothing. Okay, now that we've met, we can start doing missions and training. But before that, you'll need to pass a test. Come to the 7th training ground tomorrow at 5 a.m. fully armed. No lateness. And yes, I don't recommend you eat before the test, or you might throw up. That's all. Until tomorrow. He gave us instructions and left the ramen shop. I suggest we gather there tomorrow at 8 a.m., and now we determine the strategy. I began immediately after he left. Are you sure we should come so late? He specifically told us to come on time. Satsuki doubted. This is Kakashi, so I'm sure he won't come before 10. But we'll play it safe and come at 8. And also, I advise you to eat more, you'll throw up, but oh well, at least we'll be full of energy, and I think we'll need as much of it as possible. Okay, Kiyomi answered. Somehow it turned out that I became the unofficial leader of our team. Even Satsuki accepted it. Perhaps it will be better this way, considering my experience as a shinobi in the previous world. We will most likely have a test with bells. We will need to take them from him. But that is not the main thing in this test. He will test our teamwork, so it is good that we have often trained it, so there will be no problems with this and we will definitely pass the test. But it will be better if we can still get the bells. How do you know all this? Satsuki was surprised. Seiji told me how his test went. I don't think he'll change it. I see. Send us to the training ground, we'll practice a little, suggested Kiyomi. We all agreed and, after paying the bill, went to the training ground. We trained there for a few hours, but didn't risk more, since we needed to be fresh and rested tomorrow. After parting ways with Satsuki at the turnoff to the Uchiha quarter, we headed home. I didn't want to contact Kushina right now, so I immediately went to the shower and went to bed. Commentary on Chapter 9. Guys, there were very few reviews for the last 2 chapters. I understand that you shouldn't write them, but I still ask you to give at least some feedback. If you don't like something, write, I'll think about how to fix it. If you like it, then you can just write that everything is cool. This is very important to me. Your reviews really motivate me to make new chapters. I hope you understand me. Sorry for whining. Good luck to everyone. Chapter 10. Commentary on Chapter 10. I promised you a big chapter here, something didn't go right, and in the end it's a little longer than standard. I hope you're not offended by me and you'll like it. Today I woke up a little later than usual. After a quick shower, I went down to the kitchen and met my brother there. Good morning, Seiji, how was the mission? I greeted him and started to prepare breakfast. Good, the mission was standard, nothing interesting, just a regular escort. How are you? Who became the team's mentor? He asked. Kakashi. Yesterday we decided not to wait for him in the classroom and went to Ichiraku, and met him there. We met at the ramen shop. Really? He laughed. Well, that's like him. When did he give you the test? At 5 a.m. He looked at his watch. 6:30. You still have time, he said. I laughed and put the breakfast plates on the table. Seiji nodded his head in thanks and started eating. I went to wake up Kiyomi. After knocking on the door and getting no answer, I entered the room and started shaking her. A minute later she finally deigned to wake up and demanded to leave the room. I grinned and went down to the kitchen. By this time, Seiji had already finished his portion. Thank you Naruto, as always it was delicious, good luck to you today. And I'm going to bed, I'm tired after the mission. With these words he left the kitchen. A couple of minutes later, Kiyomi came in and started having breakfast. After eating, we left the house and headed to the training ground. We arrived there closer to 8. Satsuki wasn't there yet, and Kakashi, by the way, wasn't there either. We sat under a tree and started talking quietly. After 15 minutes, Uchiha came and joined us. I decided to take a little more nap and lay down on the grass. I fell asleep to the quiet voices of the girls. I woke up, judging by the position of the sun, a couple of hours later. I felt some kind of weight on my shoulders. Looking down, I realized that Kiyomi had apparently decided not to dirty her head on the ground and had placed it on my shoulder. Satsuki followed her example and placed her head on my other shoulder. Sighing quietly, I didn't wake them up and just continued to lie there. Half an hour later Kakashi came. Seeing this picture, he smiled and was about to comment on it, but I beat him to it. Not a word, otherwise I'll tell the girls what kind of literature you read, I said threateningly. I just wanted to wake you up. Kakashi immediately began to make excuses. Of course. Okay, let's forget it. Girls, wake up, sensei has arrived. I started to wake them up. They immediately jumped up. Kakashi and I chuckled, and I stood up too. Okay, if everyone is awake, then we can begin. I have 2 bells, your task is to take them, whoever fails will go back to the academy. That is, one of you will definitely go there, but you can fail the test together. You have until 12. You can use whatever you want, attack as if you want to kill me. Start, he commanded, and we immediately disappeared from the clearing, hiding in the trees. We'll act according to yesterday's plan, I said quietly. They nodded and went their separate ways. Okay, I should take action. After waiting a minute, I created several shadow clones, 2 of them I made look like my teammates, sent them to the sides, and rushed head on. The clones impersonating Kiyomi and Satsuki blew out a fireball, strengthened by the wind, while I ran towards Kakashi, drawing my katana on the go. Sensei dodged the ball and took my sword strike on a kunai. I soaked the katana with wind, he ran lightning on the kunai. We began a close fight, while the clones under the henge covered me, throwing iron. At this time, the real Kiyomi was walking around the entire clearing, placing paralysis seals to immobilize Sensei. When the right time came, I jumped high into the air, and circles of FUNN spread across the entire clearing, preventing Kakashi from moving. Satsuki appeared from the bushes and rushed to the ash-haired man to take the bells, but he left as a substitute. Okay, but that's not enough to win, he said. Kiyomi removed the seal and went out into the clearing. Our maneuver failed, so only direct combat remains. The main thing is not to forget that our goal is not to win, but to take the bells. I landed on the ground and Satsuki stood next to me. We looked at each other, exchanged nods and rushed towards Sensei. She activated her 2-volume Sharingan, and we tied Kakashi up in combat. It was incredibly difficult to fight him, which is not surprising. After all, they don't give an elite jonin for pretty eyes, although in his case it was an additional factor. Kiyomi covered us with iron at this time. Realizing that we couldn't take the bells back like that, we jumped away from Kakashi and ran up to Kiyomi. We exchanged glances again and simultaneously started making seals. Kato. Fire Dragon. Sweden. Water Coating. Raiden. Electrification. 3 voices merged into one. The entire ground under Kakashi was covered with water, through which a powerful electric discharge launched by Kiyomi immediately passed. It hit the ash-haired man hard, but he still managed to jump away from Satsuki's Fire Dragon, having first created a dry patch of land with the Doden technique. But the dragon was not needed to harm Kakashi. Flying over the water, it evaporated it, and now a large cloud of steam stood on the training ground. Raiden. Storm Cloud. Futon. Great Impulse. An electrified cloud flew towards Kakashi. He had to go back as a substitute to avoid being hit by this technique. Satsuki quickly realized where he was and threw a kunai with an explosive tag there, marking his location. My sister and I immediately rushed there, creating a clone each. Kakashi expected that we would go into close combat again, but we ran around him and put a seal again, this time to suppress chakra. It did not block the ability to use it, we cannot put such ones yet, but ours significantly complicated its use. Satsuki created a ring of fire around us, so that it would be harder for Kakashi to get out. This time Kiyomi went into close combat while I was preparing the technique. Kakashi noticed my preparations and was already noticeably nervous, realizing what was about to happen. Forming a blue ball of chakra in my hand, I changed into Kiyomi. Because we are twins, we can pull off such a trick, and I hit Kakashi, who was not expecting such a turn of events, with this sphere, shouting, Rasengan. Sensei flew towards Satsuki, who had previously removed the ring from the fire so as not to harm him. He crashed into a tree and before he came to his senses, Uchiha ran up and cut off the bells. She immediately ran up to us. Kakashi rose to his feet with difficulty. Approaching us, he said, "Well done, you beat me." "No, Kakashi-sensei, we defeated at most a weak jonin, not you," I objected. "As you say, but even this is a very good result," Kakashi agreed, "I did not expect such a level from you. Now there is one last question. Satsuki, who will you give the second bell to?" She placed the bells in Kiyomi and me's hands and squeezed them, showing that she had divided the 2 bells between the 3 of us. Interesting decision. Okay, congratulations, you passed the test and now we are officially the 7th team. You understood that this test is about checking teamwork, and you showed a very high level of both coherence and just shinobi skills. Tomorrow, Come to the Hokage's residence at 9 to receive your first mission. Hooray! Kiyomi cried out joyfully, and she grabbed us into Satsuki's arms. We laughed and responded in kind. Having unhooked herself, my sister immediately dragged us to Ichiraku to celebrate the formation of the team. There, old man Tuki, who knew us well, congratulated us and gave us coupons for free ramen. We walked around Konoha until the evening, and only parted ways when it got dark. After saying goodbye to Satsuki, we went home. Kushina and Seiji were waiting for us there, and they immediately started asking us about the test. After the retelling, Seiji started to feign indignation. How come? We couldn't even touch him. He was just reading his book and lazily fighting back with one hand. It's not good to be jealous, brother, I scolded him. He laughed in response. Overall, the evening passed in a fairly relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. But I felt that I would again be attacked by a melancholic mood. Therefore, in order not to spoil the evening for my sister, I apologized, said that I was tired, and after a quick shower, went to the room and went to bed. But after tossing and turning for about an hour and a half, I realized that I wouldn't fall asleep now and got out of bed. I quickly got dressed and jumped out the window so as not to wake the others. I headed to the Hokage monument. When I got there, I sat on my father's head and, looking at the night Konoha, I was lost in my thoughts. I don't know how much time passed, but I woke up to someone's presence next to me. I looked around and was surprised to see Satsuki. I nodded hello and offered to sit next to her. She sat down and also began to look at the village. You can't sleep either? I asked. She nodded. We sat like that for a few minutes until she asked, what's bothering you? I thought about it. Should I tell her? How would she react to it? Having made up my mind, I answered. Remember when we first visited Itachi after the massacre, you asked why I cried? Yes, I remember. You answered back then that you weren't ready to tell. Do you mean that you're ready now? She asked. No, I'm still not ready, but I'll tell you anyway. Just a warning, the story will be long, and you most likely won't believe me at first. I warned. You speak, and then I will decide whether to believe me or not. I chuckled. Then let's start with the funniest news. The thing is, I'm from another world. What? She exclaimed. You're right, I really don't believe it. Explain. As I said, I am from another world, which was similar to this one, but different in some ways. There, I died in battle, and old man Rakudo offered me to be reborn in another world. You know Rakudo Sennin, she exclaimed. I'll tell you more, I am the reincarnation of his youngest son, Ashura. You have some news, she said. Imagine how shocked I was when I found out, I chuckled. I can't even imagine. How did you live there? How did Kiyomi and I live there? It's complicated. The thing is, Kiyomi wasn't there at all, nor was Seiji, I was the only son of dead parents. I said quietly. Dead, she whispered silently. Yes, they died during the Kyuubi's attack on Konoha, they sacrificed their lives so that I could survive. The third returned to the post of Hokage then. I continued sadly. She sat closer and put her arm around me in support. I nodded gratefully and hugged her back. I grew up in an orphanage where everyone hated me. They didn't tell me who my parents were, but somehow everyone found out that I was the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox. After 6 years, I entered the academy, where I was the worst student. I was constantly doing all sorts of nasty things, just to be noticed. But this only earned me even more hatred from the residents. I failed the genin exam, and then a traitorous teacher found me and asked me to steal a secret scroll with the Hokage's techniques. From it, I learned shadow clones, which became my signature technique. After that, I was finally allowed to become a genin. It's terrible, she said, people shouldn't live like this, especially children. Yeah, however, after graduating from the academy, the happiest time of my life began. That's when I found my first friend. It was you, or rather, not exactly you, but your version from my world, Uchiha Sasuke. What? She was surprised for the umpteenth time that evening. In my world, you were a boy named Sasuke. I smirked. She moaned softly. What was Itachi like? She asked. Things are really bad here. The thing is, Itachi was the one who slaughtered the Uchiha clan, leaving only Sasuke alive. What? She said in shock. But how? Itachi would never. Sasuke hated his brother and swore revenge, which he succeeded in, but he himself became a missing nin, since he became Orochimaru's student. As it turned out later, the Uchiha clan was planning a coup, and the elders gave Itachi a choice. Either he would kill his clan but leave Sasuke alive, or they would kill everyone themselves. Itachi loved his brother too much, and he could not allow him to be killed. I can't believe it. How did this happen? Why did the Uchiha want to start a coup? She still didn't believe it. During Kurama's attack, many saw the Sharingan glowing in his eyes. It was controlled by one of the Uchiha, so they began to distrust them and were deprived of their rights in every possible way. They could not tolerate this. We sat on the Hokage monument for a long time. I told her the story of my life. She was surprised, sympathized and tried to provide all kinds of support, seeing how hard it was for me to tell it. I told her everything, about the Chunin exam, about Tsunade, about Akatsuki, about Sasuke leaving, about how I found out who my parents were, about Pain, Obito, Madara and Kagaya. The whole story took me half the night. By the end of the retelling of my life, Satsuki was sitting with a tear-stained face, clinging to me. I tried to comfort her, but it was very difficult for me to relive all these moments. And so, having died in battle with Kagaya, I ended up here. I finished. It's terrible, she said, you've had a terrible life. But now I have a wonderful one, I said, I'm not alone, I have you, Imouto, and Seiji. We will try to prevent all this from happening, she said firmly, this cannot be allowed. We will become stronger and defeat everyone. Of course we will win, there is no doubt about that. I smiled slightly. I hope so, she said quietly. Thank you. For what? I was surprised. For opening up. For trusting. For not letting me fall into darkness. For being there, she answered. I smiled and hugged her tighter. After sitting like that for a minute, I realized that Satsuki had fallen asleep. I continued to look at Konoha, wondering if I had done the right thing by telling her everything. I think so, Kurama suddenly answered. You needed to speak out, you kept everything inside for too long. Of course, I don't trust the Uchihas and if I were you, I would tell your sister everything, but this is your choice, and I respect it. Thank you, friend, I said mentally, for everything. Just let's do it without any tenderness, okay? Please. Kurama moaned. Hey, now I know what to scare you with, I chuckled. Your mother, just try. Kuramochika, my dear, thank you for everything, you are the most precious thing for. No. I laughed quietly. Without him, my life would be too boring. It was time to go home, but I didn't want to go there at all, it was so comfortable to sit here. And I shouldn't forget about Satsuki in my arms. Why not? I created a clone, who quickly ran home and brought a blanket. He covered me and Satsuki and dispersed with the words, have a good rest, boss. I chuckled and fell asleep a few minutes later with a smile on my face. Commentary on Chapter 10. Do you think it was worth telling all this? I'd be glad to receive likes and comments. Chapter 11. Commentary on Chapter 11. If you find any errors, then I apologize, I try to check, but I may miss something. I woke up to Satsuki tossing and turning. Looking down, I saw that she was still asleep, her arms wrapped around me. It looked so cute, and I chuckled, hugging her close. The sun was just rising, so I hadn't slept much, but I felt rested. I thought about it once again, this time about my own strength level. I am definitely much stronger than I was at this age in my world, but it is definitely not enough to stand up to Akatsuki. Kurama, what's the status of the Biju Chakra? I asked mentally, re-establishing the communication channel. As I told you, your maximum now is 5 tails, but I do not advise you to let it go that far. For you now, the best option is 4 tails, they will hardly harm your body. The fox answered me. Got it, according to your predictions, when will I be able to activate the cloak? 2 years. There's not much longer to wait. I hope I'll have time to recover my strength before Akatsuki takes a serious interest in me. Kurama snorted in agreement and fell asleep again. Just then, Satsuki began to wake up. Good morning, I chuckled. Naruto, what are you doing here? She didn't fully wake up. However, when she opened her eyes, she stared at my grin and looked around the area. Yesterday you finally decided to take advantage of my offer from 3 years ago and fell asleep in my arms, I continued to smile. She immediately jumped up with a blush on her cheeks. Couldn't you take me home? She was indignant. No, I was too lazy, I continued to tease her, and when else will I have a chance to fall asleep hugging a beautiful girl in nature? Fool, she said quietly, blushing even more. That's the whole point of girls, I said, pretending to be offended. You compliment them, and they call you names in response. She smirked. I actually gave you a compliment back. Your problem is that you didn't understand. If I stop communicating with you after this, who will carry you in their arms? I asked threateningly. I'll somehow survive, replied this impudent person. Well, that's it, this is war. I flew up to her at maximum speed and started tickling her. She didn't have time to react and fell to the ground, laughing loudly. Stop it, you idiot, she begged. I just laughed in response. After a minute I finally took pity, finished the execution and gave her my hand, helping her to rise. She stood up and, having caught her breath and become serious, asked, "Does Kiyomi know about your past?" "No, you're the first one I told," I answered. "Why me? Why not her?" She was surprised. "Kurama is asking the same question." I chuckled. "If Imoto had found me yesterday, I would have told her. I trust you equally." "Okay, when are you planning to tell her?" "I don't even know, I definitely can't stand another evening of memories in the near future. It's too painful to relive it. But I have to tell her. And Seiji is not here. I didn't plan to tell him." "I understand," she said, came up to me and hugged me. "Thank you again for your trust, I really appreciate it." After standing like that for a minute, we pulled away from each other. "Do you want to go home now?" "Not good. Then I suggest we get some food and go to the training ground to wait for the time Kakashi has appointed." "I don't mind," she said and suddenly shuddered. "What's wrong?" I was surprised. I imagined what would happen if your sister saw us. Indeed, it is a terrible picture. She would definitely not leave us alone. She reminded me of that incident with you in the hospital for more than 6 months. I shuddered. Talking, we reached the newly opened Ichiraku, ate there quickly and went to the training ground. I didn't feel like training, so we sat under a tree on the shore of a small lake and continued discussing my past life. "Listen, you said you evicted the soul of the local Naruto. What happened to it?" she asked. "This is the reason why I will never forgive the local Minato and Kushina." I frowned. The local Naruto could not stand everyone's hatred. He was going to commit suicide. Satsuki opened her eyes in shock. Old man Rakudo made him an offer similar to mine, and now he too is traveling the worlds. I sincerely hope that everything worked out well for him. So if it weren't for you, Naruto would be dead. She still couldn't believe it. This is true. Satsuki wanted to say something else, but she was interrupted by the appearance of Kiyomi, who landed not far from us. She looked very angry. "Good morning, Imouto. What happened?" I asked with interest. "What happened?" she asked quietly. Goosebumps ran down my body. And judging by the look on Satsuki's face, I wasn't the only one. "What happened?" she repeated much louder. "Uzumaki. Naruto. Where have you?" I tried to justify myself. "Why didn't you warn me that you were going somewhere?" Kiyomi interrupted me. "Do you even have any idea how worried I was when I saw the empty room and the open window? What I imagined while I was looking for you?" "Kiyomi, and it turns out that while I, like a fool, was running around the entire village looking for my missing brother, he just sat and chatted the whole time." "Imoto, listen, I couldn't sleep, so I went out to get some air. And I accidentally fell asleep on the Hokage monument. Satsuki found me there in the morning. I don't know what she was doing there, but she woke me up and we came here and now we're chatting. It's my fault that I didn't think that you would worry and I apologize for that." Kiyomi calmed down a little and sat down next to us. "Okay, I'll forgive you this time, but just try to pull that off again without warning. The second coming of the fox will seem like heaven to you." "Sometimes Kiyomi scares the hell out of me," Satsuki whispered quietly into my ear. I nodded in agreement. "I hear everything," said the sister and we shuddered. "Okay, we are already late for the residence, so I suggest we go." We were really late, so we quickly got up and hurried to the residence. We arrived an hour after the appointed time, at the same time as Kakashi, by the way. Satsuki and Kiyomi definitely caught this habit from me and Sensei. Entering the residence, we went into the Hokage's office. "Team number 7 has arrived to receive the mission," Kakashi reported. So it turns out that now we will receive her. "Okay, your first D-rank mission is helping with the weeding of the garden," Minato said. "Oh yeah, that's it. Weeding the gardens, it's hard to imagine how much I missed you during the war. Just monotonous work, where you can calm your nerves and think about your own. Beautiful. Hi." So 2 months passed. We carried out D-rank missions, almost always sending clones on them. During this time, we were intensively training with Kakashi. As for me, I was secretly practicing a new technique. I always envied Sasuke with his Chidori. Now I have an analog that suits me better. Why secretly? Because I wanted to. Well, and also because it is always worth having an ace up your sleeve. Considering that now we have a mission to capture Tora, the devil cat of the daimyo's wife, I will soon have a meeting with Zabuza, if it happens in this world at all, and I feel there will be a need for a new technique there. D rank mission completed, ready to carry out the next one. Please issue a C rank mission, my students are ready. Kakashi asked. Are you sure? The Hokage asked. Absolutely, our sensei said firmly. Okay, then bring Tazuna here. You'll have a C rank mission to escort and protect him. Satsuki and I exchanged glances. A drunk old man entered the office. He looked at us and became indignant. And they will protect me. They are children. He was about to say something else, but the kunai near his throat stopped him. I got tired of listening to him, and quickly moved behind him, holding the aforementioned kunai. We may look like children, but age is not an indicator in our world. Our sensei was already a jonin at our age. So I suggest we stop complaining and start the mission. I said in a quiet, calm voice and put away the kunai. Tazuna swallowed and looked at me nervously. He didn't notice me return to my place. Naruto, you can't treat customers like that. Minato was indignant. I apologize, Hokage-sama, but this was the fastest way to prove our competence. I answered in the same calm voice. I also apologize to you, Tazuna-san, I hope you are not offended by me. Okay, if you're done, then you have an hour to get ready, meet us at the main gate. Disperse, Kakashi commanded. My sister and I quickly ran home, told Kushina that we had a mission outside the village, and ran to get ready. I had long ago prepared scrolls with everything necessary for such an event, so it didn't take long to get ready. Half an hour later, we were already standing at the gates and waiting for the others. Another half hour later, the others arrived and we left the village. Thus began our mission in the land of waves. We had been walking for several days. I am glad that after my speech Tazuna stopped drinking. Apparently I made an impression on him. Mostly we just talked, not forgetting to look around. And finally a puddle with demon brothers appeared. I decided not to wait for them to get out, quickly made seals and said, Raiden. Thunder Spear. A powerful bolt of lightning flew out of my hand and hit the puddle. Two missing nin immediately appeared from it, and managed to jump away, but Satsuki immediately met them, sending them into genjutsu with her gaze. Well done, you spotted the ambush, praised the surprised Kakashi. And now it seems to me that you, Tazuna-san, should answer us a couple of questions. He started talking about Gato and how little money they had. I had heard all of this before, so I didn't really listen. He started playing on his pity, and Kiyomi wanted to help him. I didn't mind, because I wanted to fight Haku. Satsuki also agreed, and we continued on with the mission. A day later we reached the river, and a very nervous boatman agreed to take us across. We crossed the river and I became even more attentive. Zabuza did not keep us waiting long. Get down, Kakashi shouted and we all fell to the ground. I had to knock down the bridge builder as well. A huge sword flew over us and stuck into a tree. A tall man, dressed only in pants, landed on the long handle. The lower half of his face was bandaged. Well, Zabuza Momochi himself, the famous demon of the bloody mist, said Kakashi. Does Hatake Kakashi, known as the copy ninja, know my name? I'm flattered. Give the old man back, and I won't touch your children. Sorry, but I have to refuse you. Sensei said politely, raising his hitai. We were not surprised to see the Sharingan there. He had already shown it to us. Well, if not, then no, it's my job to suggest. Zabuza grinned, then I think we can get down to business. Sweden. Concealment in the mist. The entire clearing was covered in thick fog. Do not engage in combat, Kakashi commanded, this is not your level. Protect Tazuna-san. We surrounded the trembling old man. A heavy yaki, just to be clear, it's a killing intent, fell on us. I didn't care about it, after Kurama's yaki, it doesn't affect me at all. Zabuza appeared right behind us, from Kiyomi's side, and struck with his sword. I managed to react and, taking out my katana and running lightning through it, filling my body with a large amount of chakra, blocked the strike. But my feet still pressed into the ground. I deflected Decapitator to the side and struck with my katana. Zabuza dodged and was about to strike again, but Kakashi had already caught up with him and a fight broke out between them. There really was nothing for us to do there, it was happening at speeds that were completely impossible for us. But everything happened just like last time and Zabuza locked Kakashi in a water prison and put a water clone in front of us. Take Tazuna away, Sensei ordered. Of course, we didn't listen to him and tried to free him. Kato. Fire Dragon. Futon. Vacuum Bullets. Satsuki and I launched a technique at the original Zabuza, who had to let go of Kakashi to avoid being fried. The ash-haired one himself was not affected by the technique. He got out of the trap and looked angrily at Zabuza. They began to compete in the strength of techniques and Kakashi was able to defeat him. During the battle, the mist demon was carried closer to us and while he was unable to respond, I rushed to finish him off. But then Tsusenban flew at his neck and Haku appeared next to him. Thanks for wearing him out. I've been hunting him for a long time. He thanked. I sat down next to Zabuza and checked his pulse. There was none. You are an Oinin, aren't you? I asked. That's right, now I'll ask you to step aside, I need to pick up the body. I moved away a little and when he turned his back to me, I struck with the katana. Haku managed to dodge and jumped away. At that moment, Kakashi finally collapsed from exhaustion. Naruto, what are you doing? Kiyomi screamed. If he was a true Oinin, he would have destroyed the body on the spot instead of trying to take it. So we have Zabuza's accomplice before us, I replied, glaring at Haku. Congratulations, you've figured me out. Now you'll have to die. Kiyomi, protect Tazuna-san. Satsuki, take care of sensei. I'll deal with him, I told my teammates. They nodded. In vain, you could use some help from your friends, said Haku. Hyoten. 1,000 deadly ice needles. A stream of ice and bond flew at me. Fuinpo. Barrier, I said, folding the seals, and a wall of green energy appeared in front of me. As soon as the flow of needles ended, I removed the barrier and rushed towards Haku. We began a fight in Tai, in which I was superior to him. Realizing that he was losing, he jumped back. Hyoten. Dome of demonic mirrors. A familiar dome appeared around me. He immediately entered one of the ice mirrors. He began to move between them at great speed, sending a rain of Senbon. However, I managed to block or dodge them. Finally, he stopped. You're not bad, since you managed to hold out for so long without getting wounded, he decided to praise me. You shouldn't have stopped, I grinned. The time had come. The technique began to form in my hand, lightning crackled. Finally, I finished and had a clot of purple lightning in my hand. I struck the mirror with a scream. Shiden. The mirror shattered into pieces and I came out of the dome. Haku came out of the mirror. Impressive technique. She was able to break the demonic mirror, which was something that few could do. I'm glad you liked it, I answered kindly. I raised my hand, in which lightning was still dancing, and said, Shiden Iso. A beam of purple lightning shot out from my hand. Haku managed to dodge it, but I began to use the beam like a sword. He couldn't block the blow, so he had to dodge it. After a minute of dancing, I managed to touch him. I passed the beam over his shoulder, but it was enough for him to lose his mobility and fall, shaking with convulsions. I dispelled the technique and sat down next to him. I have failed Zabuza-san. Kill me, I have proven to be a poor quality weapon. Haku said heavily. I nodded and plunged the kunai into his heart. Rest in peace, Haku. I said quietly, standing up. Then I walked up to Zabuza and finished him off. After creating several clones that started digging graves, I approached the girls. Kiyomi looked at me in shock, while Satsuki nodded understandingly. Tazuna-san, do you have a place where we can rest? Kakashi-sensei is chakra depleted, and I, frankly, am very tired. Yes, of course, the old man spoke quickly. My house, it's a 10-minute walk from here. Let's go, I'll show you the way. Kiyomi created several clones that carried Kakashi. I nodded gratefully, I myself am not in a condition to carry him now. She came up and wanted to say something, but I beat her to it. Imoto, I understand that you want to talk, but let's talk when I've rested and come to my senses, please. I asked. Okay, just answer one question. Was it necessary to kill? She said quietly. Unfortunately, under the circumstances, yes, definitely. If not now, then later they would have died anyway. Ask Satsuki why, she knows. I said, should I tell you everything? Uchiha asked. Yes, I think it's time. I hope to wake up just by the end of the story. I answered, are you hiding something from me? Kiyomi was surprised. Tell me, not here, in the house and under the barrier of silence, agreed. I asked her, okay. She resigned herself to the fact that now she wouldn't find out anything. We walked the rest of the way in silence. Finally, we stood in front of Tazuna's door. A beautiful woman with long dark hair opened the door for us. Father, you're back. Hello Tsunami, you can put these young people down, they are very tired, but they saved my life. Oh, of course, come in. I'll put you in my husband's room. She fussed. We went upstairs, she showed me the room. Entering there, I fell on the bed and, without undressing, fell asleep right away. Commentary on Chapter 11. Zabuza and Kakashi's fight went almost like in canon, I didn't see the point in describing it in detail. The prototype of the techniques was Shiden Kakashi from Boruto and the spear Chidori. I'm not a very eloquent person and I can't do Naruto therapy, so let's assume that participating in the war and being reborn made Naruto tougher towards his enemies, okay. I'd be glad to receive likes and comments, they are very motivating. Chapter 12. Commentary on Chapter 12. I hope you like it. I woke up suddenly, because someone fell on me. I opened my eyes and saw Kiyomi crying on my shoulder. I sighed and hugged her tightly. Satsuki was standing at the entrance to the room. She answered the question asked with a nod. I sighed again and began to calm my sister down. After about 10 minutes she calmed down a little and pulled away from me. How did you survive in such conditions? How did you not break down? She asked first. I don't know myself, to be honest. Probably, only thanks to Uzumaki's stubbornness I was able to not break down and because of the goal I had set. I answered. Do you still want to become Hokage? No way. I don't want to become Hokage. I just want to live in peace, and with this position I definitely won't see any peace. I chuckled. I began to admire you even more, she admitted. I honestly thought that you would be angry with me because I am not the brother you fell in love with. She hit me on the head with her fist. Don't talk nonsense. You're my brother and I won't accept any objections. I can only thank you for saving the soul of the Naruto here. She said and pressed herself against me again. I sighed in relief. I was really worried about this. After some time, I was finally able to get out of bed. How is Kakashi-sensei? And how long did I sleep anyway? Sensei is still unconscious, but he is recovering. You slept for 9 hours. My sister answered me. Good. We won't have a second fight, so we'll train ourselves until Kakashi recovers. We just need to decide something about Gato. I think he'll come after us himself with a horde of bandits, like last time. Or we can visit them ourselves, Kurama grinned in his subconscious. You read my mind, I answered him mentally. Kiyomi and I went downstairs where Satsuki and Tsunami were waiting for us. There was already food on the table. I thanked the woman and started eating. What are we going to do today? Uchiha asked. I'll send clones to the bridge to protect Tazuna-san, and we'll train ourselves. By the way, what kind of technique did you use yesterday? I've never seen anything like it. This is my version of Chidori. I answered. The power of Chidori is in the speed of the strike. Shiden is the same Chidori, but overfilled with chakra. Because of the amount of chakra, the lightning turns purple. And because of this, it does not need too much speed. Of course, the higher the speed, the better, but the main thing is the power of the strike. But few have a chance to master such a technique. I was able to because I am a Jinchuriki with a huge reserve of chakra. It is better for you, Satsuki, to learn Chidori. Kiyomi, you can potentially master Shiden, thanks to the Uzumaki genes, but you will be enough for 3 techniques at most, so I do not advise it either. I finished. I understand. What are we going to train? I think it's time for the Rasengan and Chidori, I smirked. I didn't let them teach them before, because they weren't ready yet. Kiyomi, I'll teach you the Rasengan, but you, Satsuki, will have to do something else until Kakashi-sensei wakes up. We finished eating and went to the backyard of the house. I took out the pre-prepared water balls from the scroll. So, the first stage of mastering the Rasengan is rotation. You have to make the water rotate so that the balloon bursts, I said, bursting the balloon with one hand. I was finally able to master creating the Rasengan with one hand. Got it, said Kiyomi and started training. I started meditating. So a week passed. Kakashi came to his senses and began and at Satsuki's request, began to teach her Chidori. Kiyomi was stuck on the second stage of the Rasengan. I mostly meditated, improving control. One day I approached Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, you understand that Gato won't leave all this so easily. I understand that, but what are you proposing? The sensei asked. I suggest paying him a courtesy visit and explaining why what he's doing is bad. I suggest not taking the girls, they're not ready to kill yet. Are you ready? The ash-haired man was surprised. We told you how the clash with Zabuza ended. Yes indeed, I forgot. Overall the idea is not bad, and I agree with it, but are you sure you can handle it? Yes, I'm sure. Okay, then we'll set out tonight, Kakashi concluded and went to his room. That night we met up at Tazuna's house and went to Gato. He lived in a large mansion not far from the village. We quickly reached him, quietly neutralized the guards and entered the house. We walked around the mansion, killing every bandit that got in our way. Finally, we reached Gato's quarters. Kakashi entered first, not hiding at all. Who are you? How did the security let you in? Your guards are no good, they can't do anything anymore, Kakashi smiled kindly, as it seemed to him, with his eyes. What? I don't believe it. Security. The shorty immediately squealed. No need, they won't hear you anyway, I said, standing behind him. He immediately jumped back in surprise. What do you want? I'll give you anything you want. He began to wail. I'm not interested, Kakashi said calmly and cut his throat. It's time to go back, I said, to which he nodded. The next morning was significant for every inhabitant of this village. After all, it was on this day that they were freed from the oppression of Gato. Did you do this? Satsuki asked immediately when she heard the news. Yes, Kakashi-sensei and I didn't hide it. Why without us? Kiyomi was indignant. And could you kill without hesitation? I answered a question with a question. They only lowered their heads in response. That's what I'm saying. This conversation was overheard by Inari, Tezuna's grandson, and as a result, the entire village immediately learned who the heroes of the village were. As a result, when the bridge was finished, they wanted to call it the Hitaki Uzumaki Bridge, which I opposed, saying that there were more than just the two of us involved in the mission. As a result, the bridge was named after Team 7, which we were all more than happy about. The way back to Konoha took much less time, because we didn't have the old man with us, and we could safely go along the upper paths. Once in the village, we split up. Kakashi went to hand in his mission report, and we went home. The first thing I did was take a shower, while Kiyomi described the mission to her mother and Seiji. When I came down, Kushina immediately ran up to me and hugged me. Never take such a risk, she said. You could have died in the battle with that ice ninja. If I were not confident of my victory, I would not have entered the battle, I answered calmly. I can't convince you, can I? Kushina sighed, moving away. Yes. Then just promise to be careful, she asked. Okay, I'll be careful, I promised. Seiji came to replace Kushina. Listen, show me that purple lightning technique. My brother asked right away. I sighed and held out my hand. Purple lightning started dancing on it. Seiji's eyes widened. Wow, what's more powerful, Shiden or Rasengan? Interesting question, I haven't checked. I'll have to compare. Thanks for the idea. You are welcome. He smiled and we all sat down to eat. Minato, fortunately, was not there, so there was a cheerful atmosphere at the table. I finished eating first and, having said goodbye to everyone, went to my room. I was tired after a long mission, and wanted to sleep. So, having fallen onto the bed, I fell asleep almost immediately. Another month passed. We, our clones, often went on D-rank missions, occasionally took C rank. The lion's share of our time was taken up by training. I tried to create something like Chidori Nagashi, but based on Shiden. It didn't work out so well, but I didn't give up. In addition, Kurama pleased me with the news that I can now use 6 tails. Now we are standing on the bridge and waiting for Kakashi. To our surprise, he was almost not late. Hello everyone. So, straight to the point. Soon in our village there will be an exam for Chunin and I recommended you to take it. It is purely voluntary. If someone does not want to, they can refuse. If you want, I will give you registration forms. We're participating, the 3 of us said in unison. I didn't doubt you, Kakashi smiled. Here you go, fill it out and bring it to the academy tomorrow by 9 a.m. The exam starts at 10. Good luck to everyone, he said and disappeared. We exchanged glances. As I understand it, the question of whether we participate or not is not even being considered, I said. You think it's right, Satsuki answered me. Send me to the training ground, I'll tell you in more detail what happened at my exam. I called them and ran towards our training ground. The girls followed me. Already at the training ground, I set up a barrier of silence and began my story. So, there are 3 stages in the exam. The first is a written test of theoretical knowledge, as we are told. In reality, it tests the ability to obtain information and determination. The most important thing is to agree to answer question 10 and not get caught cheating before the question is asked. In general, that's all. The first stage shouldn't cause any difficulties, which cannot be said about the second. The second stage is a survival test in the Forest of Death. Each team will be given one of 2 scrolls, Earth or Sky. The goal is to collect both and get to the tower in the center of the training ground with them. This is where we met Orochimaru. Let's hope that we are lucky in this world and the snake won't be interested in us. If too many people pass the second stage, they will announce an intermediate one. These are random one-on-one fights. The third stage will be in a month, there will be a tournament. I think that's all. I finished my long speech. It seems like everything is bearable, as long as Orochimaru isn't there, said Kiyomi. Yeah, I suggest not training today, but just resting and gathering strength before the exam, I suggested. I'm not against it in general, Satsuki answered. What are we going to do? We can go to Ichiraku now and then take a walk, Kiyomi suggested. We agreed to the plan and went to the ramen shop. After eating there, we simply started walking around the village. And we came across an interesting picture. Kankuro, grabbing some child by the scruff of the neck, was forcing him to apologize. We came closer, and I stood up for the boy. Let the boy go, I said calmly. I don't think you want to leave the exam just because you couldn't control your anger. Let him apologize first, and then I'll let him go, Kankuro continued. I don't understand, is he stupid or pretending? Kankuro, let go of the child. A cold voice came from behind him, which I easily recognized. Gaara, I apologize for my stupid brother, you can be sure that he will be punished. It's nice to see a reasonable person, your apology is accepted, I replied. Kurama chuckled in his subconscious, and I understand him well. At this age, Gaara could hardly be called reasonable. Okay, so I understand you are also taking part in the exam? Asked the red-haired man. Yes, Kiyomi answered shortly. Gaara turned his gaze to her and held it there for a moment. Then see you there, I hope you are worthy opponents. Gaara finished the conversation. Tamari, Kankuro, let's go, Uncle Yashimaru is waiting for us. What? Yashimaru? Shouldn't he be dead? Apparently, in this world, the fourth Casecage decided not to break his own son's psyche. And judging by the lack of circles under his eyes, either Shukaku doesn't bother him, or they put a better seal on him. Well, maybe then he won't have to be re-educated. The sand team said goodbye to us and went on while we stood there and didn't understand anything. Finally, having come to our senses, we went on. After walking the whole evening, we went home. The next day, at 9 a.m., we were already standing in the academy, ready for the exam. After handing in the form, we headed to room 302. Noticing the crowd on the second floor, we simply walked past. The fewer people in the right room, the better. Kakashi was standing in front of the entrance. It's good that the three of you came here. If someone had refused, the whole team wouldn't have been able to pass, but since you're here, I wish you luck. I'm sure you'll manage. Kakashi gave his last parting words and disappeared. We looked at each other and entered the classroom. There were many genin of all ages inside. Our classmates immediately came up to us. Hello everyone, greeted Kiyomi, are you all here too? It looks like our entire class has gathered, Shikamaru said. I'm glad to see you, Choji said. Our team mostly communicated with each other, so we didn't have any friends among our classmates, at most acquaintances. We are also glad to see you, answered Kiyomi. At that moment Kabuto came up to us. It took a lot of effort not to rush at him right then, because he could be a spy for Orochimaru. Judging by the girls' faces, we had the same thoughts. I wouldn't advise standing out like that. You're here for the first time, and you don't know the rules yet. If you want, I can share some information. I have special cards with information about the tournament participants. Can you look at Uzumaki Naruto? Shikamaru suddenly asked. I looked at him in surprise. Kabuto was already reaching for the deck when I interrupted him. No need, I said quietly. Kabuto looked at me. I don't want anyone to know about my abilities ahead of time, I explained. He nodded understandingly and put the deck away. At that moment, the examiners entered the auditorium. Everyone, take your seats. Ibiki commanded. My name is Morino Ibiki, and I am the examiner for the first stage of the Chunin exam. Listen carefully, I will not repeat myself. You are now being given sheets of paper with assignments. You are not allowed to turn the sheets over until I give the command. You have 10 points. If you do not answer or answer a question, then 0 is deducted from you. If you answered correctly, then 0 remains. For a detected attempt to cheat, 2 points are deducted from you. As soon as someone has 0 points left, they are disqualified along with their team. You are given 1 hour to complete the assignments. 15 minutes before the end of the appointed time, I will announce the 10th question. That's all. Let's begin. I turned the sheet over and looked at the assignments. They were surprisingly simple. I quickly completed all the assignments and began to simply draw on the back of the sheet. When Ibiki announced that there were 15 minutes left, I had managed to draw Madara, Hashirama, Sasuke, and Obito. So, there are 15 minutes left, and I am ready to announce the last question. However, there are special rules for this question. You can refuse to answer this question, then you and your team will be disqualified. But if you agree to answer and the answer is incorrect, then you will never be allowed to take the Chunin exam again. You have 1 minute to choose. Decide. I looked at Satsuki and Kiyomi and nodded to them. They nodded back and continued to sit. People started to leave the auditorium. I didn't inspire anyone this time, so there were more people than in my world. When all the doubters left the auditorium, Ibiki smiled. So, the rest have passed. The questions and explanations began, which I listened to. I woke up when Anko flew in through the window and announced that the second stage would take place tomorrow in the Forest of Death. When all this was over, I left the academy with the team, and we went home, deciding to rest again today. Kiyomi and I were walking down the street when we were caught up by a man whom I certainly didn't expect to see so soon. Hello, yesterday you seemed like nice people to me, and I decided, why not get acquainted? My name is Sobaku no Gara, son of the fourth Kazekage. Yes, it was Gara. I was, to put it mildly, shocked by his behavior, but quickly came to my senses. Nice to meet you, I'm Uzumaki Naruto, and this is Namikaze Kiyomi, my sister. You are the Hokage's children. Unexpected. But why don't you bear your father's last name, Naruto? He was surprised. There are reasons for that I would prefer to keep to myself, I answered evasively. He nodded understandingly and changed the subject. If you're not busy, could you show me around the village? We can get to know each other better at the same time, Gara suggested. Of course, why not? Kiyomi answered cheerfully. We gave him a tour of the village. He turned out to be a surprisingly pleasant conversationalist, with whom you can talk about a variety of topics. We exchanged several funny stories from missions and beyond. In general, we had a pleasant time. However, with the onset of darkness, we were forced to disperse. Thank you for this day, I had a very pleasant time, said Gara. Likewise, answered Kiyomi, I hope we can have a walk like this again. Yes, that would be nice, he admitted. I have to take my leave, see you at the exam, he said goodbye and went towards the guest houses. What do you think about him? I asked my sister. A very nice person, I would like to talk to him more, said Kiyomi, did you like it? I teased her. No way, she snorted. Well, so I believed you. I chuckled and ran ahead until she came to her senses and chased after me. A second later, angry screams were heard behind me, and I ran even faster. So we ran to the house. Luckily, Kiyomi had already calmed down, so she just poked me painfully in the side. Entering inside, we met Kushina. You took a long time. How did the exam go? She asked. We've made it to the second stage, I replied. Congratulations, she rejoiced. Come on, go to the table, tell me everything. Having quickly sat down, we began to recount the events of the exam to Kushina and Seiji, who had come up. They listened to us with interest. It turned out that my brother's exam was a little different. They didn't have such a 10th question and they were only tested on their ability to obtain information. After eating and talking, we went to our rooms. Lying in bed I asked myself, Kurama, have you contacted Shukaku? Yes, he answered monosyllabically. And how? I asked for details. Honestly, I'm shocked. He's adequate here. I was able to talk to him normally. This Gara's seal is crap, but Shukaku has been in contact with him for a long time and they have mutually beneficial cooperation. That's unexpected, I said mentally, so we can't expect a furious Jinchuriki in the middle of the village. If he himself does not want to destroy the village, then yes, we cannot wait, answered the fox. Good news, I concluded. Okay, enough thinking. Tomorrow is going to be a tough day. With these thoughts I fell asleep. Commentary on Chapter 12. I decided to make Gara and Shukaku adequate. Let's see what comes of it. I'd be glad to receive likes and comments, they are very motivating. Chapter 13. For some reason, it was very hard for me to wake up today. I lay there for about 15 minutes before I finally got up from my bed. After a quick shower, I went downstairs and started making breakfast. Over the 5 years I've spent in this world, this action has become almost a reflex. Kushina usually wakes up late, so I almost always make breakfast. And as always, when I put out the plates, Kiyomi comes down. She either senses when the food is ready, or specifically waits for the right time. Good morning, she greeted, sitting down at the table. Good morning, I replied, are you ready for the Forest of Death? You can't be prepared for something like this, she tried to joke, but it didn't work out well. I seem to be prepared, but I'm still nervous. It's normal, the main thing is to get together on the spot and everything will be fine. We are the strongest team, we will easily pass this stage. I began to calm my sister. I hope so, she smiled and started eating. After breakfast, we headed to training ground number 44. On the way we met Satsuki. Hello, she greeted. Hi, You have no idea what happened yesterday. Kiyomi immediately began to describe our walk with Gaara. So, here Gaara is a completely adequate and very pleasant person, in your words. Satsuki didn't believe it. That's right, and I can explain why. I answered her. Kurama was able to contact the one-tailed one yesterday, who turned out to be sane here and didn't pressure Gaara like in my world. And his father here isn't such an asshole. As a result, Gaara and Shukaku's relationship is similar to mine with Kurama. You can't even imagine how ambiguous that sounded, the fox groaned in his subconscious. At the same time, Kiyomi said the same phrase. Well, I'm not the only one who thinks so. Kurama continued, while I was laughing out loud. When I calmed down and explained to the girls the reason for my laughter, they joined me. So we reached the forest. There was already a small crowd of genin there. I immediately felt Kurama's excitement. Naruto, Orochimaru is here. Your mother. I cursed out loud and created a clone, who immediately ran to the Hokage. I'm definitely not ready to meet the Sannin. And what does he need here? Satsuki is not the only Uchiha. What happened? Kiyomi asked immediately. Snake. I answered monosyllabically, and the clone ran towards Minato. Damn. Both girls said at the same time. Who? This time he looks different. Long dark hair, sound protector. Dressed in a blue kimono, tied with a purple belt. Kurama immediately began to describe him. I created another clone and immediately dispelled it so that this information would be transmitted to the one who ran to the Hokage. Okay, I need to calm down and not show that he was recognized. I hope the Hokage will believe me and take action. I ran across the rooftops of Konoha as fast as I could. In my world, Orochimaru didn't attack right away, but that didn't mean anything. The sooner Minato found out, the better. Finally, I found myself at the residence. I quickly ran in and rushed to the Hokage's office. Finally, the door was in front of me, but I didn't rush in and knocked. Hearing, come in, I opened the door and entered the room. Minato wasn't alone here. Naruto, what are you doing here? Don't you have an exam now? Jiraiya asked. Jiraiya-san, it's good that you're here. I said, catching my breath. Orochimaru is here. Their faces suddenly became serious. Orochimaru, Minato asked again, how do you know that? Where is here? It doesn't matter how I know, the main thing is that it's definitely him. He's in the forest of death, pretending to be one of the sound genin. He's wearing a blue kimono, long dark hair, a purple belt, and a terribly huge chakra source. Tell me why you are so sure it was him, the fourth demanded. Minato, now is not the time. If it really is him, then we are in big trouble. I will go to the forest and follow him. If Naruto is right, then I will not let him do anything. Jiraiya said seriously. At least somewhere he is serious. Okay, go ahead, Minato commanded. Jiraiya immediately left the office. Naruto, you understand that you are disqualified from the exam, right? Why is that? I was surprised. The exam has already started, and you are not in the forest. The original is in the forest. I am a clone, I explained. When did you manage to master shadow clones? At 8 years old. If you had paid more attention to what was happening at home, you would have known Hokage-sama, I answered coldly and relaxed, transferring the memory to the original. Having calmed down a bit, we approached the other genin. Gaara immediately approached us. Hello. It seems we haven't introduced ourselves yet. He looked at Satsuki, dog no Gaara. Satsuki Uchiha, nice to meet you, she replied. Likewise. At that moment, a kunai launched by Anko flew at us. She didn't like that we weren't listening to her. I instantly took mine out of my pouch and, without looking, blocked it. Throwing kunai at people who haven't done anything to you is impolite, Anko-san, I said without turning around. If you miss the explanations, then that's your problem, she said, not embarrassed by my comment. I nodded silently and continued talking to Gaara. He didn't listen to the examiner either, apparently relying on Kankuro and Temari. Finally, Anko finished speaking and we were given scrolls. Our team had a sky scroll. We went to different entrances to the training ground. I suggest we give the scroll to Naruto, Satsuki said immediately, he is the strongest among us. Okay, I'll take it. The plan is this. I send clones in different directions, they search for enemy teams. As soon as they find them, they disperse, passing on the information to me, and we go there and take the scroll. Kurama will simultaneously scan the surroundings for the presence of the snake. Information about it reached the Hokage. Jiraiya was sent to support us, I said. Okay, we can move towards the tower for now, said Kiyomi. Nodding, I created several dozen clones that ran in all directions. We headed towards the center of the forest. 3 hours and 4 defeated teams later, we finally found the scroll we needed. We were really unlucky and got the same one as ours 3 times. Okay, we have the scroll, now let's run to the tower as quickly as possible, I commanded. Half an hour later, Kurama screamed in his subconscious, Naruto, he's close. He'll be with you in 3 minutes. Damn it, look out, he's close. I said, where is this Jiraiya? Okay, we need to hold out until that toad finds us. I know a technique that will help us, but after it I'll be exhausted, so you'll have to take care of me. Okay, create, Satsuki said, activating her Sharingan. I nodded and created 4 clones. They surrounded our team, forming a square. Simultaneously, they formed seals and spoke. Fuinpo. Barrier of 4 purple flames. A purple cube-shaped barrier appeared around us. I sat in the center of the cube and began to meditate to spend less chakra to maintain the barrier. At that moment, the fox's voice sounded in my head. Naruto, hold on, I can't give you chakra for this technique, since the Biju's chakra will destabilize it. I sense Jiraiya, he will arrive in 8 minutes, all you need to do is hold on. If he breaks through the barrier, I will give you my chakra. You will feel bad, but this is the only way to save yourself. Got it, thanks Kurama, I answered mentally. A minute later, the snake Sanin appeared. He looked exactly as the fox had described. He opened his eyes in surprise when he saw the barrier. You prepared well, he assessed, and when did you realize that it was me? He immediately realized that we had guessed his identity, no one else would have forced us to put up such a defense. Does it matter, Orochimaru-san? I answered politely, continuing to meditate. He is a strong ninja after all, and with such people, politeness is never superfluous. Besides, I adopted Madara's habit of respecting strong opponents. He chuckled at such an address. Indeed, it is not that important. However, I am surprised by your strength Naruto-kun. You would be a good vessel. But first, I need to get to you. He said, sinking into the ground. I chuckled at this, understanding his idea, knowing in advance that it was doomed to failure. A second later, he emerged in the same place. Well, you foresaw that too. You're not bad at all. Well, then we'll have to act more seriously. Before we begin, could you tell me who exactly is your target? I asked. After all, we can all become a good vessel for you. If it's not a secret, of course. What are you talking about? Of course it's not a secret. I'll get to you in a couple of minutes anyway, so why not tell me right away? My target is the Uchiha. But as you said, you'll all be good vessels, so get ready to receive my seal, all 3 of you. The Sanin smiled and immediately began to water the barrier with high-ranking techniques. I concentrated on maintaining the barrier. Kiyomi stood behind me and, putting her hands on my shoulders, began to transfer her chakra. I nodded gratefully. She, as an Uzumaki, has a large reserve, so her help will definitely not be superfluous. Satsuki was simply closely monitoring the situation. A couple of minutes later a voice sounded in my head. Naruto, Jiraiya will be here in 3 minutes, Kurama informed me. I'm not strong enough for 2 at most, I answered mentally, I guess I'll have to resort to your chakra. How many tails will there be? 3 for now, if the situation becomes critical, I will increase it to 6. Got it, I answered briefly. I soon realized that I could no longer maintain the barrier. Dropping it, I immediately released a wave of Biju chakra, reflecting the techniques flying at us. Scarlet chakra swirled around me. A second later, it completely covered me, and I began to see everything in red tones. Well, finally, Orochimaru grinned, now it's getting more fun. It will be interesting to fight with Kyuubi. I rushed at him, he prepared to defend himself from the furious onslaught of the enraged, in his opinion, Jinchuriki. However, he did not expect that I would start using techniques. Shiden. I growled the name of the technique, and a hand covered in scarlet lightning pierced the Sanin's body. He was surprised, but did not lose his head, quickly using the snake substitution technique. You can also control the chakra of the Biju. Very good, Orochimaru said. He immediately responded with a gust of wind of monstrous strength. I managed to attach myself to the ground with chakra and therefore did not fly away. Shiden Iso, I said, and beams of scarlet lightning appeared in both my hands. I immediately rushed at the snake, forcing him to fight at close range. I often trained to use the cloak, so I skillfully helped myself with my tails. However, he was not called the legendary Sanin for nothing. This fight was very difficult for me, despite the fact that it lasted for about 20 seconds. I had already grown a 4th tail, which is why I had to put out the Shiden spears, since it was no longer possible to control them in this state. It's time to end this, the Sannin said and lit a technique on his fingers. Damn, I remember it, the seal of the 5 elements. If he casts it, then I lose. But, fortunately, at that moment, Jiraiya appeared. He looked at me worriedly, to which I gave him a thumbs up, showing that I was in control of myself. He nodded and looked at his comrade. Hello Orochimaru, long time no see. Hello Jiraiya, how did you know I was here? He asked, surprised. It doesn't matter, answered the Toad Sannin. What's important now is that I won't let you take possession of any of these 3. Not this time Jiraiya, said the snake. I'm not going to fight you now, I've already attracted too much attention. See you later, Naruto-kun. With these words he disintegrated into many small snakes. He's not nearby, you can turn off your tails, said Kurama. I sighed and removed the cover, immediately falling face forward. But Jiraiya caught me. Naruto, are you okay? Of course, I'm completely fine, can't you tell? I began to complain to myself. Kurama laughed. It'll do, it's just regular chakra depletion. The barrier of 4 fires wasn't easy. And the shroud was very depleted, too. I answered out loud. The barrier of 4 fires. You were able to make it. Then it's no wonder you're in such a state. The Sannin stared at me in shock. Jiraiya-san, we are very grateful to you for your help, but please give us back our teammate, Satsuki began. We have an exam going on here, and if you are seen, there will be a scandal. So it would be better for you to leave now. Yes, of course, Jiraiya remembered. You're right, I really have to go. I'll keep an eye on you. If Orochimaru suddenly returns, I won't get involved in any other fights. Okay, Uchiha said and took me from the Toad's hands. She helped me to the nearest shelter and put me on the sleeping bag. After that, she did the same with Kiyomi. She gave too much chakra to maintain the barrier and also lost consciousness. Having put her next to me, she began to monitor the situation. At that moment, I passed out. Commentary on Chapter 13. Sorry that the chapter came out later than usual, I'm being suffocated with tests at the university. I hope you like the chapter. I'd be glad to receive likes and comments, they are very motivating. Chapter 14. Commentary on Chapter 14. Unexpectedly for myself I am releasing a relief chapter so soon. I hope you like it. I woke up suddenly, to the sounds of battle. Kiyomi was still unconscious. I quickly jumped up and saw Satsuki fighting off the sound team. Or rather, what was left of it. The girl and the boy with the pipes in their hands were already lying on the ground, the third was dodging the Uchiha's technique. Deciding to take advantage of the fact that I had not been noticed, I charged the kunai with wind and threw it at the bandaged man with all possible speed. It reached its target and stuck in his leg. The sound guy, who had not expected this, fell, and Satsuki immediately knocked him out. Having quickly tied up the 3, she ran up to me, shining a 3-volume Sharingan. Naruto, how are you? She immediately embraced me. I staggered a little from such pressure. Hey, quiet down, everything is fine. I am recovering quickly. I tried to calm her down. I warned you that this would happen. How are you? When did you awaken the 3rd Tomo? That doesn't stop me from worrying about you, Uchiha muttered. When you both passed out, she answered my question after all. How long did we lie like this? I asked. Around 4 p.m. There are still 4 days left until the end of the exam, so we'll make it. Kurama, is there a snake nearby? I asked myself mentally. Only a toad, the fox replied. Well, that's not so bad, although it's also annoying, I thought. Okay, you go and rest, I'll keep watch, I say out loud. Are you sure? Satsuki doubted. Have you recovered enough? Yes, I'm telling you, I recover quickly, I said. My furry friend helps me with this, I whispered much more quietly in her ear. She nods. And at that moment a cheerful voice sounds. You two look too good together, Kiyomi. It could only be her. And at that moment it dawned on us that we were still standing there hugging. Satsuki widened her eyes and quickly pulled away from me. I just chuckled. After all, mentally I am much older, and it is hard to embarrass me anymore. If you think about it, I will soon be 30. My 16 years in the past world, plus 7 years of memories of this Naruto, plus another 5 of my life in this world. The result of this funny math was the conclusion that I am 28 years old. And you still don't have a girlfriend, Kurama started teasing me. Minato at your age already had a child, and you haven't kissed him even once. And you too, I laughed mentally. Go to sleep, there's no need for you to embarrass Satsuki, I said cheerfully out loud. Satsuki, do you see how he protects you? She continued. He even took your side, and not his sister's. I'm sure that means something. Satsuki blushed to the roots of her hair, and I laughed out loud. Kiyomi joined in. The blushing Uchiha looked too funny. She also smiled and fell face down on the sleeping bag, hiding from us. We laughed even louder at this. Kiyomi was on the verge of hysteria. After a couple of minutes, we finally calmed down. Okay, that's enough laughing, I said. Kiyomi, how are you? Overall, not bad. There is still a little fatigue, but it will pass soon. How are you? Okay, now I suggest we rest a little more, so that you and Satsuki can come to your senses, because she's been guarding us all this time. In a couple of hours we'll head towards the tower. I'll be on duty, so rest. Kiyomi nodded, and Satsuki muttered something into her sleeping bag. I chuckled and created several clones to monitor the situation. As planned, a couple of hours later we set out for the tower. On the way we encountered one team, but we successfully fought them off and took their scroll, which turned out to be another heavenly one. Finally reaching the tower, we entered one of the entrances and opened both scrolls. Kakashi appeared in a cloud of smoke. Yo, you're taking a long time, I thought you'd be faster, he said. There were problems with Orochimaru on the way, we had to stay longer, I said. What? Kakashi exclaimed. How did you survive? I can't believe you defeated him on your own. I noticed him in time and sent a clone to the Hokage. He sent Jiraiya-san to support us. I answered. But because someone took too long to get there, we had to hold out for a while alone, right Jiraiya-san? I asked, addressing the void. Yes, you're right Naruto, sorry. But you held out pretty well too. Would you like to become my student? Said the Sannin, appearing out of nowhere. No. Okay. Then train. Wait, what? No. Are you sure? The toad was surprised by the refusal. Absolutely, I said seriously. May I know the reasons for your refusal? He asked. No. But why? I can teach you a lot. For example, the rasengan. This one? I asked, spinning the chakra ball in my hand. Jiraiya stared at it in shock. In general, to interrupt the list of everything that you can teach me, I will say right away that I do not intend to become your student, and this will not change. And now Kakashi-sensei, you should probably give some instructions regarding the third stage. I looked towards Hataki. Yes, exactly. You have completed this stage in a little more than a day, and you will have to wait for the end of the second stage here. Go upstairs and choose any room. They will tell you about the third stage when everyone who has passed has gathered. He said. And one more thing. You are great, I am proud of you. He smiled at us with his eye. We smiled back and went up. It turned out that the San team and Kurenai team had passed by. They waved to us as soon as they saw us, and Gaara quickly walked towards us. Congratulations on passing the stage. You were really strong, since you came on the second day. How did you go through the test? He congratulated and asked. Not without adventure, I answered evasively. Tell me. Let's do it after we rest, okay? Satsuki asked. Those few hours of rest weren't enough for her, and Kiyomi and I need to fully recover. Okay, agreed, Gaara answered. We went to the first available room and immediately fell onto the bed, falling asleep instantly. When I woke up, Kiyomi was no longer in the room, Satsuki was sleeping on the next bed. I didn't go anywhere, I just continued to lie on the bed. After 20 minutes, Uchiha woke up too. Good morning, I said, or afternoon. I don't know what time it is, there are no windows here, unfortunately. Satsuki chuckled and stood up. In good unknown time of day to you too, she greeted me. I grinned. What are we going to do? Well, we have two options, either we leave this room and go look for Kiyomi, who is most likely talking to Gaara at this moment, or we stay here. I don't really care, so the choice is yours. Do you still have food left in the scrolls? She asked me. Yes. Then let's stay. I have no desire to do anything now. Yes sir, I said, smiling. Satsuki smiled and sat down on my bed. I continued to lie down, unsealed the scroll with food without looking and gave it to Uchiha. She nodded gratefully and began to eat. Having finished quickly, she asked me. What are you planning to do after the exam? I'm not going to leave the village, and you refused to teach Jiraiya, so you won't be leaving the village for 3 years. What are you going to do? I was thinking of joining the free conscription, I answered without getting up, to train there, maybe master the new hermit regime. And then we'll see. I see. Who do you think your call will be? I have no idea, I admitted honestly, maybe foxes, considering who is sealed inside me. What do you think? What is your summoning? It is very unlikely that it will be snakes. I think crows, like Itachi. And I don't think I'll go to free summoning, most likely I'll sign a contract with the family summoning, which is exactly what crows are. She answered thoughtfully. We continued talking, and at some point I realized that my head was lying on her lap. She didn't seem to notice either, as she was talking as if nothing had happened. However, all good things must come to an end. And this idyll ended when Kiyomi and Gaara burst into the room. She looked at the picture that opened up to her for a while, and Satsuki and I looked at hers in ours. The silent scene lasted for a few seconds, and probably would have lasted a little longer if Gaara hadn't interrupted it. It seems we are at the wrong time, he said in a calm tone. Kiyomi came to her senses from his voice. And I see you're not wasting your time, she grinned. And why am I not surprised by your comment, I sighed. However, I was surprised that Satsuki did not chase me away. Looking at her, I saw a sly smile on her face. Be envious in silence, Kiyomi, she said, starting to comb through my hair. My sister, who had not expected such an answer, froze in amazement with her mouth open, unable to find anything to say in response. Gaara and I laughed at this picture, while Satsuki looked at her with a polite smile. Although, from her shaking hands and knees, I realized that she herself was barely holding back from laughing out loud. Finally, Kiyomi moved away from her friend's answer and laughed too. Did you really beat me in my own arena? You're growing up. She tried to turn it into a joke, but it was clear that she was a little embarrassed. And you thought that you were the only one who could tease? Said Satsuki and, unable to contain herself, burst out laughing. Oh, of course not, I just consider myself the best at this, she said proudly, sitting down on the next bed. Gaara sat down next to her. How modest you are, I said sarcastically. Of course, were there any doubts? She asked defiantly. No way, I was just stating a fact, I said with a grin. I sense lies in your words. Then you need to get checked for a cold, since I don't feel anything like that, Satsuki answered for me. That's it, they've finally gotten along, Kiyomi said in a doomed voice. Gaara, we need to run, otherwise they'll laugh at us. I'm fine here, too, he answered with a cheeky smile. She choked on such an answer, while the three of us laughed at her reaction. And you too, and I thought we were friends, but look at you, at the slightest thing, you immediately stabbed me in the back, the sister continued to play the comedy. We continued to laugh. After waiting until we calmed down a bit, she asked. Naruto, Satsuki, are we bothering you? No way, I said, still on Satsuki's lap. She just chuckled at that, continuing to play with my hair. Well, okay, Kiyomi became a little sad. Gaara noticed this and put his hand on her shoulder. She looked at him in surprise. We'll go anyway, he said and led her to the exit of the room. However, I managed to notice how a smile played on her face when they went out. Satsuki and I looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Having calmed down, I was about to get up, but she held me with her hands. I looked at her in surprise, and she only smiled in response. Chuckling, I lay back down and relaxed. We talked for a few more hours until I became overwhelmed and fell asleep. The last thing I saw before I fell asleep was Satsuki's smiling face. Commentary on Chapter 14. I don't know about you, but I like the atmosphere of this chapter. Should we make more chapters like this, or not? I'd be glad to receive likes and comments, they are very motivating. Chapter 15. Commentary on Chapter 15. Sorry for not having parts for a long time, the university continues to suffocate. But it's okay, tomorrow it will end, for a while, unfortunately. This chapter was hard to write and I don't really like it myself, I hope you like it more than I do. P.S. Thanks for 100 subscriptions, I didn't think I'd get so many people who like my writing. And so the days passed, spent waiting for the end of the second stage. We rested, talked and, of course, constantly teased each other. Gaara somehow imperceptibly became a part of our company. We talked quite a lot, and I can easily call him my friend. By the way, that day Satsuki and I fell asleep in the position that Imouto never tired of reminding us. But Uchiha seemed to stop being so embarrassed, while it made me chuckle. And now, finally, the time has come for the second stage of the Chunin exam to end. Now we are all standing on a large platform and listening to another speech by the Hokage about the will of fire. Surprisingly, there were 20 of us again. And an absolutely identical composition passed, the only difference was that instead of Sakura there was Kiyomi. Finally Minato finished and Gekko Hayate entered the arena. He cleared his throat and explained the rules of this stage. The first fight was between Kiba and the genin from the sound, with the pipes in their hands. Apparently the order and composition of the fights were changed. Well, that will be interesting. Kiba won the first fight and was incredibly proud of himself. While he was bragging about his strength, the next fight was announced on the board. Namikaze Naruto, Aburame Shino. Hayate said loudly. Despite being a nasty enemy, it's easy to win. Good luck, Naruto, my friends said in unison. I nodded and jumped over the railing. Shino was soon standing next to me. He chose to go down the stairs. We didn't talk and simply nodded when asked if we were ready. Let's start, the judge commanded. We continued to stand there looking at each other. I immediately felt how a little of my chakra began to go nowhere, therefore, he had already planted his bugs on me. I made seals. Futon. Wind barrier. A powerful wave of wind hit me in all directions, throwing off all the bugs. I came up with this technique in the previous world, inspired by Pain and his Shinra Tensei, but I didn't have time to implement it. Here, there was enough time, and I brought my developments to mind. After doing this, I rushed towards Shino, blowing medium-strength fireballs at him. He dodged them all, continuing to keep me at a distance, releasing more and more waves of bugs at me. I either blew them away or burned them, deciding not to show my main element. When I got tired of this, I folded the seals and performed another technique, brazenly spied on Madara. Kato. Song of the Fiery Dragons. Several large fire dragons flew at him. After all, I had poured a lot of chakra into them. They did not notice the barrier of Shino's beetles and instantly burned them. Having flown to the air of Aburame, they exploded, scorching him quite badly, but not as seriously as if I had directed this technique specifically at him. But this does not mean that the technique was painless for him. When the smoke settled, everyone saw the burned Shino lying on the floor. The winner is Namikaze Naruto, Hayate announced. The medics immediately ran up to Aburame and carried him to the hospital, and I went upstairs, where Kiyomi jumped on me, congratulating me on my victory. I smiled and hugged her too. Satsuki stood behind her and also smiled, congratulating her on her victory. Gaara was also somewhere here, but I couldn't see him because of my sister's hair. They calmed down only when the next fight was announced, which was between Temari and the girl from the sound. I wasn't very interested in watching the fights of those who weren't interesting to me, so I just watched the results. The result of the third fight was Temari's victory. Rock Lee and Tenten were supposed to go next, but the latter immediately gave up, knowing the strength level of her teammate. And here is the fight that interests me. Uchiha Satsuki, Sabkanu no Kankuro, the judge announced. I put my hand on my friend's shoulder and wished her luck. She smiled at me and jumped off the railing as well. Kankuro soon found himself in front of her. Let's start. A rain of poison Senbon, sent by the puppet, immediately flew towards her. This time he did not hide, since Satsuki knows that he is the puppeteer. The Uchiha began to dodge, simultaneously approaching him. In response, he began to retreat, continuing to fight back. Soon Satsuki realized that this could not continue for long, and sooner or later she would make a mistake and get poisoned, so the fight needed to be finished as quickly as possible. She created 2 shadow clones, who began to cover her while she prepared the technique. Having formed seals, she said, Kato. Great fiery destruction. A huge wave of flame rushed towards the Tsunite, and at that moment I raised my eyebrows in surprise. Today is apparently a parade of Madara's techniques, but I didn't teach Satsuki this technique and I wonder where she dug it up. Kankuro had to abandon his puppet and jump himself to avoid being fried. He was able to avoid the wave, but his puppet was beyond repair. However, before he could land properly, Satsuki immediately met him, holding a kunai to his throat. The winner is Uchiha Satsuki, Hayate said loudly. She smiled happily and climbed up to us. Kiyomi immediately jumped on her, repeating the same maneuver as with me, and I repeated Satsuki's actions and simply smiled. Having escaped from Kiyomi's grip, she came up to me and began to watch the next fights. But alas, the following battles did not bring anything interesting. Shikamaru once again outplayed his opponent, who turned out to be Kabuto's partner. Choji's fight went without changes, and he was also defeated by the genin from the sound. Gaara did not give a single chance to Kabuto's second partner, and Neji defeated Hinata, but he did not have the hatred that he had in my world. Apparently, either that incident with Hinata and the ambassador from the cloud did not happen here, or it was resolved more successfully. And here is the last battle. Namikaze Kiyomi and Yamanaka Ino. I won't wish you luck, you won't need it. I smiled at my sister, I know that you will win easily. Thank you, Ni-san, she smiled back and also jumped over the railing. After a few seconds and several unsuccessful attempts by Ino to get Kiyomi mad, the fight began. Although the word fight does not describe the situation, the word beating is much more appropriate. Yamanaka was unable to counter my sister with anything. Kiyomi simply pounced on her and began to press her in tie, in which she was head and shoulders above her opponent. Ino tried to break the distance to perform a clan technique, but she simply did not have time, since the Imouto was much faster. As a result, the fight ended a minute after it began with an unconditional victory for Kiyomi. The beaten Ino was carried away by the medics, and my sister quickly climbed up to us, where I immediately hugged her, congratulating her on her victory. Yes, it was easy and immediately readable, but should that stop me from congratulating her? A few minutes later, everyone who had passed stood on the platform, waiting for the Hokage to begin explaining the rules of the third stage. He didn't keep us waiting long. First of all, I want to congratulate everyone who made it to the final stage. You all tried hard and all of you have a chance to become Chunin. The third stage will be held in a month in a tournament format. The grid will be known in advance. Questions rained down on him, which I of course listened to. I woke up when he showed me the order of the third stage fights. The first fight was mine against Shikamaru, followed by Satsuki against Tamari, Neji against Kiyomi, the Sound Genin against Kiba, and Gaara against Lee finished the first round. Overall, it's okay, the fight with Shikamaru will be interesting at the very least, if he doesn't give up before it starts, of course. Now you are all free to train before the finals to show everything you and your villages are capable of. Good luck to everyone. Minato finally finished, and we all headed out. My sister and I got home without incident, parting ways with Gaara and Satsuki along the way. We were immediately bombarded with questions, and as always, I dumped all the explanations on Kiyomi, heading to the shower. As expected, Kushina hugged me on the way out and started whining that I could have died. Honestly, I was already tired of this, despite the fact that this was only the second time this was happening. I moved away from her and sat down to eat, answering her questions along the way. Kiyomi is smart, she didn't tell me that I was in the shroud, otherwise they would have fucked me up about how dangerous it was. Minato and Jiraiya are a different matter, the first one doesn't care about me, the second one, no matter how much of a slacker he is, knows what is worth telling and what is not. Soon Kiyomi came out of the shower and joined our conversation. Half an hour later, I was tired of Kushina's company and went for a walk. Kiyomi refused, saying that she wanted to stay home. I didn't try to persuade her and simply went outside, accompanied by Kushina's demands that I return home on time. I'm already starting to regret giving her a chance, I thought with a sigh. It's your own fault, now you have to endure it. I've been enduring her for over 15 years. I have no idea how old Kushina was when she became a Jinchuriki, so it will be like this, the fox said sarcastically, not feeling sorry for me at all. You weren't sealed in this Kushina, I objected. And our Kushina had exactly the same character, she just wasn't such a bad mother. I even feel sorry for you now, I replied. I still have a moral trauma from her character during pregnancy, the fox said quietly. I laughed and people started looking at me askance. Well, yes, it is really strange that a person just like that, without a good reason, as it seems to them, starts laughing. It's good that I already reflexively put on henge when I go out into the village, because I'm already tired of all these whispers and looks. No, it doesn't hurt me that they don't accept me, they just irritate me. Congratulations, they look at you like you're crazy, said the fox. And they are right, I can't be normal with such schizophrenia, I answered with a smile. I don't understand now, did you insult me or yourself? You should understand this yourself, I'm not the only one who always has to suffer over incomprehensible statements. You're angry, Kurama replied. And I hear this from the embodiment of hatred. Thanks for the compliment, I chuckled. Gurk. The fox growled and closed the communication channel. I chuckled again and continued walking around the village. I looked into Ichiraku and talked with Tsuki there for about an hour. I saw Lee and Guy running past in their arms with more shouts about 1,000 circles around Konoha. As I passed by the hot springs, I saw Jiraiya peeping there. I'm sure there are two things that, despite the huge number of different worlds, do not change in any of them. These are Kakashi's tardiness and Jiraiya's preoccupation. Deciding to save the girls, I approached him. Jiraiya-san, how do you think Kushina will react when I tell her what you do? I said in a calm tone, getting his attention. He immediately turned pale and turned to me. You wouldn't dare, he said. Why is that? I asked. Because you are a good child and you don't want your godfather to die before his time, he answered immediately. And anyway, why do you call your mother by her first name? When was the last time you were in the village, Jiraiya-san? About 12 years ago, right after the fox attack, why? He asked with interest. Ask Kushina what my life was like and you will find out the answer to your question. I said coldly and walked on, ignoring Jiraiya's shouts. But he forgot where he was, and his shouts attracted the women who were in the onsen. As a result, he once again began to run away from the angry girls. This made me laugh. When it was already getting dark, I found myself on the Hokage rock. Sitting on my father's head, I began to look at the village. This time, I had no thoughts about the past or the future. I was not in a melancholic mood. I just sat in silence and admired the beautiful view. I did not want to do anything now, to rush somewhere, to train and train others. Today, for some reason, I just wanted peace more than ever. After sitting like that for about half an hour, I did not notice how I dozed off. I woke up from someone shaking my shoulder. I opened my eyes and stared at the person who had disturbed my sleep. Satsuki, what are you doing here? And what time is it? I asked, not fully awake. Hello to you too. It's about midnight now, and I come here quite often after you told me your story. She answered, sitting down next to me. What are you doing here? I was just walking, and when I got here, I sat and admired the view until I fell asleep. I explained the situation. She chuckled at this. Did what you've been worrying about for the past few days bring you here? Is it that noticeable? She slumped her shoulders. I don't think anyone except me or Kiyomi noticed. We are your best friends after all and we know you too well. I answered. So what's bothering you? Orochimaru and his hunt for me, she answered quietly. I sat closer and hugged her. Look, I'll do everything to stop him. Believe me, I have something to counter him with. No one will let anyone hurt you, neither me, nor Kiyomi, and especially not Itachi. And don't forget that you yourself are not such a weak kunoichi. Of course, this is not Orochimaru's level, but it's only a matter of time, believe me. So stop worrying about it. Worrying won't help matters here. I said firmly. She relaxed and calmed down a little. Thank you, she said, laying her head on my shoulder. Will you fall asleep on me again? I couldn't keep silent. What if yes? Are you against it? She asked, smiling sarcastically. No, that trick won't work on me. Not at all, I smiled just as sarcastically. Then be patient, and just try not to carry me home this time, she said menacingly. And what will happen to me if I don't take it? I asked. I was really interested. It's better for you not to know, she replied. It doesn't sound very convincing, so for now I'm leaning towards the idea of being lazy again. Admit it, you just like it when I carry you home in my arms. She pinched me in response. And of course, as soon as there's nothing left to say, fists come into play. I commented on her actions. Shut up, Uzumaki, she said quietly. As you say, I answered. She chuckled and made herself comfortable. When she fell asleep, I created a clone again, who brought a blanket and left a note for Kiyomi that I was not home. I still remember how angry she was when I fell asleep on the monument for the first time and I have no desire to repeat that experience. Soon, under the snoring of the Uchiha, I fell asleep too. Commentary on Chapter 15. The qualifying round was too short and boring, but I plan to leave all the action for the final, so wait. I'd be glad to receive likes and comments, they are very motivating. Chapter 16. Commentary on Chapter 16. The chapter is very short, completely passable and was written at 5 in the morning, so don't judge strictly. The tournament will be in the next chapter. I spent the next month training. I rarely saw anyone. Satsuki went to train with Kakashi, Kiyomi with Jiraiya, Gaara with his uncle, and I was on my own. I almost always left home early in the morning to train, and returned late at night. The only interesting incident that month occurred the evening after Satsuki and I fell asleep on my father's head. Flashback. I was lying in my room when I heard the front door open. Who was it that came to us so late at night? A toad, he answered briefly. Ah, I see. He must have come to ask about my life. Well then, let's listen to Kushina's story and the pervert's reaction to it. I said, directing chakra into my ears, enhancing my hearing. This technique was used by Anbu. Captain Yamato taught it to me back in my world. Jiraiya, what are you doing here? She was surprised by his appearance. Hello Kushi, I came because I have one question for you, he said in an unexpectedly serious tone. Well, ask then. Kushina did not notice his mood. Why does Naruto call you by your name? He asked point blank. Silence fell in the room below. I can only imagine what the scarlet-haired girl looks like now. Why do you ask? She asked in a quiet voice. Because I wonder why my godson doesn't consider his parents' family. Admit it, what did you do to him? Jiraiya pressed. Honestly, I didn't expect such pressure from him. Nothing, she said in a slightly trembling voice, we did absolutely nothing for him. Explain. For the next 10 minutes, she talked about my life before I was 7, until I changed dramatically. During this story, she once again realized that she knew absolutely nothing about her son. And although I pretend to be neutral towards her, she understands that I have not forgiven her and will not forgive her. And Jiraiya understood this too. Kushina, I want to tell you one thing, it will sound unpleasant, but it is the truth. You and Minato are simply disgusting parents. You raised your eldest son to be a spoiled idiot. You completely forgot about your youngest son, so much so that he literally had to survive in his parents' house. The only one you cared about was your daughter, who, apparently, values her brother more than you. You failed everywhere. You can't even imagine how disappointed I am in you. Do you understand that it is a miracle that Naruto did not commit suicide and grew up to be a good person, albeit quite cold to others? And at the same time, he still cares about his sister and managed to re-educate his older brother. I admire Naruto's willpower and endurance. Believe me, you will never return his good relations and will never earn his forgiveness, no matter what you do. Jiraiya finished in an iron tone, ignoring Kushina's sobs. She understood this. She understood everything. She just refused to accept it until it was said to her face. I just hope he doesn't hold a strong grudge against me for not being a part of his life. I'm leaving. He finished and walked out of the house, leaving her alone. At that moment, I stopped sending chakra to my ears and stopped hearing the activity on the first floor. What a show he made, the fox whistled, I didn't expect that from him. Yeah, me too, I answered mentally, and what are we going to do with him? He will probably try to improve relations, which I don't want at all, despite the fact that he seems normal here. It's up to you to decide, but if I were you, I would dump him on Kiyomi, let him improve his relationship with her. That even sounded a bit cruel, although the plan wasn't bad, I chuckled. Is it worth warning the Imouto about such a setup? No way. The fox immediately answered, believe me, you don't want to anger her. She has a character like Kushina, and it's not for nothing that she was nicknamed the Bloody Habanero. I actually said it more as a joke, who knew you'd like the idea. Still, it's not a bad idea to send Kiyomi to Jiraiya as an apprentice before the exam, I concluded. And what does she think? That's what worries me, I sighed and went to bed. End flashback. I managed to convince Kiyomi to go to Jiraiya, and now she is learning summoning, as she told me in those rare moments when we cross paths at home. I myself finally managed to create my own version of Chidori Nagashi. What Satsuki and Kakashi are doing, I have no idea. The last day before the exam arrived. We decided not to train today and save up our strength for tomorrow. After breakfast, Kiyomi and I went to visit Satsuki, hoping that she had decided to rest as well. Itachi opened the door for us. Hello, are you here to see Satsuki? He asked. Hello Itachi. Yes, we are going to her place, is she home? I asked. No, but she said she should come soon. Come in, you can wait for her here. Would you like some tea? Come on, thanks Itachi. How are you anyway? We haven't talked for a long time. Everything is as usual, I do clan business when I have time and when she is home I train Imouto. How are you? Are you ready for the exam? Of course, we answered in chorus. Not a bad mood. By the way, Naruto, I've been wanting to ask you for a long time, what were you and Imouto doing at night at the Hokage monument? He asked with a sly smile. Kiyomi stared at me in surprise. Nothing really, I answered in as neutral a tone as possible. Really? That picture didn't look like anything, he continued to ask. What happened there? Kiyomi couldn't resist. Yes, they slept there, Itachi answered, they slept hugging each other, wrapped in a blanket. At that moment I sighed in resignation. Now Kiyomi will definitely not leave me alone. So that's where you were when you left that note. She realized. You really don't waste time. You're repeating yourself, I chuckled. This joke has already been told in the Forest of Death. It's okay, a joke repeated twice as funny. And anyway, you spend a lot of time hugging each other, haven't you noticed? She narrowed her eyes. To be honest, no, I haven't noticed, I answered. How long are you going to talk about me behind my back? Satsuki's voice came from behind us. All three of us flinched and turned around. Well, go ahead, tell me what nasty things you said about me here, she continued. And why the nasty stuff right away? I asked. They're just accusing us here of spending too much time hugging. I haven't noticed anything like that, she replied. You see, she didn't notice either, I immediately said to my sister. And even if that is true, what's wrong with that? Uchiha asked. Well, nothing really, Itachi answered calmly. Damn, I had already forgotten that he was here too. Okay, I have to get to work, so good luck to all of you tomorrow. Thank you, we'll go then. We walked around all day, returning home only in the evening. There we were met by Seiji, who had just returned from a mission. After talking to him about nothing, we went to our rooms and went to bed. Tomorrow is a difficult day. Chapter 17. Commentary on Chapter 17. It turned out something like this. I hope you like it. This morning was typical. As always, I woke up before everyone else, took a shower and started making breakfast. And as always, as soon as breakfast was put on the table, Kiyomi entered the kitchen. Good morning, Ni-san, she greeted. Good luck to you too. How are you feeling? Are you nervous? I asked, sitting down at the table and picking up the chopsticks. Yes, there's a little, she didn't hide. It's okay, as soon as you step into the arena the excitement will go away, I can tell you from my own experience. I know, but it doesn't make it any easier now, Imouto smiled sadly. I quickly stood up, went up to her and hugged her encouragingly. She smiled and relaxed a little. Be careful, Satsu will see and get jealous, she chuckled a minute later. I rolled my eyes and let her go. Thank you. You're welcome, I smiled at her and returned to my food. After finishing breakfast, we headed to the training ground where we had agreed to meet Satsuki. She was already there. You've been waiting a long time, she said instead of greeting. Good morning to you too, I replied. She chuckled. How are you feeling? I'll easily win everyone, including you, she said arrogantly. I didn't doubt your answer at all, I grinned. Well, shall we go to the arena? It's about to start. I received 2 nods in response to my question. We arrived on time. The finalists were just lining up in the arena. We lined up and waited for it to start. Finally, after 10 minutes of waiting, Shikamaru showed up and Minato started talking. I welcome everyone to the final stage of the Chunin exams. I didn't listen any further. Finally he finished and Hayate came out into the arena. He explained the rules and asked everyone except the first duel participants to go to the waiting area. Soon only Shikamaru and I were left in the arena. Please don't give up at the very beginning, I asked. It's a pain in the ass, he answered me, but okay. Thank you, I smiled at him. I decided to conduct this fight in the style of Shikamaru himself, that is, not to push through with brute force, but to win with tricks. After all, simple strength is not enough to become a Chunin. Are the participants ready? Hayate asked. We nodded. Then let's go. I created several shadow clones that ran at him, and I stepped back. Nara quickly dispersed them, blocking his view with the smoke from their destruction, and at that moment I created several more clones, some of which quickly ran around the arena, taking the form of the environment. The second part turned into throwing weapons, which I folded into a pouch. Having done all these preparations, I blew a fire dragon into it, pretending that the smoke from the clones was supposed to cover the technique. Shikamaru saw a stream of fire flying at him, jumped to the side, taking out an unexpected weapon from the pouch. Shinbiao. If anyone played Mortal Kombat, then this is something like Scorpion's kunai. That is, a kunai with a chain tied to the end that is wrapped around the hand. If anyone needs details, Google it. Having tied the chain around his hand, he went to get closer. I took out several kunai from my bag, one of which was a clone. We threw our weapons at each other at the same time. I dodged his blade, but it was too late to notice how the shadow from the chain began to move. As a result, I ended up under shadow imitation. My kunai passed by Shikamaru, who managed to dodge them. The clone, which was a kunai, appeared behind the enemy, removed the henge and tried to put a paralysis seal on Naru. Unfortunately, he managed to react and dispel the clone, but the seal was still installed. As a result, we both ended up paralyzed. He because of the seal, I because of the shadow imitation technique. Not a bad idea, Shikamaru had to admit, to turn a clone into a kunai. I take it that happened while I couldn't see anything because of the smoke from the first batch of clones. That's right, I decided to keep up the conversation. But we have reached a stalemate, he concluded. I wouldn't say that, I objected. I have much more chakra than you, and I can simply wear you down. Sooner or later, your chakra will run out, and my seal can last for about a day if nothing counters it. But you can't do that, because then your technique will fail. So I won this fight. But so that it doesn't last that long, I'll just reveal another trump card. I grinned at the end of my speech. At that moment, all the clones that were pretending to be an entourage dispelled the henge and approached the shocked Nara. One of them put a kunai to Shikamaru's throat. The winner is Namikaze Naruto. The referee ended the fight. The entire stadium applauded, but I ignored it. Nara removed his technique and I, approaching him, removed the seal. Together we went up to the balcony where the other participants were. Despite the fact that Shikamaru lost, he was allowed to stay here until the end of the tournament. The moment Kiyomi jumped on me with an embrace, the next match was announced. Uchiha Satsuki vs. Sobaku no Tamari. Satsuki entered the arena and waited for the referee's signal. Let's start. Tamari immediately gained distance and took out her fan. Satsuki did not close the distance between them and also moved away a little. I think I know what's coming now. Futon. Weasel Sickle. Kato. Great Fiery Destruction. A huge wave of fire and a wide blade of wind rushed towards each other. The fire, meeting the wind, not only did not slow down its advance, but also intensified. Tamari had no choice but to leave as a substitute. The daughter of the Cage was very unlucky with her opponent. Kato. Phoenix Flowers. A multitude of small fireballs flew towards Tamari, which she began to dodge. Under the cover of her technique, Satsuki approached the blonde and, taking out her kunai, began to press her opponent in close combat. Tamari fought back for a while, but when the Uchiha ran lightning through the kunai, she was unable to counter. Despite her wind element, she did not know how to imbue her weapons with it, since her fighting style does not include close combat. Satsuki simply cut Tamari's weapon and brought the kunai to her throat until she came to her senses. The winner is Uchiha Satsuki. The audience cheered, they really liked such a spectacular battle. Satsuki quickly rose to us. Kiyomi did not have time to congratulate her, because her battle began. Namikaze Kiyomi vs. Hyuga Neji. After listening to our good luck wishes, Imouto went downstairs. Neji was already waiting for her there. Ready? Asked the judge. They nodded and on his command the fight began. Neji immediately rushed into close combat, activating the Byakugan. Kiyomi knew about the Juken and understood that fighting him at close range was a terrible idea, so she began to break the distance, creating clones to distract the Hyuga. Her plan succeeded and Neji had to stop and neutralize the clones. Kiyomi at this time retreated to a safe distance and created several more clones. Apparently, they had a much larger reserve than the distractors. They went to different sides and began to make seals. Raiden. Thunder Spear. Raiden. Ball Lightning. Futon. Vacuum Bullets. Futon. Multiple Wind Blades. This barrage of techniques rushed towards Neji, who was still fighting off the clones. He noticed the danger and had to expose one of his techniques. Kaden, he said, starting to spin and creating a powerful chakra barrier, which Kiyomi's techniques hit. After waiting for the flurry of attacks to end, he stopped spinning. The tension was easy to read on his face. Kiyomi again created many clones that rushed at the Hyuga, while she herself created a rasengan. But it was unusual. I used this technique too often to immediately realize that something was wrong with it. Finally, having finished forming the technique, she threw it at Neji. Of course, he noticed this and was about to dodge, but he saw that the technique dissipated before it reached him. He chuckled and continued to destroy the clones until he received a powerful blow to the side. He flew back several meters, and Kiyomi ran towards him. She was about to deliver the final blow to knock him out, but she was unable to. 8 trigrams. Vacuum Palm. Kiyomi was thrown back by a wave of compressed air that flew out of Neji's palm, who managed to perform the technique while lying on the ground. He stood up with difficulty and walked towards the equally crumpled Kiyomi. She also stood up and began to make seals. Futon. Wind Blade. The air blade was sent towards Neji. He dodged the technique and ran faster, while Kiyomi narrowed her eyes and created clones again. They all started doing hand seals. Raiden. Electric Wave. They shouted in unison and a wide wave of electricity rushed towards Neji. He tried to create a Kaden, but due to his condition, it didn't work and the technique hit Hyuga. He fell, shaking in convulsions. Kiyomi didn't approach him and simply threw a kunai, so that it stuck not far from Neji's head. The winner is Namikaze Kiyomi. She smiled tiredly and let the medics take care of her. She was taken to the local hospital, and Satsuki and I immediately headed there. Gaara wanted to go too, but he could be called to fight at any moment, because it was unknown how long the fight between the Sound and Kiba would last. Upon entering the medical center, we immediately hurried to Kiyomi lying on the bed. Imoto, how are you? I asked worriedly. I'll live, don't worry, she chuckled, I'll recover by the next fight. Then I have a question for you, how did you manage to create an invisible throwing rasengan? I added lightning chakra to it, she answered, I called the technique vanishing rasengan, but I'm not going to shout its name, since the name gives away the whole meaning of the technique. I wanted to ask another question, but at that moment Kushina burst into the room. Kiyomi, how are you? Where does it hurt? She immediately started asking questions. Rolling my eyes, I left the room. Kushina was even worse than usual, worried. The next fight will be ours, right? It turns out that Satsuki followed me. Yep, I confirmed. Then let's put on a show for them, she smirked. That made me smirk back. We agreed, let's fight without holding back, I replied. We talked for a while longer as we headed back to the balcony. We came out just as Kiba's fight ended in a draw. That's even better, there will be 4 people in the semifinals instead of 5. Sobu no Gara vs. Rock Lee. Lee immediately jumped into the arena. Gara decided to go down the stairs. After waiting for the examiner's command, Lee immediately rushed towards the Suna member. The beginning of the fight was similar to the fight from My World. Rock jumped around Gara, striking at the sand defense. But at some point, everything changed. When Lee's foot once again collided with Gara's sand, he delivered a quick blow with a staff quickly formed from sand and disintegrated immediately after the blow. Lee flew to the side. Lee, you can take them off. Came from Guy. He immediately took off the weights and rushed towards Gara, who was standing in shock, not expecting such a mass of weights. Lee began to flash at incredible speed around the Sunite, constantly striking from different sides. Gara finally came to his senses and erected a dense wall of sand around himself, which immediately bristled with spikes that shot out in all directions. Lee was able to dodge them, and was about to rush at Gara, but he was stopped by the sand, which grabbed his leg. Sand bullets immediately rushed towards him. He had no choice but to activate the first gate. The energy that was released from the opening of the gate freed his leg and reflected the bullets. But it was no longer able to reflect the wave of sand that followed them. He was thrown to the wall of the arena and the wave immediately covered him completely, leaving only his head outside, and chained him to the wall. Sand shurikens were flying towards his head, but Lee was able to overcome the pressure of the sand, got out of the trap and dodged the shurikens. At incredible speed, he rushed towards Gara. All he managed to do before Rock caught up with him was to thicken his armor. Then Gara's beating began. His sand defense couldn't keep up with Lee's speed and all that was saving him now was his armor. But after a few seconds, he turned his vessel into sand, which enveloped him and took Lee's blow. This allowed him to concentrate and a second later there was already a dense sphere of sand around Gara. Rock tried to break through it, but the spikes growing out of it did not allow him to do this. This prompted him to open the 4th gate at once, which significantly increases strength and speed. He literally disappeared in his place and appeared near the sphere, destroying it with one blow. But Gara was no longer inside. There was only a large stack of explosive seals, which immediately activated. A loud explosion thundered. When the dust settled, a badly battered Lee became visible. Gara emerged from the ground behind him and immediately grabbed him in a sand trap. Guy's student no longer had the strength to resist, and he was unable to overcome the sand. The winner is Sobu no Gara, Hayate announced. The stadium exploded with applause. Gara let go of Lee at that moment and held him so that he wouldn't fall. The medics immediately ran up to him and carried him to the infirmary. Gara went up to the balcony to join the other participants. The first round of the final round is over. Hayate began to speak. The semifinals will begin in half an hour to give the participants some rest. The first fight will be between Namikaze Naruto and Uchiha Satsuki, the second between Namikaze Kiyomi and Sobaku no Gara. The next fight promises to be fun, I thought with a grin. Commentary on Chapter 17. I'll go through each fight briefly and my thoughts on each one. Naruto and Shika. No matter what anyone says, Naruto has the most developed combat savvy. He can easily outsmart Shikamaru, especially if Naruto grabs his head like here. As for me, Shikamaru did not use all his abilities in the anime. And I think Shinbiao suits him well. Satsuki and Tamari. As I wrote, Satsuki is simply too awkward an opponent for Tamari. Kiyomi and Neji. I'm still trying my best to avoid Naruto therapy, so it's normal here. As for the fight itself, I think everything is clear. Kiyomi won thanks to the disappearing rasengan. Unfortunately, I watched Boruto, Dosu and Kiba. I don't think anyone is interested in this fight, so I skipped it. Gara and Lee. This is where I have a sore point. If we take the fight between Gara and Lee in the anime, then it seems to me that Lee can easily take out Gara if he doesn't release the one tail. He was just being stupid and using the lotus every time, which did more damage to him than to the enemy. If he hadn't used it and just hit with regular blows, then he would have won sooner or later. Gara in the anime is also stupid, in my opinion. He doesn't use his powers to the fullest. All he does is direct waves of sand while standing still. And with full control of the sand, you can come up with a lot in the next chapters. I'd be glad to receive likes and comments, they are very motivating. Chapter 18. Commentary on Chapter 18. The chapter is small compared to others and is entirely dedicated to the fight between Naruto and Sasuke. I hyped it up a lot and I hope your expectations were met. Peace. Happy New Year to everyone. PP's many thanks to Zamshul Compudictor for the award, I really appreciate it. Half an hour has passed incredibly quickly. Now Satsuki and I are standing in the arena opposite each other. For us, there are no spectators anticipating the fight, there is no Hokage, Kazekage and all those who will judge our fight. There are only us and the referee's signal, which we are waiting for impatiently. Are the participants ready? A nod from both sides, then let's begin. He commanded and immediately left the arena. We rushed at each other and began a taijutsu fight. She immediately activated her Sharingan with 3 tomo and performed a test punch to the side. I move her arm to the side, with the other hand delivering a punch to the shoulder, from which she deviates to the side and does a sweep. I make a small jump, trying to kick her in the body, but she intercepts my leg and throws me to the ground. I quickly get up and immediately unseal a katana from my body seal, on which I receive a swing of Satsuki's kunai. For a second, I conduct lightning chakra, cutting the kunai, and strike her in the head. She ducked and the sword passed over her head. She quickly took out more kunai and, conducting lightning along them, tried to cut my hand with the sword. I had to jump back to avoid getting injured, and in midair I threw several kunai at her. She quickly moved towards me, dodging the kunai along the way, but 2 clones, who were previously kunai, stopped her, starting to press, using their numerical advantage. At that time, I was making seals. Sweden. Water core. I spat out a huge core of water that flew towards Satsuki and the clones. Uchiha dodged the technique, but one of the clones exposed himself, causing a strong water explosion. The entire area around her, including herself, became wet. She realized what was coming next and jumped onto the wall in time when all this water became electrified by my ball lightning. We continued the fight on the wall. Every now and then lightning flashed, conducted along the weapon, often someone flew a couple of meters away from the opponent's blow. At some point, she suddenly began to fold the seals, Kato, Song of the Fiery Dragons. Because she performed this technique while being close to me, I had no choice but to leave as a substitute. At least, that's what she thought. But instead, I stretch my hand forward and feed it with chakra in a special way. A seal appears on it, and when one of the dragons reaches me, it absorbs it. Kiyomi's recent development is a seal for absorbing techniques. So far, it's only a one-time option, so I can absorb another technique with the seal on my other hand. When the dragon completely disappeared, all the others flew past. Satsuki still doesn't want to kill me, apparently, so she sent the technique in such a way that it only grazed me. The Uchiha rushed at me again. But this time, there will be no close combat. Futon. Wind barrier. With the hand that I absorbed the technique with, I used repulsion, and with the other I pulled out another clone kunai from my pouch, which immediately returned to its form, and, while Satsuki was still unconscious, used my new technique. Raiden. Spear of piercing lightning. A bolt of lightning formed in his hand, which he threw into the sky above Satsuki, and where the spear stopped, a small circle formed, somewhat similar to a seal, from which lightning bolts began to strike. I expected to win with this attack, but then something happened that I didn't expect at all. Instead of hitting the Uchiha, the lightning hit the purple energy barrier in the form of ribs. Susanoo. Where from, when, and most importantly, how? How did she awaken the Mangekyo? Satsuki took advantage of my confusion and formed a Susanoo fist and punched me, sending me flying to the other wall of the arena. This punch brought me back to my senses. Okay, I'll definitely ask her later where she got the Mangekyo from, but for now I need to win. She deactivated the technique and began to form hand seals. Kato. Forbidden Sun. A ball of white-hot flame flew towards me at high speed, and I immediately jumped away from it. When I landed, I saw that Satsuki was already halfway towards me, and I didn't like the trickle of blood that flowed from her eye. I quickly created 3 clones, and we jumped towards her at the same time. Once we surrounded her, we released our techniques at the same time. Futon. Vacuum Ball. Kato. Fire Dragon. Sweden. Rip Wave. Raiden. Great Thunder Spear. These techniques rushed towards Uchiha, but she covered herself with Susanoo's ribs. Damn, how this technique pisses me off when it's against me. At that moment, she opened her eye wide, and 3 clones immediately burst into black flames. A ring of the same black fire formed around me. So, Amaterasu. Well, it's my own fault. I asked you not to hold back, I chuckled to myself. Kurama, could you lend me some of your chakra? I asked mentally. If you're fighting Uchiha, you don't even have to ask, the fox smirked in his subconscious. At that moment, I felt my strength returning to me. There is no cover, but I think my eyes are red now. And judging by the shudder of Satsuki, who just looked into my eyes, she understood that now it would be even more difficult. I jumped high into the air and released a small gust of wind from my feet, which sent me flying through the ring of Amaterasu. As I landed, I activated the technique I had been working on for months. Shiden's Veil. Red lightning started running across my body. Releasing 2 scarlet beams from my hands, I rushed at Satsuki at a huge speed, increased by the shroud. She knew the danger of Shiden Iso, so she immediately began to run away, simultaneously pouring fire or lightning techniques on me, which I easily dodged. Finally, I caught up with her, but she activated Susanoo again. I removed the beams, and left the usual scarlet Shiden in my hands and delivered a powerful blow to the ribs. They cracked, but withstood. At that moment, I fed more fox chakra into the lightning, it became some kind of crimson and was able to pierce Susanoo's ribs. I managed to deactivate the technique in time so as not to injure Satsuki. And while she was in shock from the pierced technique, I put a chakra suppression seal on her, simultaneously bringing a kunai taken from the pouch to her neck. The stadium was almost deafeningly silent. For a few seconds, nothing happened at all until Hayate made his announcement. The winner is Namikaze Naruto. Commentary on Chapter 18. I love Dark Souls, so I took 2 spells from there and turned them into techniques. I hope you don't mind. Spear of Piercing Lightning 20,151,219,191,028 and Path Prefix Ru. I'd be glad to receive likes and comments, they are very motivating. Chapter 19. Commentary on Chapter 19. Sorry for the long absence, holidays, all sorts of things, plus I wasn't in the mood to write. The chapter isn't very long, I hope you like it. The winner is Namikaze Naruto. I immediately removed the seal on Satsuki and held her as she staggered. I can imagine how much chakra she must be drained by now, considering how many times she used Mangekyo during the fight. Only now did the audience realize what had happened and began to applaud wildly. I ignored it and waited for the medic nin to arrive. You do understand that I have a lot of questions for you. I whispered in her ear. She shuddered and turned her head towards me. Later, Satsuki answered. I nodded back and handed her over to the medics. When they took her away, I jumped onto the balcony where the participants were waiting for me. Kiyomi immediately hugged me. Ni-san, that was incredible. She immediately exclaimed. Is Satsuki okay? Yes, she is exhausted, she just needs rest. I reassured her. At that moment our conversation was interrupted. Namikaze Kiyomi and Sobaku no Gaara. Good luck. I wished. She nodded and jumped into the arena. Gaara followed her. Are the participants ready? Hayate asked. Ready, they answered in chorus. Let's start, he commanded and jumped back. Kiyomi immediately rushed at the Tsunite, who was calmly standing in place. Forming a rasengan on the run, she tried to hit Gaara, but his sand defense withstood the blow. Her opponent immediately struck back, momentarily forming a sand staff. Kiyomi flew back, but quickly rose, creating clones that immediately rushed at Gaara. He did not wait for them to reach and fired a multitude of sand bullets, which destroyed almost everyone. Those who remained began to throw kunai at him, which the defense took on itself, but they turned out to be difficult. Kiyomi, having formed a concentration seal, said, Fuinpo, lightning barrier. Lightning immediately struck between the kunai, neutralizing the defense, and vacuum bullets immediately rushed towards him, which he had to dodge. Kiyomi smiled victoriously and continued firing techniques, but she did not notice how the sand began to move around her leg. It must have been difficult for Gaara to dodge and control the technique at the same time, but he managed it. The sand grabbed Kiyomi by the leg and knocked him over, immediately enveloping his entire body and shrinking. Wincing in pain, she closed her eyes and concentrated. Futon. Wind barrier. The sand flew to the sides, and I nodded approvingly. I taught her this technique, and she was able to perform it without seals. Gaara rushed at her and forced a close fight, in which he was surprisingly good. He managed to restore his defense, and now, while she was taking blows, he could calmly deliver his own. As a result, Kiyomi flew back literally 10 seconds after the start of the skirmish. She managed to land on her feet and sent a lightning bolt in his direction, which he dodged, having learned from the bitter experience of interacting with Kiyomi's lightning. While he was approaching, she again created several dozen clones, the main part of which rushed at Gaara, and the rest quickly ran around him and simultaneously began to fold seals. But they didn't have time. Gaara saw their maneuver and, ignoring the clones and relying on his own defense, hit the clones with sand as they were making seals. They dispersed, and Kiyomi's plan failed. But she was not upset, since Gaara, distracted by the clones in the distance, stopped paying attention to the ones nearby. And that was a mistake. They surrounded him and, making a concentration seal, put strong chakra suppression and paralysis seals. Gaara froze in place and could not move. Kiyomi approached him and took out a kunai to put to his throat, but everything went wrong again. All the clones were destroyed at once by sand spikes that appeared right under them. Kiyomi opened her eyes in shock, not understanding how he was able to control the chakra under the seal. But everything became clear when Gaara crumbled into sand and a real Suna man emerged from the ground, immediately delivering a powerful blow with a wave of sand to Kiyomi. She was immediately carried away and chained to the wall. Several sand shurikens were immediately stuck next to her head. The winner is Sobu no Gaara, the judge announced. Gaara immediately let go of Kiyomi, walked up to her and helped her up. At that moment, Minato stood up in his box. The semi-finals are over and the final fight will be between Namikaze Naruto and Sobaku no Gaara. It will be in an hour so that the finalists can rest and recover. Kiyomi and Gaara went up to the balcony. My sister looked upset. I immediately went up to her and hugged her. Don't be upset, you showed a good fight. I'm sure you'll be promoted to Chunin despite the loss. I began to calm her down. I'm still proud of you, Imouto, I said more quietly in her ear. She smiled, saying, thank you, into my shoulder, but was in no hurry to pull away. I chuckled and looked at Gaara. I congratulate you on your victory and I am glad that we will be able to meet in battle. I said, looking into his eyes. I hope that you will not hold back and the fight will be interesting. Likewise, I'm also glad that we will fight, he smiled. Now, I think it's time to ask Uchiha a few questions, I said, letting go of Kiyomi. She nodded in agreement, and we went to the medical center, where Satsuki was currently lying. As soon as we walked in, we saw Satsuki lying on the bed and Itachi sitting next to her bed. Hello, how are you feeling? Kiyomi asked first. Not bad, just tired, she answered, and how are you? How was the fight? I lost, she said sullenly. Me too, so it's not that scary, Satsuki chuckled, especially since you had a very strong opponent. So there's no need to worry about it. Thank you. You're welcome, Uchiha answered cheerfully. And now that we know about your condition, can I ask you one question that really interests me? I said quietly and calmly, but Satsuki flinched at my tone. Tell me, how were you able to awaken the Mangekyo? Itachi, who had taken a sip of water at that moment, choked. After clearing his throat, he looked at me seriously. How do you know about Mangekyo? He asked seriously. Damn, I didn't foresee that Itachi would have questions about my knowledge, but okay, we'll figure it out. From the fox, I answered immediately. Well, yes, of course, if something happens, we immediately blame everything on the fox, Kurama grumbled in his subconscious. I ignored him, continuing to look at Itachi. From the fox, he asked again. Yes, he told me about the Mangekyo on the day of the massacre, when he saw your Susanoo and the drawings of the attack as Sharingans. I see, he said, you have helped and saved Imouto more than once, so I can trust you. She received the Mangekyo after seeing your death, Itachi explained as if nothing had happened. AAA, you could have said so right away, I replied. It turns out I'm dead. And when did I have time? It's not funny, Satsuki said quietly, shuddering. I stopped laughing and looked at her. I put her into a high-ranking genjutsu, in which I showed your death, Itachi explained in more detail. I thought it would be better to awaken these eyes from illusion than from reality. Harsh, I said, approaching the bed. Satsuki looked lost, apparently remembering what she had shown. I sat down on the bed next to her and put my arm around her shoulders. She shuddered and looked at me with a meaningful look. I smiled encouragingly at her. She smiled weakly in response and relaxed, leaning against me. It was after this event that we met on the Hokage mountain after the second stage, she said quietly. So that reason for the worries was not the main one, I told her just as quietly. She nodded in response. Our dialogue was not heard, but Itachi most likely read my lips, although he did not say anything. Kiyomi showed tact and did not ask what we were talking about. When are you going to exchange eyes? I changed the subject. Itachi raised an eyebrow in surprise. You know that too. The fox again. Who else? I chuckled. He nodded. I was going to after the final, Itachi answered. The sooner she has an eternal Mangekyo, the better. I don't see the point in waiting. It's better not to, Kurama suddenly said. Now she might not be able to withstand the power of these eyes. Wait at least a year. The fox says that it is better not to transplant now, since she may not withstand the power of the eternal Mangekyo. I relayed the fox's words to Itachi. His eyes widened. It dawned on him that if it weren't for that phrase, he would have killed his sister with his own hands. Naruto. He couldn't formulate his thoughts properly. You just saved Imouto once again. Satsuki herself opened her eyes wide, realizing what my words meant. I don't know how to repay you anymore, and whether I'll ever be able to repay you. Itachi, I called him. He looked at me. Don't be stupid. What? He didn't understand. You don't owe me anything at all. Satsuki is a very dear person to me. Of course I will do everything to make sure everything is good with her. I'm not doing this so that you will owe me, but because I want to and can. So stop being stupid and saying such frankly stupid things. You don't owe me anything, I said in the end. Itachi looked at me with a lost look. Satsuki pressed herself closer to me and laid her head on my shoulder. Kiyomi just sat somewhere to the side and watched the show. Of course, she also turned pale when she found out that she could lose her friend, almost a sister. But now she could hardly hold back her laughter at the sight of Itachi. I chuckled and made myself more comfortable on Satsuki's bed. I feel like I'm going to sit here until my fight starts. Satsuki won't let me go that easily. Commentary on Chapter 19. I'd be glad to receive likes and comments, they are very motivating. Chapter 20. Commentary on Chapter 20. I've gotten a bit carried away. Well, let's consider this compensation for the absence. I hope you like the chapter. The hour passed quickly. We spent the entire break in Satsuki's ward, and Uchiha herself never left my side until I said that it was time for me to fight. It's not that I was against it, quite the opposite, but it doesn't really look like standard Uchiha behavior. If you remember at least that same Sasuke. If Sasuke was constantly trying to hug you, then your obsession with bringing him back to the village would look too suspicious. Kurama did not ignore my thoughts. I mentally shuddered. Rakudo forbid this from happening. The fox laughed at my reaction. Okay, I need to get myself together. Actually, I have a fight about to start, and not with just anyone, but with the Jinchuriki of the One-Tailed. Kurama, you can communicate with Shukaku, right? I asked mentally. Yes, but what are you getting at? He answered, puzzled. Well, I just want to offer him and Gaara some fun, and you too, I grinned. You know, I like your idea, Kurama replied, clearly smiling. I'll pass it on. Thank you, friend. I didn't forget to thank him. Just then, Gaara and I walked into the arena to the applause of the crowd. There we were, standing opposite each other, waiting for the referee's signal, and the Sun Man's eyes widened. He looked at me questioningly. I smiled and nodded. He thought for a moment, then grinned and nodded. My smile grew even wider. This was definitely going to be a spectacular and fun fight. Are the participants ready? Hayate asked the usual question. Ready, we answered. Let's start. Gaara didn't go into close combat, didn't stand still, waiting for my attack. He simply flew up on a cloud of sand, simultaneously raising a considerable amount of sand, forming a curtain. I immediately activated the Shiden cloak and purple lightning ran across my body. Soon I found myself in the middle of a real sandstorm. If it weren't for the cloak, I would have been in a really bad way. It's good that lightning surpasses the earth. But now I need to find Gaara in this sandy hell. 20 meters forward, height 6 meters. Kurama helped me. Got it, thank you. I rushed forward, and when I found myself in the right place, I jumped high up, landing on Gaara's cloud. I immediately felt my feet being covered in sand, but I fed more chakra into the shroud, which prevented me from being captured. I formed seals at great speed and said the name of the technique. Futon. Great Wind Barrier. A very powerful gust of wind hit me in all directions, throwing Gaara and all the sand within a radius of 20 meters. I found myself without support, but quickly created a clone, which threw me towards Gaara. A cloud of purple lightning began to sparkle in my hand. But Gaara managed to create a new platform of sand and dodge the blow, simultaneously sending several sand shuriken at me. I put my Shiden under the attack to neutralize it, and at that moment the storm returned. I landed on the ground. The sand began to actively try to envelop me. I had to strengthen the cover even more. This was already becoming unpleasant. Where? I asked mentally. 10 meters to the right, height 4. Thank you. Stop thanking me every time. Kurama got tired of it. I snorted and ran in the right direction. This time, jumping up, I created a beam of lightning, and, having extended it as much as possible, hit Gaara. He did not expect it, and the sand protection did not cope. But his armor saved him. In the end, I only managed to cut his platform and slightly damage the armor. There was not enough length for the rest. Gaara dropped to the ground and concentrated. All the sand that was now surrounding me began to turn into spikes that flew at me. Having formed seals, I created a protective barrier. The spikes smashed against the dome of green energy. At that moment I was forming a new series of seals. But I did not succeed. Gaara guessed to control the sand that got inside the dome and created a spike that stuck into my leg. I hissed and ran lightning along this spike, from which the sand crumbled. Futon. Air barrier. All the sand flew out of the barrier, since it does not let attacks in, but it lets them out quite well. Having created 2 clones and put together the necessary series of seals with them, while Gaara was unsuccessfully trying to break through the dome, I activated a technique that combines the power of 3 elements. Thunderstorm. Heavy clouds swirled around the barrier, with lightning flashing frequently within them. I concentrated and expanded the radius of the technique, covering the entire sandstorm with it. The water in the clouds, electrified by lightning, destroyed Gaara's storm and dealt considerable damage to him. When the elements calmed down a bit, I saw the Sandman himself, who was trying to recover from the lightning strike. It's not him, Kurama warned, it's a clone, the real one is underground. He was able to avoid the attack. If it's underground, then it needs to be smoked out, I answered mentally, raising my palms to the ground. He found out that you realized where he is, now he'll come out right after you, the fox immediately informed me. I smirked and pretended not to know his plan. So when he jumped out, swinging the newly formed sand sword at me, I met him with a kick to the face. Since I was still covered, the sand defense didn't keep up with my movement and Gaara flew back a few meters. I tried to capitalize on my success and rushed towards him, forming a technique in my hand. And at that moment, he decided to move on to the final stage of our performance. The sand enveloped his hand, turning into something like a paw. The sclera of one of his eyes became completely black, the iris yellow, and the pupil diamond-shaped. Blue patterns appeared on the sandy hand. He began to use Shukaku's power. The shinobi spectators became agitated. I already saw the referee about to stop the fight when I raised my hand. Whatever happens here, don't you dare stop the fight. I said loudly, we agreed to fight with full force, and this includes using this force. Are you sure? Hayate asked. Absolutely. Believe me, I have something to answer with. I grinned and my eyes turned red with an elongated pupil. The judge shuddered and looked at Minato. He nodded. Hayate sighed and waved his hand for us to continue. Gaara had already formed a sand tail at this time. I looked at him. Having fed the fox's chakra into the shroud, which turned scarlet, I rushed at him, breathing out a powerful fireball. He covered himself with his paw and with a wave sent a powerful wave of wind at me, to which I responded in kind. When I had almost reached him, he took out a scroll from his clothes, from which he opened a pouch. And when I struck with my fist, it was taken by the iron sand. Gaara has a Kekkei Genkei of magnetism, it's just, as it is written on the wiki, that he is sleeping. And I woke him up, rising from the pouch. I opened my eyes in surprise and he, taking advantage of this, with a wave of his paw sent me flying. For the second time today, I crashed into a wall, unable to cope with surprise. As soon as I was able to peel myself off, I grinned a little crazy. Madara had a strong influence on me, despite the fact that we had only known each other for a couple of hours. In particular, I began to get genuine pleasure from difficult and interesting fights. I slowly walked towards Gaara, gradually becoming covered in red chakra. The spectators began to scream in fear and demand that the fight be stopped, but neither I nor the judges, who were watching our fight with interest, heard them. Finally, having formed a third tail, I accelerated. And so much so that I literally disappeared in the place where I had been before. Appearing near Gaara, I struck with my hand, which already had a shiden in it, but he managed to intercept it with his tail and tried to throw me again, but I already prevented him from doing this with my tails, hitting him in the torso. He took the blow on his paw, moving half a meter away, while letting me go. I landed on my feet and threw a punch with my chakra paw, which was blocked by my hand in the iron sand, which immediately began to penetrate under the shroud. Because of it, it was much more difficult for me to control the fox's chakra, so I immediately released a wave of chakra, which brought the sand out of the shroud and threw Gaara back, who was chased by a red lightning bolt. The bolt caught up with him in midair, and he growled in pain, stabbed his paw into the ground, stopping his flight. He stopped, only to fly again immediately, this time from a powerful gust of wind. Shukaku was clearly angry, considering that the iron sand was absorbed into the normal sand, strengthening it, and his other hand was also covered in normal sand with blue patterns, forming a second paw. He did not stop there, and soon a huge tanuki stood in front of me, growling at me. Gaara's body was inside the raccoon's torso. I watched this action with interest. I knew I could stop the transformation, but I didn't want to. I wondered if I could handle such an opponent. I made seals and growled, looking high up at the raccoon's face. Kato. Great fiery destruction. A huge wave of flame rushed towards one tail, but he managed to get out of the attack zone, and the fire went into the sky. Kato. Song of the Fiery Dragons. Several more powerful streams of fire went into the sky, as the raccoon was able to dodge the attacks. Clouds began to swirl in the sky, lightning flashed in them periodically. I smiled, my idea is still working, thanks to Sasuke and his Kirin for the idea. Shukaku got tired of dodging the fire and attacked me with his paws. I easily dodged the attack, after all, the covers of the Biju and Shiden greatly increase speed. For some time I simply dodged the attacks, periodically glancing at the sky. Finally, having waited for the right moment, I folded the seals and shouted. Raiden. Heavenly thunder. Lightning started to strike from the sky in large quantities, and they struck exclusively at the tanuki. Now I'm even grateful that he used iron sand, so it magnetizes lightning to itself, because a serious disadvantage of this technique is the randomness of lightning strikes, but metal in this situation solved this problem. Finally, when the lightning flashes ended, I saw a very battered one-tailed. I quickly ran up to it and saw Gaara's hand sticking out of Shukaku's body. I deactivated the cloak and, grabbing this hand, pulled it out of the Biju's body. The raccoon immediately crumbled into ordinary sand. While Gaara was still unconscious, I activated the Shiden and brought it to the Suna member's body, looking expectantly at the judge. It took him a while to get it, but quickly coming to his senses, he announced. The winner of this fight, as well as the entire tournament, is Namikaze Naruto. The spectators immediately started making an incredible noise after these words. Moreover, the stadium was divided into two parts. Some are those who still see me as a demon and demand that I be removed from the tournament. The second, on the contrary, applauded and congratulated me on my victory. Soon Minato got tired of this, and he jumped down to me and raised his hand demanding silence. So, Namikaze Naruto has become the winner of the final round of the Chunin exams. Naruto, is there anything you want to say before we all go our separate ways? He asked me. Oh man, you shouldn't have done that, Kurama said in his subconscious. Yes, perhaps I will say something, I answered in a calm voice. Dearest residents of this village, honestly, I have always been amazed by you. I have one question for you. Why are you so stupid? Tell me, if you know that a demon that destroyed half the village is sealed inside a person, then you must understand that by driving him to it, you are digging your own grave. Have you ever thought that my patience would one day run out and I would let the fox out for a walk? But no, it's too hard to think. It's better that the four of us beat up a 5-year-old child again, whom we blame for all our troubles. Honestly, you're lucky. You're very lucky that I don't give a damn about you. I don't care how you feel about me, I don't care about what happened before. If I were different, you might now be rejoicing at the new coming of the fox, and if last time it was the fault of the apostate, this time the fault would lie solely with you. I hope you will hear me and at least once in your life turn on your brain. On that note, I finished my speech, covered myself in lightning, and left the arena at full speed. The spectators saw only a red flash. I didn't bother to watch what would happen after my speech, I just ran through the village towards the Hokage monument. Sitting on my father's head, I finally exhaled. Only now did I realize how tired I was. I just wanted to sit and do nothing. I sat like that for about 5 minutes until Satsuki landed on my head. She didn't say anything, didn't ask anything, or congratulate me on my victory. She just sat next to me, hugged me, and laid her head on my shoulder. I sighed and hugged back. We sat like that in silence until I fell asleep from exhaustion. Commentary on Chapter 20. If there is anyone here against swearing in fanfics, then I apologize, it just seems to me that a more succinct word was needed here. I'd be glad to receive likes and comments, they are very motivating. Chapter 21. Commentary on Chapter 21 and I wrote a new chapter here, I hope you like it. Peas. There are already more than 100 likes, thank you very much. I woke up from someone whispering my name in my ear. Opening my eyes, I saw Kiyomi in front of me. She smiled and moved away a little. You again? She asked. At first I didn't understand what she meant, but after a second I noticed a familiar weight on my shoulder. Looking there, I saw Satsuki, who was sleeping, leaning against me. I smiled at this picture and turned back to my sister. As you can see, I answered her question, have we been here for long? 3 hours have passed since the end of the tournament, I received an answer. And what was the reaction to me? I was interested in this. I had dreamed of asking this question to the locals all my life, and finally this chance presented itself. I wouldn't say that your speech changed their worldview much. Some seem to think about it, but most still hate you, she said quietly. It seems that they perceived your words as a threat, and demand that you be isolated. I see, I said in a slightly depressed tone, and I was hoping that they would turn on their brains. Well, they have once again proven their absence, Kiyomi chuckled sadly at this statement. And what about Minato? I don't know. He said with a stony face that the exam was over and everyone could leave, after which he disappeared somewhere in a flash. I see, then it's up to me to find out, I'm sure he won't let this prank go without some kind of reaction. Okay, I think it's time to go home. You'll carry me in your arms again, Imouto grinned. Of course, I confirmed with a smile, lifting Satsuki into my arms. By the way, judging by the changed breathing, she is no longer asleep, but pretending to be. Well, okay, let's not interrupt her performance. For now. Then first to the Uchihas. When we approached the clan's territory, I decided to wake up Satsuki. Satsuki, are you comfortable? I asked sweetly. But she's sleeping, Kiyomi said, perplexed. Yes, quite, thank you, Uchiha answered. Imouto looked at her in surprise. So you haven't slept? For how long? She asked. Yes, all the way, I answered for her. She nodded in agreement. And why did you pretend to be asleep? Kiyomi narrowed her eyes. I was kind of too lazy to go anywhere myself, and then they offered to carry you. How can you refuse such an offer? Did I tell you that you look good together? She asked. And not just once, I chuckled. At that moment, we approached Satsuki and Itachi's house. I was about to put her down when her older brother came out of the house. Seeing his sister in my arms, he smiled. Finally decided to show up, he greeted us, Satsuki, what are you doing in Naruto's arms? I'm lying, she answered, jumping to the ground, or rather, was lying. And you can't find fault with the answer, he grinned, Naruto, congratulations on winning the tournament, you're great. I'm sure all three of you will become Chunin. By the way, your final fight was very good, especially the last technique. What did you call it? Itachi pretended to forget. Oh yeah, Heavenly Thunder. It impressed me. I was lucky that Gaara used Iron Sand, because of that all the lightning hit him. I see. Will you stay for a while or go home? Thank you for the invitation, but we're going home, Kiyomi answered. If we stay any longer, our mother will kill us. Okay. Itachi nodded understandingly, then see you soon. Bye. We said goodbye in unison. He went back into the house. Satsuki hugged us in turn and also left. My sister and I went home. On the way she asked. Ni-san, what's going on between you and Satsuki? I can clearly see that you're constantly clinging to each other. And I think I'm not the only one who's noticed it. Do you like her? Honestly, I don't know, I answered after some thought, I can't understand. I definitely feel very comfortable with her, and she's definitely very dear to me, but as a sister or as a girlfriend, I can't say. In my opinion, everything is obvious here, said Kiyomi. What's obvious here? I asked. I won't say that, she answered sarcastically, that's something you have to figure out for yourself. I sighed, but didn't insist. We spent the rest of the journey in silence. Soon we were at the house. As I walked through the door, I wondered how much Kushina would eat my brains. 3. 2. Naruto. I was a little mistaken. Oh well, it happens to everyone. I sighed and answered. What? Don't you want to explain anything to me? She asked menacingly as she left the kitchen. No, I answer in a calm tone. She opened her eyes wide, clearly not expecting such an answer. No, she asked again. No, I repeated and walked past her, heading for the kitchen. But I was interrupted by the appearance of Yaki behind me. I turned around and saw how Kushina's hair began to rise, dividing into 9 strands. I chuckled at this. She turned to me and immediately flinched, losing all her enthusiasm, seeing my scarlet fox pupils. You know, the 9-tailed has a stronger Yaki pressure, so it's not impressive. How do you control the Biju chakra? She asked, ignoring my words. Why are you so interested in this? I asked. And please don't say that you are my mother, that argument won't work. Kushina looked down. I couldn't control this power. How do you control it? She finally found the reason. It's simple, I answered, you just need to have communication skills. That's all, I'll explain. You'll figure out the rest yourself. Leaving her standing in the hallway with her eyes wide open, I walked into the kitchen. The fox laughed in his subconscious, seeing the reaction of his former Jinchuriki. There, Kiyomi and I quickly ate and were about to go to our rooms when Seiji entered the kitchen. He smiled happily when he saw us. Hello, Naruto, congratulations on your victory. Sis, congratulations to you too, you did very well. Naruto, do you want to have a sparring match sometime? Let's see who's stronger. I'll be happy to feed you some soil, I answered, smiling, but definitely not today. We'll see who feeds whom, Seiji answered immediately. Well, there's no need to guess, Kiyomi interrupted the conversation. Ni-san will definitely win. Ha, got it, the brother exclaimed triumphantly. I'll win. I don't want to disappoint you, but I wasn't talking about you, I refuted his imouto under my laughter. He pretended to be downcast. How so? That's life, I replied, patting him on the shoulder. And then I pulled my hand back, as he tried to grab me. Deciding not to let this act go unpunished, I immediately tripped him, knocking Seiji to the floor. 1-0, brother, I answered, looking down at him. He smiled and stood up. Okay, so be it, I'll give in to you this time so as not to upset you. I chuckled and left the kitchen, heading to the bathroom. After a quick shower, I went to my room. But they didn't let me go to bed. There was a knock at the door. It's open, I let the knocker in, guessing who it might be. My guess was right. Minato was standing at the threshold. He asked permission to sit on the chair with his eyes and received a nod in response, sat down and looked at me. And what was that? He asked without any greetings. What exactly? I asked in an innocent tone, pretending to be a fool. Stop pretending to be stupid, it doesn't suit you. You know exactly what I mean. What was that after the final fight? He said, frowning. An appeal to the villagers with a question that has long interested me. Do you realize that opening up to everyone is a terrible idea? Really? I feigned surprise. After all, in our village, the identity of the Jinchuriki is almost unknown to anyone, right? Minato only sighed. Don't accuse me of revealing secret information. Any more or less qualified spy can easily find out this information, so this claim doesn't count. Anything else? The head of a secret organization, Elder Danzo Shimura, has become interested in your power, he said. It was expected. I definitely surprised him with my answer. Don't worry, I won't get to the root of it. How do you know about him? He asked immediately. Doesn't matter. No, that's important, Minato said sternly. How do you know about the existence of Root Anbu? There's no way you could have known about a secret organization, even many Jonin don't know about it. I rolled my eyes. How he irritates me. I understand that I'm giving myself away by showing that I know something I shouldn't know, but I've never been very good at hiding, so who cares? From the fox. Me again. Kurama was indignant. Yes, you again, now shut up, you're distracting me, I answered mentally. He was sealed in the wife of the first Hokage, so of course he knows about the root and Danzo. I immediately explained my previous phrase. And since we are friends, he told me about the potential danger. Okay, then I don't need to warn you that you need to treat it with the utmost caution. I have one more question for you. Minato said. I looked at him with interest. How many tails can you release safely, and what is your limit? I can safely release 6 tails, I decided not to lie. He already knows about my relationship with Kurama, so I don't see anything harmful for myself in this. And with difficulty, but I can pull out 8, but after that I will need a long recovery. I hope this information will not go where it shouldn't. You can be sure of that, Minato replied and was about to leave when I stopped him. Wait, I have questions for you too. He stopped and returned to his chair. First of all, who will become a Chunin? This is decided by the clan council, which will be tomorrow, so I can't say for sure, but your team has very high chances, based on your battles and the results of the first stages. You will definitely become a Chunin. Anything else? I was planning to leave for free conscription soon, and I suspect I need your permission to leave the village for an indefinite period. He raised his eyebrows in surprise. Free conscription? He asked again. You understand that this is very dangerous and you can die. I understand this perfectly well and am aware of the risks, I replied. Okay, but only after a few missions at the rank of Chunin, Minato said. I sighed heavily. I can't change this decision. I tried, without hope in my voice. No, I received a firm answer. Good. What consequences did my speech have in the village? People are divided into those who think and those who hate. There are more of the latter. Much more. Well, something like that was to be expected. Then the last question, which I ask you to answer honestly. What is your opinion of me? What do you feel about me? He raised his eyebrows in surprise. I was a little surprised at myself. It turns out I do care about what he has to say. It won't change my opinion of him, but I am interested in his answer. This is a difficult question, Minato began anyway. I see that you are not a child anymore, that is why I am speaking to you so seriously. I don't know where you got such a stern look of a person who has been through a lot, but I will not ask, understanding that you will not tell anything. I will not say that I love you, but I definitely respect you. You did not break after everything you have been through and became strong. I understand your attitude towards me, that is why I will not touch you unless there is something serious. I understand that asking for your forgiveness is useless, that is why I will not do it. And even if my opinion means nothing to you, I am still proud of you. Having said this, he quickly left the room, closing the door behind him. I lay down on the bed, thinking about his words. This is about what I expected, only I didn't expect the words about pride. He treats me like a good, strong shinobi who can be entrusted with serious work. In general, this attitude suits me, I would even say that it is better than other options. He understands that he is not a parent to me, so he does not claim this place. Kushina, unfortunately, has not understood this yet. Or she has understood, but refuses to accept it. You're boring me. Not only do you not sleep, but you also don't let others. Stop thinking about these Minato and Kushina, you've already decided that they are completely different people. So quickly lie down and fall asleep. I definitely got Kurama with my thoughts. Chuckling, I listened to his advice and, casting aside all thoughts, lay down in bed. Those few hours on the Hokage monument were definitely not enough for me to get a normal rest, so in a couple of seconds I was already asleep. Commentary on Chapter 21. A reader asked about Boosty and I thought why not. So here is my Boosty, boosty.to/nay_oleg. There will be early access to the chapters, plus I created a separate post where you can throw in your ideas about the fanfic, which I will consider and maybe even add. The post is free, so don't be shy, right? That's all the news, I think. I'd be glad to get likes and comments, they still motivate. Chapter 22. Commentary on Chapter 22. I found the necromancer. I woke up later than usual today. I felt great, the sleep helped me recover from the consequences of the tournament. Taking a shower, I thought about what I should do today. So far, the only thing that came to mind was a sparring match with Seiji, which I promised him. Minato said that before going to the world of summoning, you need to complete at least a couple of missions at the rank of Chunin. I don't understand why he needs this, but okay, I definitely don't need unnecessary conflicts, so I won't be stubborn. If I remember correctly, there was a mission to the land of snow around this time, maybe they'll send me there. Okay, enough guessing, I can't influence almost anything right now anyway. When I went downstairs, I was surprised to find the entire family sitting at the table. I nodded to everyone in greeting and sat down at my place, starting to eat. However, I was interrupted by Minato's voice. Naruto. He called me. I raised my head and looked at him. Today at 12 you have to be in my office. Kiyomi, you too. He looked away from me and turned towards his sister. Okay, Dad, she replied. Then see you later. Thank you Kushina, as always everything is delicious. He rose from his seat, kissed his wife on the top of her head and left the kitchen. Well, I figured out what I'll do in the first half of the day. Based on the results of the Chunin exam, 3 of you will be promoted. These are Namikaze Naruto, Namikaze Kiyomi, and Uchiha Satsuki. The line of genin currently standing in the Hokage's office was silent, waiting for him to continue. Congratulations. Those who were left without a promotion, you have been given time to prepare for the next exam, use it wisely and you will be able to pass. That is all. Everyone is free except for Team 7. Minato finished his speech. The remaining genin left the office, and only the 3 of us remained. Well, now you and Kakashi are not an official team, but this does not mean that you will not cross paths on missions. You will still remain in the same squad, since you have shown a very high level of coordination. Naruto is appointed squad leader, you will choose your own deputy. I already have a mission for you. Your task is to protect the actress Fujika's Yuki during the filming of a movie. This is an A-rank mission, do not let us down. Start doing it tomorrow, details in this scroll. That's all, you're free. The next morning we were already standing outside the studio where the film crew was located. I went in first and was greeted by noise and bustle. People were constantly scurrying from side to side, collecting things and scenery. We approached a man standing next to the director. "Good afternoon. Are you Sandaju-san?" I asked him. He looked in my direction. "Yes, it's me. And I understand you are the Shinobi Defense Squad." "That's right. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I'm the squad captain, a Chunin rank shinobi. This is Namikaze Kiyomi and Uchiha Satsuki. Nice to meet you. As you have already been told, your task is to protect Fujika's Yuki. We are going to the land of snow to Aya. Sandayu-san." A cry came from the side. A red-haired guy of about 20 to 25 years old ran up to us. Yuki-sama ran away again. I sighed heavily and created several dozen shadow clones. They immediately ran out of the building, accompanied by the surprised looks of the film crew, and scattered around the village, combing it. I also left the building, waiting for information from the clones. 2 minutes later, it came, showing the location of the escaped actress. I immediately ran in that direction. Kiyomi ran with me. Having quickly reached the right place, I saw a girl on horseback, galloping at high speed through the streets. It did not take much time to catch up with her, and in a couple of seconds I already grabbed Koyuki, and Kiyomi calmed the horse. "You decided not to make things easy for us, right, Yuki-san?" I asked in a calm tone, putting the actress on the ground and taking a few steps back. At first, she didn't even understand what had happened, but as soon as she realized it, she looked at me. "Who are you, and why did you grab me?" she asked, narrowing her eyes angrily. "Shinobi hired to protect you. But judging by the way you were jumping around the street, not caring about the people on these streets, I'm starting to think that it's not you that needs protecting, but from you. And now we'll go to the set together." "I won't sail to the land of snow," she answered quietly, calming down. "This should be decided not with us, but with your team, so please, let us go to the set, where you can have your showdown. Our job is to protect you, not persuade you." Yuki did not like my words, but she seemed to understand that if she did not go to the team on her own, then we would deliver her. Apparently deciding not to tempt fate, she nodded resignedly and, mounting her horse, went back. 10 minutes later we were already on the set, where the final preparations were being completed. As soon as Satsuki saw us, she shook her head, indicating that nothing important had happened. Meanwhile, Sandaju-san approached the actress. "Yuki-sama, why did you run away?" "I'm not going to the land of snow," she said, looking angrily at the old man. "But we already agreed that the end of the film should take place in a snowy area, and the land of snow is best suited for this," objected the director, whose name, as it turned out, was Makino. It turns out that in my past life, I didn't even know his name. Thinking about my past life, I thought about how to solve the problem with the land of snow. On the one hand, I somehow don't really want to get involved in all this again, essentially organizing a coup d'etat in a foreign country. And on the other hand, Dodo turned out to be, to put it mildly, a bad ruler who did everything but correct the situation in the country. I wasn't particularly interested in what happened there under Koyuki's rule, but I don't think she would have become a bad ruler, considering that I spent a lot of time brainwashing her. Now, looking back on my past actions, I feel sorry for both my allies, who had to constantly listen to my cries about becoming Hokage, and my enemies, who, in addition to cries about Hokage, also heard my attempts to convert them to the side of good. So far, I have not had to resort to this, and I hope that I never will. Wake up. You've been staring at the wall with an empty gaze for 3 minutes now. These two have already managed to bore me with their senseless argument. Please finish this. You've already decided everything. Why are you chewing over your meanings? Once again I couldn't stand the flow of memories and thoughts about the frailty of Kurama's existence. Mentally chuckling, I interrupted such an exciting activity as looking at the wall and looked at the disputants, who were already seriously heated up. Sandayu was trying with all his might to persuade Yuki to go to her native country, while she was categorically against it. Forgive me for interrupting your undoubtedly rich and important discussion, but what is the problem anyway? I ask. Yuki-san, why don't you want to go to the land of snow? I have my reasons for that. I'm not going to talk about them, the actress answered, raising her head proudly. I'll just say that if we go there, your mission will be complicated. So you want to say that someone is pursuing you there and wants to either capture or kill you, or they need something from you there. Okay, your reason is clear to me, then the question is for you, Sandayu-san. I turned my gaze to the old man, making it as cold as possible. He shuddered. Why are you so insistent that Yuki-san should come to the land of snow? And against her will. Considering her words, I have a bad suspicion that she is hiding from your allies, and your task is to lure her there. The only thing that stops me from detaining you now is that you hired us, and if my theory is correct, then you are contradicting yourself. Please explain to us why Yuki-san should come to the land of snow. After all, there are many countries covered in snow, the same land of iron, and nothing prevents you from finishing the film there. The old man looked at me in surprise. Yuki and Makino looked at him with the same expression. Listen, the kid is right, it was you who suggested the land of snow. The director suddenly broke the silence. Do you really want to kill Yuki-san? No, exclaimed Sandayu with a look of fear on his face. No way. Then explain what's going on, I demanded. This situation smells too bad. Good. The old man sighed heavily. You were right, I wanted to bring Yuki-sama to the land of snow, but I do not work for those who are looking for her. On the contrary, I work against them. The thing is, Fujika's Yuki is not her. Be silent, the actress interrupted him. Recognition flashed across her face for a moment, which was immediately replaced by anger. I forbid you to say what you just wanted to say. That's no longer necessary, I said. I think I've already guessed what this is all about. If it's as I think, then it really is better to keep Yuki-san away from her homeland. But, Sandayu began. Enough. Yuki interrupted him again. If you are so concerned about my safety, then you should listen to the shinobi. Makino-san, can we film in the land of iron? So, as I understand it, danger awaits us in the land of snow. Makino frowned. I think that in that case it would be better to go to iron, especially since it is even easier and faster to get there than to snow. Yuki's face brightened, while Sandayu's face drooped. Yuki-san, can I talk to you alone? I asked. The actress looked at me sullenly, but nodded anyway. We moved away, and finally, when there were no people nearby, I put a seal to mute the sound and turned to my interlocutor. Now we won't be heard, Kazuhana Haim. I promise I won't tell anyone that you're the snow princess except for your team. But I need to know what exactly your uncle wants from you. So that we'll be ready for an attack in any case. You are perceptive, she said discontentedly, wincing at my address, but nevertheless, I am grateful that you understood the situation. To make it easier for you, I will say that my name is Kazuhana Koyuki, and my uncle Dodo needs this crystal. She pulled out a pendant from under her clothes with a hexagonal crystal hanging from it. Thank you for supporting my decision and offering to go to iron. I am truly grateful. Too many bad memories await me in my homeland. You don't have to thank me, the client's safety is my job. But I still suggest making a duplicate of the crystal, so that if anything happens, you can pay with it, while the real one remains with you. That's a good idea, she answered after some thought. But what do we do with the real one? Either keep it for yourself, but hide it well, or you can give it to me, and I will return it to you after the mission. The choice is yours. Koyuki thought about it. It's understandable, as far as I remember, it's the only thing left from her father and it's obvious that she treasures it. He'll be safer with you, she decided after a couple of minutes. Please keep him safe, he's very dear to me. You can rely on me, I nodded, smiling at her. She smiled timidly in response and handed me the crystal. I removed the seal and went back to the site. They had already finished the work there and were just waiting for us. As soon as we arrived, we loaded onto carts and horses, and we set off for the land of iron. Looking at my partners, I sighed and rode up to them. I had a long time to explain the situation to them. Commentary on Chapter 22. I know it's not much, but this chapter was very hard for me, I think you noticed, and I rewrote it many times. I hope it will go better from here. I also want to say that I started a new job. If anyone is interested, you can take a look, maybe you'll like it. Thank you very much for 200 plus subscriptions, I didn't expect there to be so many readers. I will still be glad to receive your likes and comments, they really motivate me to write more, that's all, I think. Good luck to everyone. Chapter 23. Commentary on Chapter 23. Things aren't going so well for me in real life right now, so I want to have fun and be good somewhere, so catch another unloading chapter. I hope you like it. After explaining the whole situation, Kiyomi couldn't understand why I refused to save the land of snow. Why? You managed last time, why now, when you have become much stronger than your past self, are you refusing? How can I tell you? I thought, last time I was frankly lucky that Dodo had only 3 shinobi in his service who could do something other than throw a kunai. Can you guarantee that everything will be exactly like that in this world? I have absolutely no idea how events in the land of snow developed here. I am not going to risk you for the sake of a distant country. I hope now you understand what I was guided by when I refused. Kiyomi reluctantly nodded. And what will be our plan of action? Satsuki asked. I have two suggestions. The first is boring. We just follow the group, guarding the princess, and after the filming is over we go back home. I began. What's the second one? My sister asked me. Now the second proposal is much more fun. How would you like to test your acting skills? I asked, grinning at my companions. They looked at me in shock, but as soon as they finally realized what I had proposed, they smiled. I think it will be interesting, Satsuki chuckled. That's a great idea, Kiyomi responded much more emotionally. Will they allow us? That's about the reaction I was counting on, I said, not wiping the grin off my face. And as for permission, I think we'll find something to interest the director. Since you don't mind, I'll go and propose this idea to him. If he agrees, they'll be able to edit the script for the shinobi's participation right on the way. I removed the sound suppression seal, and of course we were talking under it so that people wouldn't hear that we were talking about my past life, and slowed down a little to line up with the director. Makino-san. He broke away from his conversation with his assistant and looked at me questioningly. I have a proposal for you. I'm listening to you, he answered politely. How would you like to add 3 new people who have shinobi skills to the cast? We could participate in the battle scenes to make them more spectacular. The director's eyes widened. He clearly hadn't expected a shinobi to approach him with such a request. Naruto-san, I would of course be glad if you took part in the filming of the movie, but wouldn't that interfere with your mission? Believe me, this will not affect the quality of the mission in any way. I will constantly keep the territory under control using sensors. I hope you will help, Kurama, I asked mentally. There's nothing for you to do. No, to carry out a mission like a normal shinobi, without any crazy ideas. And when was I ever a normal shinobi? I asked curiously. Well, you haven't done anything like that lately. You were like an ordinary shinobi, but no, you wanted to shake off the old days and do something abnormal. Stop whining, will you help? I interrupted his verbal outpouring, realizing that if I didn't do it, it could drag on for at least an hour and a half. Well, where else would I go? I'll help, Kurama answered with a sigh that could be felt even from here. Thank you, what would I do without you? I answered him happily. I would have died 10 years ago, the fox muttered sullenly. I ignored his grumbling and returned my attention to the real world, where the director was looking at me strangely. Young man, are you all right? You stared ahead for about a minute, not reacting to my words. I apologize, Makino-san, the thing is that I have a special sensory technique that takes a long time to activate, but after that it passively scans the area in a fairly large radius. I was in a hurry and activated it while talking to you. Can you please repeat what you said? I asked with a guilty smile, scratching the back of my head. You looked very serious on the set, but judging by everything, sometimes you are such a child, the old man smiled kindly. That's right, and I don't want to change it. I chuckled. And that's right. Children should remain children. It's good that you understand this. I said that in this case I have nothing against it. Can you just tell me your approximate level of skill so that I understand what I can count on when finalizing the script? I have mastery over all the elements except earth, Kiyomi over wind and lightning, Satsuki over fire and lightning. I can also create a large number of clones, which can act as extras under the henge, so you can stage large-scale scenes. I think that's enough. You understand that I won't reveal all of our abilities. Of course I understand. I am already grateful that you are willing to help with the filming. Makino-san exclaimed. Then we will start reworking the script. By the way, each of you needs to come up with a name for your character. Can you do it yourself? The director smiled. Of course, I smiled back. Good. Before you leave, let me ask you one question. Why not? Go ahead and ask. Why did you decide to join the filming? After all, your task is to protect Yuki-sama. Believe it or not, but shinobi can get bored too. I smiled and sped up, heading to the front of the procession, hearing the old man's cheerful laughter behind me. I caught up with the girls quickly. Well, how about it? Are we participating? Asked Kiyomi. Yes, but on one serious condition, which is quite difficult to fulfill, I answered in the most serious tone. My sister tensed up, ready for anything, but Satsuki apparently understood something. And what kind of one? She asked with a hint of irony. We need to come up with a name for our characters ourselves. I answered in the same serious tone. Kiyomi looked at me with bewilderment, but Uchiha couldn't help but laugh, looking at her friend's face. I joined her. Imouto muttered something under her breath, but also smiled. It really is a very difficult task, she replied. Okay then, I calmed down. Don't forget that we are on a mission after all. So let's go to different parts of the procession. Satsuki, you go to the front, periodically glance around with your sharingan. Kiyomi, cover the rear. I'm in the center. If you see or sense anything, activate the mark. Let's go. Hi. The girls answered me and immediately went to their positions. Naruto, are you sure that participating in the filming is a good idea? Kurama asked. After all, they will be taking chakra from you and your team, and if you are not as scared of it as your sister, then I would not be so sure about the Uchiha. Kurama, I'm not an idiot and I understand this perfectly, just like they do. We'll use simple but spectacular techniques, because that's what the audience needs. Spectacles. Okay, but still be careful, something tells me that you will meet that actress's uncle again. I'm not losing my vigilance, you don't have to worry. But you should still scan the area. It certainly won't hurt. Yes, I already said that I would scan, why ask again? Kurama asked me irritably. I like how you get mad, I chuckled. Someday you'll end up playing with fire, the fox answered me angrily. I've been hearing this for about 5 years now, and so far everything seems to be fine, I answered cheerfully. I hate you. I love you too, Kurama. A growl answered me. I smiled and thought about the name of my character. Kurama, what do you think I should name my character? Asuka. The fox answered sullenly. No, that's not it. Especially since it's a woman's name. And I am a man. I still don't see any problems, it's enough to remember your arrow jutsu. Okay, I understand you, I won't get any help from you. Well, call yourself Dio. I don't like it, I need something that will irritate you, I answered him. There's no other way, right? He asked without much hope. Not at all, I answered him. Oh, I know, I'll call myself Indra. Father, answer me, why am I being punished like this? How have I sinned? Why am I sitting in this particular person? Is it okay for a praying Biju who calls himself a nine-tailed demon? I asked innocently. In response, I heard only a growl that sounded suspiciously like a groan. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. They looked at me askance, but I didn't really care. I can't help myself, I love my squabbles with Kurama too much to stop annoying him. That's how I spent the whole day, constantly exchanging barbs with Kurama. We settled down for a rest in a very spacious clearing. The three of us were sitting around the fire when the director approached us. So, have you come up with names? He asked. I am Indra, I answered. 2 pairs of eyes stared at me in surprise, realizing whose name I had given, but they did not comment on it. Asami, Satsuki answered after me. Sairana, Kiyomi finished our presentation. An unusual name. Even better. Well, now that we've decided on names, we can decide who exactly you'll be. Have you seen the films about Princess FUNN? Yes, we looked before the mission, Satsuki answered. Wonderful. As you know, the princess has 3 comrades, we can add you as temporary allies in the fight against Mao. I can be Mao's ally, I suggested, otherwise 7 against 1 sounds a bit unfair. Everyone, including me, chuckled. You were right, the director nodded, then Mao will have an ally, Indra. And Asami and Kiran will come to the aid of the princess at the last moment to distract Indra's attention. Together they will be able to defeat him, and Princess FUNN, uniting with her comrades, defeats Mao himself. Sounds good, I nodded, but I understand that this is only a rough draft, and everything will become overgrown with details. Of course, Makino replied, I also invite you to take part in developing the scenario, if of course it does not affect your mission. We are happy to accept your offer. We will find a way to participate in this. Then I won't disturb you. Work on the script will begin tomorrow on the road. Good night to you. Same to you, answered Kiyomi. As soon as the old man walked away, the girls looked at me. So Indra? Satsuki asked. Yes, I wanted to piss off Kurama, I grinned. My friends chuckled at the same time. I'm sure you succeeded. Oh yes. All 3 of us laughed quietly. Okay, it's time to go on duty soon. Kiyomi first, then Satsuki, I'm last. Imouto, will you draw a detection barrier? Already? I immediately received an answer. I nodded and lay down in the sleeping bag. Uchiha settled down next to me. Good night. I wished them. I didn't hear the answer, because I fell asleep immediately. Commentary on Chapter 23. I didn't plan to write the chapter so soon, but an idea came to mind and I sat down to write almost immediately after writing the last chapter. You can congratulate me on reaching the 100-page mark. I will be glad to likes and comments, especially comments, they really motivate me to work further. My Boosty, their chapters come out a day earlier. Chapter 24. Commentary on Chapter 24, the biggest chapter so far. Enjoy reading, everyone. The following days were monotonous. We went to the Land of Iron, rewrote the script and communicated with the entire film crew. Our clones participated in the work on the script, while we watched the surroundings. A week later, we finally arrived at our destination. It was a picturesque cliff, the slopes of which were covered with snow. We've finally arrived, the director sighed wearily. Good place, I answered. Kiyomi, set up a tracking barrier. Take the west and south directions. I'll take the north and east. Hi. The sister nodded and went in the indicated direction. I went in the opposite direction. Having placed the seals I had prepared in advance in the right places, I concentrated on their structure. I felt 3 elements, but there was no 4th, apparently Kiyomi had not installed it yet. Having finally felt all the elements, I supplied a large amount of chakra, saturating the barrier. It sparkled blue, but after a few moments it disappeared. Now, if anyone who was not inside the barrier at the time of its construction crosses it, we will be warned. When I returned to the others, everyone was already settling in. I headed towards Satsuki. So, are you ready to become a movie star? I asked, smiling. Are you ready to lose to me in front of a large audience? She asked in response. Well, you will beat me as a group, so it doesn't count. I didn't lose my composure. These are just excuses. No matter how it sounds, we all know that I have already won you. Okay, I'll beat you up yet, you can be sure of that, she raised her head proudly. Yes, I'm already scared, please don't hit me, I pretended to cover myself with my hands. But the trick came from where I didn't expect it. Kiyomi, having crept up silently, slapped me on the back of the head. I turned around and looked reproachfully at my sister. She smiled poisonously and at that moment I felt the blade of a kunai near my neck. Are you going to make fun of me now? Satsuki whispered in my ear. I will. I smiled and at that moment I was replaced by Kiyomi. Finding myself out of the grip, I turned in their direction and grinned. Girls, don't quarrel, you still have to defeat me. Okay, you win this time, Satsuki said, removing her hand from Kiyomi's neck. If we've resolved all our differences, then I suggest we rest now, filming will begin tomorrow. I'll be on duty first today. After me, you, Satsuki. I understand, she nodded. Having settled down, the girls went to bed, and I sat not far from the center of the camp, thinking about all sorts of things. Makino distracted me from this matter. How are you? He asked me. In general, we talked a lot this week. He turned out to be an interesting conversationalist, so you could say that we became friends. Not bad, I replied. To be honest, I'm still impressed by your ideas, the old man smiled. You essentially completely rewrote the script into something that we all like much more. Oh, come on, I replied, feeling awkward, we were all working on it, I was just throwing out ideas. Yes, but these ideas were wonderful. The director said enthusiastically. That's it, stop praising me. We'll understand whether my ideas were good or not when the film comes out and we see the audience's reaction. Okay, if you ask me that way, I won't praise you anymore, Makino answered with a smile. Go to bed, tomorrow will be a difficult day for us, I advised. As you command, Shinobi-san. I rolled my eyes, causing the old man to laugh, and he walked away from me, heading to his place. I continued to sit by the fire and watch the area. A group of 6 people walked along the gorge, constantly looking around and keeping their weapons at the ready. Coming here was a bad idea, muttered a blonde named Kiran. We had no other choice, we had to overthrow the tyrant and free our country from Mao's oppression, FUNN replied. We found this passage to the palace just recently, I'm sure no one knows about it, said Shishimaru. I wouldn't be so sure about that. A voice boomed from somewhere above. Everyone looked up and saw an old man armed with a staff and looking at them with a superior look in his eyes. Suddenly, the snow in front of the heroes exploded and skeletons crawled out from under it, their eyes glowing red and armed with swords. You fell into my trap and you won't get out of here. Mao, everyone exclaimed. FUNN stepped forward. Mao, I will not allow you to terrorize my country any longer. The glow of the 7-colored chakra. She exclaimed as light began to gather around her, shimmering with all the colors of the rainbow. But she was interrupted. Suddenly, lightning struck from above, blinding everyone, and when their sight returned, the heroes saw that the princess was lying unconscious, and above her stood a tall man in a white kimono, on which a pattern with 9 tomo was painted. Indra, my faithful advisor, you are just in time. Mao shouted. Capture everyone and put them in prison. Yes, sir, the man in the kimono answered in a cold, emotionless voice. You won't succeed. The black-haired girl shouted and, running forward and making seals, blew out a large wave of fire. It completely engulfed Indra. The team of heroes was about to deal with the skeletons, when a cold voice with a hint of arrogance was heard from behind them. Weak. Before they could turn around, the two men fell, unable to move, but conscious. And you were going to challenge Mao? He laughed. What's the point if you can't even defeat me? Asami, let's do it together. Kiran shouted and rushed at Indra, holding kunai at the ready. At that moment, Asami took out her katana, lightning running down it, and ran after her partner. Slowly, Indra said in the same tone, lightning dancing in his hand. A moment, and he was no longer in his place. He stood behind the two girls who had rushed at him, who only stopped and fell after a few seconds. Only Shishimaru remained on his feet. He grabbed his katana tighter and waited for them to attack him. But it did not help, and after a few seconds he, too, was lying on the ground, and behind him stood a man in a white kimono. You have done well, Indra, Mao said, going down to his advisor. You will be rewarded for your faithful service. Thank you, but I would prefer to choose the reward myself, he replied, grinning. What? I choose to rule this country, he answered, and at that moment lightning danced in his hand again and he, moving to Mao, stunned him too. And you will rot in the dungeon with them. Take them and throw them in the dungeons, he ordered the skeletons. And in the meantime I will begin to restore order in this country. He said and laughed a high, cold laugh, from which goosebumps ran down the spines of everyone who heard it. Cut. The director shouted. Naruto, that was great. The tall man who had just laughed so loudly that everyone shuddered turned into a scarlet-haired boy who smiled warmly as he looked at the old man. The skeletons behind him dispersed. He opened his mouth to say something, but suddenly tensed up, looking away. Everyone hide, we have guests. He ordered loudly. Satsuki, you meet with me. Kiyomi, hide and disguise your chakra. If it's an enemy, then strike the strongest one stealthily. If it's guests from the land of snow, then remember that they have chakra armor. Either hit them physically, or push them into each other, or use seals. Hi, the girls answered in chorus, after which Kiyomi jumped somewhere, and Satsuki stood next to me. The rest of the team ran to the camp. I sent several clones with them so that they would warn if anyone came there and could delay the enemy for a while. A minute later, 3 shinobi approached us, familiar to me from my past life. After all, Snow, the leader of the 3, came closer. Who do I see? Is that the Hokage's son? He grinned. I saw your performance at the exam, quite good. I understand that you are a serious shinobi, so I would prefer to negotiate. I don't really want to strain myself, I think you will understand me. And what would you prefer to agree on? And be so kind as to name yourself, otherwise it's not very decent. You know my name, but I don't know yours. I answered him politely. We need to stall for time. Kiyomi is probably preparing some kind of seal to neutralize this trio. Why not? My name is Nader Rogue, and I propose to give you the actress Fujika's Yuki. In exchange, we will not kill you. How do you like this exchange? You know, no matter how tempting it sounds, I have to refuse. Is that your final answer? Nader asked. I nodded. He sighed. It's a pity, I wanted to part peacefully. Well, since it didn't work out the good way, I'll have to do everything the hard way. He started to raise his hands to form a seal, but at that moment a large seal appeared under our feet, which I recognized as a paralysis seal. The 3 snow shinobi couldn't move, while Satsuki and I could, since we had Kiyomi's marks on us. And you are not bad, Nader grinned. If it didn't work out the bad way, we are acting terribly. We hired some mercenaries who kindly agreed to help us. He said, starting to whistle, but not having time to finish. I rushed to him while still talking about something terrible, but did not have time to chop off his head in time. The whistle sounded literally for a second, but it was heard well, giving a sign to the mercenaries. I ran up to the big guy, killed him and was about to finish off the woman, but I felt 2 people with very powerful chakra pass through the barrier. Naruto, Kurama spoke in my head, this is Akatsuki. Fuck. I cursed out loud. The woman grinned and wanted to say something, but Satsuki killed her. What is it? She asked. Kiyomi ran up to us, looking at me questioningly. Who? I asked mentally. The ones who came for Gaara. The demolition man and the puppeteer, Kurama replied. It could have been worse, but it's still disgusting. I sighed. Girls, Akatsuki is coming. Sasori and Deidara. Damn. They both cursed at the same time. What's the plan? Kiyomi, run and put a barrier over the film crew. Deidara is a serious threat to them with his explosions. As soon as the barrier is ready, leave it for the clones, and run here yourself. Satsuki, get ready to use Mangekyu, it will be difficult without it. We act according to the situation. Kurama, I address the fox, give me chakra, but without the cover. Let's not wait until a critical situation occurs. It will be now, he answered me. I immediately felt my body filling with power. Now my pupils were animal-like. At that moment, two figures in black cloaks with red clouds appeared. One was tall, the other was hunched over. Scarlet lightning started running across my body, and I rushed at maximum speed towards Deidara, forming a shiden in my hand. Despite the fact that I had developed a very high speed, I was unable to touch him. He managed to react and jumped back, throwing a bunch of small spiders at me, which exploded, throwing me aside. How aggressive we are, the blonde grinned. And why attack us so immediately? What if we just wanted to talk? I doubt it very much, I replied, rising to my feet. Stop chatting, Sasori said grumpily and released a stream of poison Senbon at me. I had to quickly move aside. In response, a ball of white-hot fire flew at him from Satsuki, which he dodged unexpectedly deftly for such a figure. I ran up to her. I'll take on the demolition man, you and Kiyomi Sasori. Don't get attacked, there's no one to cure the poison. Got it, she nodded and ran towards the puppeteer. I looked at Deidara, who was already on the clay bird at that time. Now you will learn true art, he shouted to me, making a seal, dragon C2. A dragon burst out of his hands and quickly grew in size. Having reached its maximum size, it began to fly above me, periodically sending homing projectiles that I had to dodge. Meanwhile, Deidara collected more clay and made something out of it. It was time to stop this dancing. Covered in a two-tailed cloak, I created several clones, one of which threw me at the demolition man. He saw my maneuver and tried to fly away, but I stretched out my hand forward, and the red chakra in the shape of a paw lengthened and grabbed the bird. I pulled my hand towards myself, pulling myself towards the bird, clay insects and dragon projectiles flew towards me. Having created the longest possible shiden spear, I began to cut the clay bombs and was surprised to find that they did not explode after contact with lightning. But I did not have time to think about this thought properly, since I had already flown up to the bird. Standing on it, I hit Deidara with the spear, but he was able to dodge the blow and spat a stone bullet at me, which hit me in the shoulder. The shiden cloak dampened the blow, but I was still thrown off the bird. I tried to cling again, Deidara formed a stone fist and repelled the chakra paw. Without losing my composure, I created several more clones, who threw me and each other at the bird. Meanwhile, clones from the first batch were flying from the ground. The blonde tried to dodge these projectiles and fight off the chakra paws with a stone fist, but there were many clones. I flew over the bird, rising even higher, and folded seals. Raiden. Thunder Spear. A bolt of lightning flew at the bird, which Deidara missed while fighting off the clones. The bird immediately stopped being controlled by the demolition man and began to fall. Deidara immediately began to form a new one, but one of the clones grabbed him and threw him into the ground. But I also noticed the dragon's projectile too late, which flew too close to me. All I managed to do was cover myself from the explosion with my tails. This helped, of course, but not much. As a result, I flew towards the ground after Deidara. The blow was terrible. Having come to my senses a little while lying on the ground, I saw another projectile of the dragon flying at me. Fortunately, it was shot down by one of the clones that still existed, although their number had significantly decreased. Having risen with difficulty, I folded the seals and fired another thunder spear at the dragon, from which the clay figure fell to the ground, breaking. I turned towards the place where Deidara had fallen. He also looked unwell. Not bad, he said through his teeth. I didn't expect that you would be able to get me. But you have also learned my art. How do you like it? He grinned with bloody teeth. Quite so. I didn't ignore his question. But I prefer music. Ahahaha. The demolitionist laughed. It's nice when the enemy has a sense of humor. It makes fighting much more fun. But I think the break is over, he said, creating several clay clones that ran at me. At that time, he himself was making a new series of seals. Doden. Soil break. The ground beneath me began to shake and sink. I tried to jump, but small clay spiders, released by the clones, flew at me and began to explode. I strengthened my shiden cloak and made seals. Sweden. Big water cannon. All the spiders were washed away, and the water repelled the explosions of those that had managed to explode. The water projectile continued its flight, knocking down several clones along the way, and met with a stone block that Deidara launched. I created several more clones and activated the third tail. Kurama healed the consequences of the impact with the ground, but I was already starting to get tired. All the clones simultaneously jumped forward, and I accelerated them with a gust of wind. They flew at high speed at Deidara, who went underground, and my clones were met by the last remaining clay one, which immediately exploded, dispersing mine. Deidara jumped out a little to the side with a series of seals already folded, and several stone spikes from the ground immediately tried to pierce me. I jumped up, knocking down the spikes with my tails, and directing my hands in the opposite direction from the blonde, released a strong gust of wind from them, sending myself towards the demolition man. He quickly created an earthen wall, which I was rushing towards at high speed. Not really wanting to meet it head on, I extended my hand forward, sending small lightning bolts, which I can create without seals, into the wall, forming a shiden in my other hand. Having flown close enough, I threw my other hand forward, breaking through the wall with the shiden and flying right through it. But a clay tiger was waiting for me on the other side, which rushed at me and, an instant before meeting the shiden, exploded. I flew back into the wall, breaking through it with my back. This cut hit me harder than the last time. As I rose, I saw a new wave of clay figures flying towards me, this time small birds. I folded a new series of seals. Raiden. Electric wave. A wave of electricity hit the birds, deactivating them all. Naruto. This can't go on for long, Kurama warned, healing most of the wounds. If you continue to get wounded at this rate, you'll run out of steam and be finished off. I'm doing everything I can to make you last as long as possible, but you need to finish the fight quickly. Got it, thanks Kurama, I muttered out loud. How to defeat him? It is better not to activate the fourth tail, then I will not be able to use lightning techniques normally, and without them he will simply throw bombs at me. The tailed beast's bomb is not an option. Kiyomi's barrier will not withstand and the entire film crew will be blown away if not by an explosion, then by a blast wave. All that remains is to try to catch him. Having finished my thoughts, I ran towards Deidara, creating several more clones and turning them into kunai. An old, but effective technique. The wall of earth hid my preparations. I jumped on it to have a better view of Deidara's side. He did not waste time and created a new bird, on which he rose into the sky. I changed the henge on the clones, creating the illusion that I ran lightning chakra along the kunai and began to throw them one after another, pretending that I was trying to calculate the trajectory of the bird's evasions, but in fact I was creating this trajectory with these throws. The plan worked and Deidara flew exactly as I had planned. He found himself between the kunai, which suddenly turned back into clones, who were already performing seals, putting all the chakra they had into these techniques. A chorus of voices rang out. Raiden. Spear of piercing lightning. Kato. Fire dragon. Futon. Air hail. A fire dragon flew at Deidara, greatly strengthened by many air bullets. A disc similar to a seal appeared in the sky above him, from which many small lightning discharges began to beat. He tried to dodge this combination, but one of the lightning bolts hit a bird, from which it immediately began to fall. The dragon had almost caught up with Deidara, but he jumped off the bird and began to fall faster, trying to get away from this attack. He succeeded, and the dragon flew above him. He began to fold seals in flight, and the ground beneath him began to soften. But I did not let him land on the soft ground and ran up to him at the maximum possible speed and hit him with all three tails, sending him into the wall, which he broke through and disappeared behind it. I ran after him and, having climbed the wall, saw him rolling on the ground. I rushed in pursuit of him, intending to finish him off, but at that moment a badly battered Sasori in his true body ran up to him to help. He picked up the bomber and started running away. I wanted to give chase, but Kurama stopped me. Naruto, stop. You won't be able to withstand a fight with the puppeteer. He's certainly dented, but remember what you were told about his arsenal. In this state, you won't be able to defeat him. So take off your cloak and run to check on your sister and Uchiha. If Sasori is here, they must be in trouble now. I cursed, listening to my friend, changing the direction of my run towards Satsuki and Kiyomi's battlefield. Now that the adrenaline had subsided a bit, I realized that Kurama was right. Putting aside thoughts of Akatsuki, I increased my speed, hoping that the girls were okay. A couple of minutes later I was already there and breathed a sigh of relief when I saw Satsuki standing in the middle of a completely melted field, strewn with a pile of broken dolls. She didn't look good. Blood was pouring from her eyes, her whole appearance was crumpled, her clothes were torn. But she was standing, which meant she was alive. I ran up to her and saw Kiyomi lying next to her. I immediately fell to my knees in front of her, checking her pulse. Don't worry, she's alive, said Satsuki, sitting down next to me, exhausted. She's just unconscious. Anticipating your question, I'll answer right away that he didn't use poison, I don't know why. So we're more or less okay. I relaxed a little, realizing that the lives of my sister and friend were not in danger. Okay, I answered, turning my gaze to her. How are you feeling? I'm terribly tired, she said, lying down on the ground. I need rest. Mangekyo puts a lot of strain on the body. Got it. Let's go back to the camp, we all need rest, plus there's a medic there. Not a medical professional, of course, but still better than nothing. Once we've rested, tell us how your fight went. Okay, but only after sleep. Of course, I nodded. Can you walk on your own? Somehow. With great difficulty, she answered. Okay, I won't bother you anymore, I grinned, creating a clone that picked up Kiyomi. I picked up Satsuki. Thank you, she smiled, snuggling into my chest. A few seconds later she was already asleep. The clone and I slowly walked towards the camp. The barrier was still there, and judging by its appearance, no techniques had entered it. Having recognized Kiyomi's marks, it calmly led us through. I didn't take it down, we needed at least some protection while we were gathering strength. At the entrance to the camp we were met by the whole group. They were horrified when they saw our appearance. Naruto. Makino ran up to us. What happened there? A fight with S-rank Nukenin, I answered tiredly. They escaped, but we were also badly battered. Did you win? Someone from the crowd asked me. It's more of a draw, I said. Now you can call the doctor, we could use some help. Of course, right now, the director immediately exclaimed. A woman with graying hair, braided into a bun, ran out of the crowd. Shira, I hope there's a place in the infirmary, I chuckled. Of course, let's go. So, everyone, move aside, make way. She ordered in a commanding tone. The people immediately moved out of the way, and we approached the car. This is not a typo. If you watch the first film, you can see that they drive some kind of trucks, so I wrote that it was a car in which the infirmary was set up. Entering inside, I laid Satsuki on one of the beds, and the clone laid him on the neighboring Kiyomi. Freed from my burden, I also lay down on the bed. Shira was already busy fussing over her sister. Realizing that I was relatively safe and that a medic was already taking care of my dear people, I finally relaxed and allowed my body to fall asleep. Commentary on Chapter 24. I haven't written a battle for 2 months, I hope I haven't forgotten how and it turned out okay. The Akatsuki duo can be thankful to my friend, who hasn't watched Naruto, to whom I simply showed a picture of the entire organization and asked who the main character would fight. The choice fell on Deidro. I would be glad to receive likes and comments, especially comments, they really motivate me to continue writing. Chapter 25. Commentary on Chapter 25. I don't really like this chapter, but I couldn't think of a better way to make it, so I'm releasing it like this. Let's hope you like it more than I do. I woke up suddenly, to the sounds of explosions. I instantly jumped out of bed and looked around. My partners were sitting next to me, with equally stunned faces. I quickly ran out of the infirmary and immediately saw how explosive seals and ice technicians crashed into the barrier. I quickly ran towards the explosions. Judging by the stomping behind me, the girls were running after me. Members of the film crew were running towards us, including Koyuki. She ran up to us. Naruto-san, I saw the snow emblems on the attackers. She immediately shouted. Got it, run with the others. Kiyomi, cover the civilians. Put up another barrier. Satsuki and I will meet them. Got it, she nodded, running along with the crowd, shouting out instructions at the same time. Uchiha and I ran on. How are you? Have you recovered? I asked. Not completely, she answered, wincing. I won't be able to fight to the fullest. Likewise. Well, let's hope there aren't any S ranks there yet, I joked. I really hope so. At that moment, we reached the edge of the barrier. And we saw a picture of a crowd of shinobi trying to break through the energy wall, which glowed green for every hit. The shinobi noticed us and stopped the pressure. If you take down the barrier in a good way, we won't touch you. Don't even try to fight back, there are too many of us. Someone from the crowd shouted. The legend is fresh, but hard to believe, I muttered. Satsu, we strike simultaneously, try not to split up, cover each other. Okay, she nodded. Then let's start dancing, I said, smiling devilishly and covering myself in purple lightning. I quickly passed through the barrier, heading towards my first victim. Ice techniques immediately flew at me, which burned in the fire of Satsuki, who was running behind me with a slight lag. Naruto, don't count on my chakra in this fight. You haven't recovered enough to use it, Kurama warned. Got it, I answered mentally, running up to the nearest shinobi. He tried to stab me with a kunai, but I dodged and stuck my hand, in which the shiden was already sparkling, into his chest. Without removing my hand, I turned to the right, exposing my body to an ice spike. I stretched it out and threw several ball lightning at the shooter. From behind, there was a crack of metal hitting metal and a second later a cry of pain. Looking back, I saw Satsuki's katana stuck into the enemy's shoulder. I turned away from this picture and saw a whole hail of ice spikes flying in our direction. Kaden. Great fire destruction. I shouted, quickly forming seals and a large wave of fire flew forward, not noticing the ice techniques. The people in white began to jump back and run away, but I ran straight after the fire and caught everyone I could reach with my shiden spear. Kaden. Phoenix flowers. Came from somewhere behind me and a cloud of small fireballs flew past me, aimed at the fleeing enemies. Many were blocked, but some hit, causing new cries of pain. Suddenly, a spike grew out of the ground, which I did not have time to react to quickly enough and stuck in my leg. Hissing in pain, I looked around and immediately ducked, letting the ice bird pass over me. I cut down the earthen spike and threw out the part stuck in me. Kurama immediately began to heal my leg. Meanwhile, earthen bullets were flying at me, sent by one of the enemies. But he could not continue for long, as he had to dodge a fireball launched by Satsuki. I ducked again, sensing danger, and a flock of ice birds flew over me again. I made a new series of seals. Raiden. Spear of piercing lightning. A disc appeared above the bird lover's head and riddled him with lightning discharges. I turned away from this picture and ran to Satsuki, who was fighting off several shinobi who preferred close combat with a katana. Having folded seals on the moves, I released several thunder spears from my hands, aimed at those who tried to attack from afar. Having run up to Satsuki, I immediately pierced one of the Uchiha's attackers from behind, swung at another, but quickly turned around, using the inertia of the swing and knocked down another spike. And I saw an unpleasant picture. Reinforcements had come to the few remaining enemies. And a whole hail of various techniques was already flying at us. I quickly put up a dome-shaped barrier and dragged Satsuki under it, who had just finished off the last shinobi attacking her. She saw the increased number of enemies and cursed. Where did all of them come from? She asked. I have no idea, but things are looking bad, I replied. Can you use Mangekyu, either one Amaterasu, or Susanoo for a short time, but after that you will most likely have to leave the battle. And I can't use Kurama's power. I sighed disappointedly. Then use fire destruction. I'll strengthen it with wind. Then I'll throw clones in the form of kunai, then we'll see how the situation goes. Okay, she replied, making the seals. Kato. Fiery destruction. Futon. Great impulse. Another wave of fire flew at the enemies, while I was creating clones that turned into kunai. As soon as the wave was repelled with water techniques, I threw the kunai. Having flown past the positions of the snow shinobi, they removed their henge and began throwing various techniques at the enemy. Satsuki and I rushed forward at this time, holding our katanas at the ready. The deception was successful and the clones' techniques were able to thin out the enemy's ranks, but they were not enough. We did not have time to run and the snow ninja had already begun to form seals. Realizing that there was no other way now and that I did not have time to create a barrier, I, ignoring the fox's protests, scooped up some chakra from him, directing it into the shroud. The lightning running through my body turned scarlet and I accelerated. Having reached the enemy, I created a shiden spear in my hand, not occupied by a katana, and began to spin, avoiding the enemy's blows and delivering my own. The snow shinobi started falling one after another, but I weakened my control of the situation and saw the ice spike flying at me too late and had no time to react. But Satsuki did. A purple skeleton hand appeared in front of me, which took the spike and with a powerful blow destroyed the rest of the opponents. I began to finish them off with lightning strikes. When the last of the snow shinobi were finally dead, I immediately ran up to Satsuki, who was holding her hands to her eyes. Blood was flowing through her fingers. Once I was there, I immediately held her, preventing her from falling. How are you? He asked a stupid question in this situation. It sucks, Satsuki replied. I hope these were the last ones, because I can hardly stand on my feet either, I admitted. You're an idiot. Kurama was cursing in my head. What did I tell you? Don't use my chakra. And what did you do? As if you don't know that I had no other choice, I answered out loud. Satsuki looked at me questioningly, stopping covering her eyes with her hands. Don't pay attention, I'm talking to the voices in my head here. She nodded understandingly and stopped leaning on me. Together we hobbled toward the camp. After this mission, we'll take a vacation, I said tiredly. Yeah, Satsuki answered in agreement. This mission definitely didn't go as planned. What are we going to do next? She asked. We can't stay here, we've already been found twice. It looks like we'll have to visit the land of snow after all, I answered. Until we solve the problem with Dodo, we won't be able to continue filming normally, and our mission is to protect Yuki until the end of filming. And we ourselves need to finish filming, I smiled. You've made a great villain, Satsuki said. Have you ever thought about giving up on everything and becoming evil? And are you afraid to take revenge on Konoha for your childhood? No, that's not about me. Such a villain dies, Uchiha sighed with feigned sadness. Well, if you want, I can turn your life into hell and constantly pester you, I suggested, smiling. As if anything will change, she smiled back. Hey, that's true, I chuckled. At that moment we reached a new barrier erected by Kiyomi. My sister immediately ran through it and rushed towards us. How are you? What happened there? What are we going to do now? She immediately started bombarding us with questions. So quiet. I interrupted her stream of words. We are more or less okay, we just need rest. There were more enemies there than we initially thought. And I need to talk to the director and Yuki. Okay. Now I'll take you to the infirmary and call them, answered Kiyomi. I nodded gratefully and trudged back to where I had jumped out of about an hour ago. Finally, having reached the bed, I immediately fell onto it, only now realizing how tired I was. On the next bed, Satsuki fell onto the bed with a sigh of pleasure. A minute later, Makino and Yuki entered the infirmary. Naruto, how are you feeling? The director asked first. It's been better, but that's not important now, I replied. We have an important conversation. What do you want to talk about? Asked the actress. Firstly, we can't stay here any longer, I said. Our location is known to the person who is hunting for Yuki-san. And secondly, I suggest we go to the land of snow. What? Yuki exclaimed. No, if they find us here, what will happen there? They won't let us finish filming the movie properly, I explained. We need to eliminate Dodo. Dodo? Makino asked again. You mean Dodo Kazuhan, the ruler of the land of snow? Is he the one hunting for Yuki? Yes, she answered. He is my uncle. Are you the princess of the land of snow? He asked, shocked. Yes, she quietly confirmed, looking down. Listen, Koyuki-san, I began, I understand why you don't want to return to your homeland, but you simply have no other choice. Dodo knows about your identity. Even if we manage to finish filming this movie, he can simply wait until our mission is over and take you away without any problems. Now that we have repelled the attack twice, he will most likely leave you alone until the moment we leave you. We can take advantage of this and launch a preemptive strike so that you no longer have to fear him. I understand, she answered. I agree to go to the snow, even though I don't want to. Good, I nodded. Then we need to move as soon as possible. The less time we lose, the better. Okay. Makino nodded. Then we'll start packing. And you rest for now. If we're going to overthrow the country's government, you'll need strength. He smiled and left, followed by Koyuki. Kiyomi, please keep order until Satsuki and I come to our senses. Of course, she nodded. You can rest, I'll keep an eye on everything. Thank you, I smiled. I looked at Uchiha's bed, who was already snoring, smiled and also leaned back on the pillow. Kiyomi came out and after a few minutes I also fell asleep. Commentary on Chapter 25. I'd be glad to get likes and comments, especially comments, they really motivate me to work further. Chapter 26. Commentary on Chapter 26 again, I apologize for the long absence. This time the awakening was much calmer. Lying on the bed and rocking on the waves, I thought, how long have I slept that we are already sailing into the snow? Sitting up on the bed, I looked around. I was alone in a small cabin, in which there was nothing except a bed and a small locker. Getting out of bed and getting dressed, I left the cabin and went in search of an exit to the upper deck. Almost immediately I ran into Kiyomi. Ni-san, she exclaimed, throwing herself on my neck. How are you feeling? Good, I answered. I think I've recovered enough. And how are you? What happened while I was sleeping? Everything is calm, said Kiyomi, letting me go. No one attacked. We reached the harbor calmly and are now sailing to the land of snow. According to the captain, we still have a day to sail. I see. Has Satsuki come to her senses? I asked. Yes, but her eyes have been strained a lot in the last 2 fights. She's resting now. Not good. Okay, let's go to her, I'll see how she is. Let's go, she answered sullenly and led me down the corridor. Half a minute later we found ourselves at a door similar to the one that led to my cabin. Kiyomi opened it and went inside, I followed. Hello Satsuki, Ni-san woke up here, the sister started the conversation. Oh really? Uchiha smiled, you really are strong enough to sleep. Good morning to you too, I smiled back, get up, let's go to the upper deck. Okay. She shrugged, getting up from the bed. Now the two of us followed Kiyomi, since it turned out that Satsuki almost never left the cabin and she barely knew the layout of the ship. Soon I find myself under the open sky, inhaling the sea air with pleasure. Then it occurs to me that in theory it should be cooler now. It's a bit too warm for this place, is it your doing? I asked Kiyomi. I put a warming seal on the ship, she nodded. It doesn't help much, but it helps. The whole team was probably grateful, I chuckled. You have no idea, she smiled back. I headed towards one of the sides, near which stood several barrels. Sitting down on one of them, I looked at the endless gray ocean. The weather was not the best, the sky was covered by a thick layer of clouds, from which a light snowfall was falling. I turned away and looked at my team, who were sitting on the barrels. Well, what can I say about the situation we're in? I started our impromptu meeting, we're in deep shit. We have no idea what's going on in the local snow country, but Dodo was able to hire Akatsuki, and that's saying something. It's unlikely that we'll meet another pair of them, after all, S-rank Nukenin are probably very expensive, but that doesn't change the fact that serious opponents could be waiting for us there. And what are we going to do? Asked Kiyomi. We are sailing into the snow ourselves, no matter what. They'll throw mercenaries at us until we're exhausted, we can't defend ourselves forever, we simply have no other choice, I answered. As for the plan of action, I think we need to wait for the next attack on the spot, give them what they want and follow them. They'll bring us to Dodo. And who will play the actress? Asked Satsuki. I don't believe that you would set up the one we are supposed to protect. I don't think we can fool the enemy with a regular henge, we need to come up with something else. Makeup, suggested Kiyomi. Alternatively, one of you will have to disguise yourself as Koyuki. I, suggested Kiyomi. I look more like her, plus the enemy shinobi didn't see me and you were the ones fighting the regular mercenaries. If they were watching this attack, they might think that I stayed to protect civilians again. Moreover, I have enough chakra to leave a clone that will impersonate the real me. That makes sense, I answered after some thought. Then, when we are attacked, Satsu and I will go out to greet the guests again, you will act as an actress, and the clone will act as you. Let them break through the barrier, I am sure that after 2 failures they will not act so self-confidently and there will be a detachment that will go after the target. Koyuki herself can be covered with the help of the henge of some other woman. Take from her a duplicate of the crystal that Dodo is hunting for. Kiyomi nodded. Then, after you are kidnapped, we will follow you. Will you make a beacon seal? Another nod. Although you know, it is better to make 2, and hang the second one on Koyuki, if our plan fails and she is still kidnapped. Fine. Well, since we have a plan, I suggest we disperse and gather strength, I feel that we will need a lot of it. I concluded, getting up from the barrel and heading towards the bow of the ship. I will monitor the situation, rest. Naturally, everything that could go wrong, went wrong, although when it was otherwise, I thought, following the trail of both lighthouse seals. I think it's worth starting in order. They attacked us just a couple of hours after landing. They attacked us seriously, with several squads in from different sides. They broke through Kiyomi's barrier, as we planned, but they took not only Koyuki Kiyomi, but the entire film crew. Satsuki and I were unable to prevent this, fighting off enemy squads. When we managed to defeat the attackers, the kidnappers had already managed to cover a considerable distance, most likely with the help of some kind of machine, since they would not have been able to move so quickly with so many kidnapped people. Satsu and I set off in pursuit, hoping that nothing would be done to the ordinary prisoners, as they thought. The pursuit had been going on for several hours, but the beacons had stopped some time ago, so we were almost there. A couple of minutes later, a real citadel appeared in front of us, which looked different from what I remembered from the previous world. It was also built of black stone, but instead of being on top of a cliff, it was carved into it. It looked solid, and there were a lot of people scurrying around in it. While we had absolutely no idea how to get into it secretly, all the exits and approaches were visible. There was an observation post on the top of the cliff, from which the entire surrounding area was visible. Right in front of the citadel there was about 100 meters of open space, absolutely unoccupied by anything. Any ideas on how we can get in there without being seen? He asked Satsuki without much hope. She shook her head. Then how about going all out and breaking through the main gate? Are you sure this is a good idea? She asked doubtfully. Maybe we should watch the fortress for a bit. I would do it myself, But alas, Kiyomi will be quickly exposed, especially considering that she was allegedly kidnapped by her uncle. And they will start looking among the group, and we don't need that. If we attack the fortress, then Dodo will be distracted by us, and the chance of Koyuki being exposed will decrease. I didn't think about that, Satsuki muttered, but can we storm the fortress together? I have recovered and can use Kurama's chakra. If things go badly, use Susanoo and leave, and I will take the six-tailed form. Fortunately I can still control it. I don't want to leave you, she said indignantly. I can help. Please don't argue, I asked her. You may be able to help, but if I have to assume my six-tailed form, I'll have to be careful not to hit you. In Susanoo, you'll certainly take a hit, but you won't like the consequences, I'm sure. If you're not here, I'll be able to go all out without fear of hitting you. So if you hear a roar, run away, got it? But, she tried to object. Got it, I repeated. I understand, she answered, dejected. Okay, I smiled at her. Then let's start dancing. For the defenders of the fortress, everything began suddenly. They were calmly going about their business when the alarm sounded, but before they could do anything, the gates were blown away by a powerful gust of wind and a figure enveloped in scarlet lightning burst into the opening, holding a sword in one hand and a beam of the same lightning coming out of the other. She flew into the nearest squad of shinobi and immediately began spinning in a bloody dance, killing one after another. As soon as the short-term shock passed and they were about to respond, a girl with glowing red eyes and already folded seals jumped onto the wall and blew a powerful stream of flame at them, instantly burning them. After a few minutes of complete destruction and chaos, elite defenders pulled up from the fortress, and the battle became more difficult. They were already wearing that damn chakra armor, which prevented them from using long-range techniques normally. It was okay for me, because if a technique is pumped with Biju chakra, it simply overloads it, but Satsuki suffers greatly. Should I find her a Biju or something? We continued to push further and further, but the number of enemies grew. At some point, we got stuck in one of the fortress's rooms, where we met a whole team specializing in the element of ice. Only, unlike those who attacked us in iron, these guys had much stronger ice. I think they even outdid Haku. It's good that the fortress was dug with a vengeance and there was more than enough space. Once again, I blocked the ice blade that one of the attackers was armed with my katana, and was about to strike back with my shiden, when suddenly a gust of icy wind burst into the room. This knocked my attack down, but the enemy seemed not to notice it and struck, taking advantage of my disorientation. I managed to block this blow, but I was thrown back to the wall, which I crashed into. At that moment, I had a view of the open doors to the room, in the doorway of which stood a man in black chakra armor, lowering his hands. I instantly recognized him as Dodo, who apparently decided to honor us with his presence and kill us personally. I must admit that you are strong, he began his speech, looking at us with arrogance in his gaze. And impudent. Just like that, head-on attacking a fortress swarming with enemies. Not everyone would dare to do that. But did you really think that I would fall for your trick? So your partner is now sitting in my dungeon with blocked chakra. My dear niece shares the next cell with her. I hope you will be sensible enough to lay down your arms, otherwise their living conditions will be much more unpleasant. And I was waiting for you to start making threats. I smiled. Let's skip this part and get down to the battle. Why waste time shaking the air? Well, that's more or less the answer I was expecting. Before he could finish speaking, he was forced to step aside to avoid my attack in the two-tailed cloak. He formed seals in the air and spat a host of ice needles at me, which I took on my tails. I tried to hit him with the shiden spear, but was forced to duck to avoid being hit by the ice sword. From this position, I tried to cut off the legs of the attacking ninja, but he jumped back, releasing several ice birds at me. Tumbling to the side, I managed to notice how the birds, having crashed into the floor, exploded into ice shards, flying in all directions. Rising to my feet, I immediately jumped up, letting another gust of cold wind from Dodo pass under me and, having created several clones, threw them towards the shinobi. They began to make a characteristic hissing sound in flight and, as soon as they reached the enemy, exploded on their explosive seals, throwing him straight into the chakra paw that was released at him, which grabbed him and squeezed, killing him on the spot. Taking advantage of my distraction, Dodo folded a long series of seals and released a dragon made of black ice at me. I was able to dodge on pure instincts at the last moment and saw with horror that the dragon was flying straight at Satsuki, who was fighting her enemies. Not paying attention to my opponent and releasing the third tail, I rushed at full speed straight to my partner, hoping to push her out of the way of the blow. I made it, but not all the way. I pushed Satsuki, but I exposed myself to the technique. I was dragged across the entire hall, and I broke through the wall, finding myself in the fresh air. Spitting out blood, I ran back to the hole in the wall, but Satsuki ran out of it after me, dodging the birds. Having made seals, I spat out a water core that knocked down the birds, and she was able to run up to me. "How are you?" she asked. "I will live," I answered briefly. At that moment, snowflakes started to fly up around us, raised by the cold wind. Dodo appeared from the opening with a mocking smile. He didn't say anything, but the wind grew stronger, creating a blizzard. Shards of ice started to flash in the rising snow, directed at us. Satsuki and I jumped high into the air, dodging the ice, but it didn't help, the ice flew in all directions. I extended my hand forward, putting a large amount of chakra into the technique, pressing the Uchiha to myself with the other. Futon. Wind barrier. A wave of wind hit me in all directions, throwing away ice fragments and snow. Before the blizzard caught up with us again, I created a one-way barrier. Satsuki, who had escaped my grip, looked towards the enemy, who was already making new seals. Her eyes took the form of a six-pointed star and blood flowed from her right one. But her attack failed. The black flame that was supposed to burn Dodo engulfed another shinobi, who jumped out right in front of his ruler. At that moment, a small ice sphere flew at us, which, having crashed into the barrier, exploded with powerful gusts of icy wind. The barrier held back this attack, but died out. At that moment, I ran to Dodo, intending to engage him in close combat. Satsuki also ran towards the enemy shinobi, sending part of the Amaterasu flame she created at them as she ran, covering her blade with the remaining part. Finding myself next to Dodo, dodging another sphere of compressed snowstorm on the way, I jump, creating two clones, and throw them at the enemy. They stretched their arms towards each other in flight, and lightning flashed between them. Dodo jumped away from this chain and immediately grew an ice wall in front of himself, protecting himself from the stream of flame released by me. The wall could not withstand the pressure and collapsed, but it served its purpose and the enemy was no longer there. Having landed, I was immediately forced to jump to the side so as not to be cut by the ice sickle flying at me. "Listen, aren't you tired of dancing with him?" Kurama, who had been silent throughout the entire fight, suddenly asked. "You're much stronger than him thanks to the veil, maybe you can just crush him with your bare might." I even stopped for a moment from such a sudden proposal, it was so logical. Of course, Dodo couldn't help but react to my hesitation and immediately sent several more spheres of compressed snowstorm at me. I simply pierced them from a distance with my tails, which were not affected by the wind. And just as I was about to rush at him, a kunai was stuck into his head. I turned my head towards the thrower and saw an extremely annoyed Kiyomi, who threw another kunai charged with wind chakra at Satsuki's only remaining opponent. He, too, was unable to dodge and fell into the snow, covering it in blood. The Uchiha looked in our direction and sighed in relief, seeing us both unharmed, and approached us. "Dodo said that you were wearing chakra-blocking shackles, how did you get out?" I asked. "He put on the shackles, of course, but he didn't block the seals, I simply absorbed the suppression seal that was placed on these shackles." "Here we are talking about the chakra absorption seal that Naruto used during the Chunin exams," she answered. "But I don't think now is the time for talking, the fortress is still teeming with enemies, and the barriers that I put in the team cells won't withstand a strong onslaught." "Is she okay?" Satsuki asked. "A little battered, but it will live. Now let's hurry." So we started another run through this fortress. This time Kiyomi led us, and Satsuki and I covered her and dealt with the attackers. Soon we reached the casemates where the prisoners were being held. The barriers were still up and the civilians were okay. Kiyomi removed the barriers, and we headed out of the castle together. There weren't many attackers, apparently they realized that just poking around wasn't the best idea. So we found ourselves in the fresh air with almost no adventures. "Yeah, I didn't think that filming a movie would result in a coup in the entire country," said the director, sitting down tiredly in the snow. "We tried to avoid that," I answered him with a smile. "But it didn't work out very well." "That's true," the old man grinned. "But we still have to finish filming the movie. Yuki-sama, you will take part in this, right?" he asked somewhere behind his back, where the figure of the actress was visible. "Yes, although it won't be easy to combine filming with ruling the country," she smiled. "I'm sure you can handle it," said Satsuki, who was sitting not far from us and had been listening to the entire conversation. I was about to give the command to pack up and return to the filming location when I suddenly felt that one of the beacons I had marked Kiyomi and Koyuki with had disappeared. I jumped up and immediately ran to where I had last felt it and saw a picture that would haunt me for the rest of my life. My sister, lying in the snow, with a hole in the area of her heart, from which a small pool of blood had already flowed. And a tall figure in a black cloak with scarlet clouds, with a bloody spike sticking out of the sleeve, looking at me with a bright red eye, visible from a twisted orange mask. Commentary on Chapter 26. I hope to release the next chapter as soon as possible. I'd be glad to receive likes and comments, they are very motivating. Chapter 27. Commentary on Chapter 27. This time I decided not to make you wait for 5,000 years and rolled out the sequel a little earlier. The chapter turned out to be short and was very difficult, I hope you like it. For a few seconds I just stood there, trying to comprehend the scene I had seen, hoping deep down that it wasn't real. But time passed, the red puddle only grew wider, and Obito still hadn't disappeared. You're becoming dangerous. We can't let you get any stronger. After finishing his sentence, he immediately rushes towards me. Due to the shock of losing my sister, I reacted to his actions too late, and he stuck his spike, which turned out to be a rod of black wood, into my shoulder. This brought me to my senses and a wild rage began to boil inside me. This man almost destroyed my previous world, many people dear to me died because of him. He almost completely wiped out the Uchiha clan of this world, bringing a lot of pain to Satsuki, who became as dear to me as Kiyomi. And now he killed my sister. Just like that, for no reason, because he needs me, not her. She just happened to be at hand. I gave him a chance in the previous world, but then there was simply no other choice. Now there is a choice. And I have already decided everything. I will not let him create all the horrors that I saw in the previous world. I will not let him arrange the Fourth Shinobi World War. I will not let him bring the world to the brink of destruction. I will destroy him. All my thoughts took a split second, during which I was covered in the tailed beast's cloak. Taking advantage of the fact that he had damaged me, and therefore was material, he struck with 3 tails, in the head, heart and liver. He had to let the blows pass through himself, thereby making the rod intangible and allowing me to retreat. Having left the rod, I immediately began to press on him, not giving him a chance to breathe, while simultaneously growling at Satsuki to evacuate the civilians. Everything was used. Regular taijutsu attacks, tails, clones growing right out of me. Like in the battle with Orochimaru in the arc with the search for Sasuke. I did not let Obito turn off Kamui, hoping that I could hold out at this pace for the maximum time that he can become intangible. But my plan failed. At some point, Obito jumped high into the air and a Kamui funnel began to swirl near me. I jumped after him, extending my chakra paw, but a cloud of white-hot fire, flying out of the funnel, managed to reach me before I reached my opponent. The technique, having hit me, exploded, throwing me into the ground. Having hit it and left a small crater, I could no longer support the paw, and it dissolved. As soon as I got up, the name of the technique was heard. Mokuton. Binding roots. Tree roots began to grow from the ground near me at high speed, which immediately entangled me, sucking out my chakra, preventing me from freeing myself. At that moment, Obito came closer and activated Kamui. The funnel began to suck me in. Kurama, we need more chakra. I shouted mentally. But the fox didn't have time to answer, as Obito had to interrupt the transfer to dodge the Amaterasu wave. Turning my head, I saw Satsuki holding a katana covered in black flames. It's good that you're back, Obito said, I won't have to chase you to get your eyes. You won't get anything, she replied, cutting the roots that had entangled me. I growled in agreement, standing up on all fours and releasing my 6 tails. As if you can do anything to me, he grinned, starting to make seals. But I did not let him complete the series, starting to fire at him with red chakra projectiles, which he was forced to dodge, becoming intangible. At that moment, Satsuki created more Amaterasu, directing it at Obito so that he would constantly have contact with it. Our plan is still the same, wait for the end of the technique. I created several more clones, which I threw with their tails. They, in turn, began to press on him in much the same way as I did at the beginning of the fight. We ended up in a stalemate. We couldn't hurt Obito, while Obito couldn't find the right moment to counterattack. Naruto, someone else has appeared. Kurama's voice suddenly sounded in my head. I recognize this chakra, it's Obito's partner, the second culprit of the Uchiha massacre. Damn, we need to leave, I answered mentally, we definitely won't hold out against 2. The Uchiha is currently only holding on through stubbornness and hatred towards Obito. You really need to run. But how are you going to get away from a man who can teleport? I have a plan, I said. Can you connect me with Satsuki? How can I do this to you? Asked the fox. You can transmit chakra and even form a veil on another person, can't you, while transmitting chakra, also transmit thoughts? I'm not sure it will work, he doubted. Try it, there's little time, so put your doubts aside. I raised my voice in my subconscious a little, touching Satsuki's shoulder with one of my tails, transmitting chakra to her. Can you hear me? I asked. A surprised expression appeared on her face, but she quickly overcame it, focusing again on controlling Amaterasu. Yes. The enemy is getting reinforcements. The second one who attacked the Uchiha. We need to leave. I have a plan, but for that we need to weaken the onslaught a little so that it becomes material. Pretend that you are weakened and can no longer maintain Amaterasu. Damn, I get it. I gave you chakras, so you won't fall from chakra exhaustion now. Thank you. As soon as I touch my tail again, activate Susanoo to avoid being hit by the technique. Understood. Satsuki fell to her knees, pressing her hands to her eyes, from which blood had been flowing for a long time. Since she was really tired, it turned out very believable. At this time, I myself reduced the number of projectiles and weakened the cover, leaving 3 tails. Obito, thinking that we had weakened, closed the distance a little and began to form seals. At that moment I was saving chakra for the technique, in which Kurama actively helped me. We finished at the same time. Kato. Song of the Phoenix. A huge shaft of fire flew towards Satsuki and me, taking the form of a bird with a wingspan of several dozen meters. In response, I roared and made a directed emission of very dense chakra, which flew at a very high speed towards Obito. The chakra flew through the phoenix, hitting the enemy, sending him flying far away. The phoenix was received by Satsuki's Susanoo, who sank to the ground from the power of the technique. Susanoo dissipated, but the fire bird had already flown past. Without wasting time, I ran to Kiyomi's body, which, fortunately, was not damaged during our battle, and sealed it in a scroll. After that, I approached Satsuki, taking out another scroll. You need to be sealed too. There is no time, they will appear any minute. Trust me. Okay, she answered and lay down next to the scroll. I believe you. Thank you, I said and sealed the only person left who was truly close to me. And now we move on to the part that will make you angry and scold me for being stupid, I said to Kurama in my mind. I don't like it anymore, the fox answered me. And you won't like it. Activate the golden cover. Are you crazy? Kurama screamed at the entire subconscious. Yes, I know, it's dangerous, it will be very bad and all that, then you'll tell me everything, now it's urgent. I'll regret this, he sighed. At that moment I glowed with a bright golden light, a cloak consisting of golden chakra with black drawings appeared on me. At that moment Obito appeared from the funnel with his partner. I did not wait for them to react to my new form and, covering myself with a Shiden cloak for even greater acceleration, the lightning of which in this mode was golden, ran at maximum speed towards the land of fire. How long can I hold out? I asked monosyllabically. 20 minutes maximum, after that there is extreme exhaustion and a long rehabilitation. This is enough to cross the sea. That was your plan, to run to Konoha in 20 minutes and meet exhaustion there. Yes, I answered honestly. The golden cover greatly increases the speed and with it I can make it. I don't want to admit it, but it really was one of the best solutions available at the time, which doesn't change the fact that the plan was incredibly stupid. I know. We spent some time in silence, which was soon broken by Kurama. Naruto. What? I'm sorry about Kiyomi. Kurama, let's not do this now. The weariness in my voice could be recognized even through the mental connection. I understand that you want to support me, but right now it's better for me not to think about it and get to the village. But, thank you. Okay. Kurama accepted my point of view and fell silent. After 18 minutes, I ran through the gates of Konoha with all my strength, alarming the guards. Having reached the hospital and rushed into the reception area, I finally stopped and immediately screamed. 2 patients with severe chakra depletion. The Irianins immediately ran up to me. I pulled out the scroll with Satsuki. One is in the scroll, the second one, as soon as I turn off the cover, I will immediately pass out. Okay, put the scroll here, said the medic who had wheeled the gurney. I put the scroll where I was shown and unsealed Satsuki. She opened her eyes and stared in shock at me and the crowd of healers surrounding her. We're in Konoha, I told her, trying to smile reassuringly. How? She asked the only question that interested her now. It's a long story, I'll tell you later. Lie down here and take off the shroud, we'll take care of you from now on, one of the Irianins interrupted the conversation. I obeyed and lay down on the gurney, but before taking off the shroud, I pulled out the scroll with Kiyomi's corpse. Tell the Hokage that his daughter is dead and give him this scroll. The medic stared at the scroll in shock, not believing that the Hokage's daughter was dead. But they accepted the scroll and promised to give it to Minato. At that moment, I took off my veil and immediately passed out. Commentary on Chapter 27. I'd be glad to receive likes and comments. Chapter 28. Commentary on Chapter 28. Again long, again little to apologize for. I'm going to write the next chapter longer and as soon as possible. Pain. Pain was all I felt when I woke up. Every cell in my body ached. With incredible effort, after several unsuccessful attempts, I finally managed to open my eyes. I saw the white ceiling of my hospital room. At that moment, I heard the sound of the door opening and an Iryanin entered the room. He immediately approached me, starting to move his hand with the activated highway over my body. You woke up quickly, he said, how do you feel? I tried to answer him, but could only squeeze out an inarticulate groan. Well, that's what I thought. It's the first time in my life that I've seen such a degree of exhaustion. Let me quickly explain to you what happened while you were unconscious. First of all, a month and a half has passed, your teammate Uchiha is actively recovering. Your sister's funeral took place more than a month ago. You still have to lie here for about a month. Don't you dare use chakra in any way during this period, the consequences will be extremely sad. And now it's time for you to go back to sleep, said the medic, bringing the technique to my head. Before I could fully digest the news, I fell asleep. Over the next week, there were dozens of such awakenings, after which I almost immediately fell asleep again. Finally, I was able to recover enough to not fall asleep after 5 to 10 minutes of being awake. During one of my awakenings, I realized that I was not alone in the ward. Turning my head, I saw Satsuki sitting on a chair next to my bed. She saw my movement and immediately jumped up to throw herself on my neck. I gently hugged her, starting to stroke her back. After a minute, she pulled away, remaining sitting at the edge of the bed. You have no idea how worried I was about you, she began. How are you? It's been better, but all live. How do you feel? Physically she's fine, but mentally. She remained silent, and I nodded understandingly. Why did this happen? She asked. She didn't do anything to him, why did they kill her? I didn't answer that question. I asked myself. I don't understand the point of Obito's actions either. He had the element of surprise on his side, he could have grabbed me when I relaxed after the fight. He only had to drag me into Kamui's dimension and that would have been it, he would have captured Kurama. Why did he decide to kill Kiyomi instead? What will happen to us and our team now? Satsuki asked. I don't know. The Hokage will have to decide. But I don't think they'll send us on missions for now. Minato said he'd let me go to the summoning world after the mission in the Land of Snow. Which we failed. I realized. After all, it's unlikely that Obito would spare the film crew. Satsuki's eyes widened, apparently she hadn't thought about it before my words. Tears welled up in her eyes again, and I pulled her close again, hugging her. It was understandable, we'd spent a lot of time with the group and had become good friends. We lay like that for about half an hour until I realized that Satsuki had fallen asleep. I didn't wake her up and just lay there, looking at the ceiling. After a while, I fell asleep too. The next day, I woke up before Satsuki. I didn't wake her up again, waiting for her to wake up on her own. 10 minutes later, I heard the creak of the door opening. Turning my head in the direction of the sound, I saw Minato standing on the threshold. He nodded to me in greeting and sat down on the chair where Uchiha had been sitting. Looking at the girl, Minato smiled weakly and turned to me. I think we need to talk, he began. But she'll have to go. You're right, I have something to tell you, I answered him. But I won't kick her out, I have no secrets from her. Sure. Absolutely. Even if you kick her out, I'll still tell her everything. How close are you? He asked, smiling slightly. She is the closest person to me in this world now, I replied. That's nice to hear, Satsuki answered, opening her eyes and sitting up on the bed. Good morning, I greeted her. She nodded back. Well, that's settled. I have some questions for you, Minato reminded himself. I'm listening to you carefully. I already asked Satsuki about what happened, but I'm curious, how were you able to cover the distance from the Land of Snow to Konoha in less than 20 minutes? It was the nine-tailed chakra mode. I call it the golden cover. Now I can only use it with enormous strain on the body. Before you ask the next question, I want you to listen to me. My story will raise many questions, you can ask them at once so that there are no misunderstandings. Are you going to tell him? Satsuki asked me, shocked. Yes. You intrigue me. What do you want to tell me? Minato asked with interest in his voice. I'll tell you my story. And what does this mean? He did not understand. You couldn't help but notice that my behavior changed dramatically when I was 7. Well, the thing is, your son has been dead since then. Minato immediately tensed up. Then who are you? My name is Naruto Uzumaki, and I am currently 28 years old. I came from another world, similar to yours, but with some differences. For example, in my world, I was also the child of Minato and Kushina, but they died on the day of the fox's attack on the village, and I was left an orphan. In my world, I died. With some help from the outside, I was able to occupy the body of your son, whom you drove to suicide with your attitude towards him. I dumped the truth on Minato, who was expecting anything, but clearly not this. So, you are Naruto from a parallel world, who took over the body of our Naruto, whom we drove to suicide. It took him a minute to realize what I told him. That's right. In my world, I died at 16, at the hands of Rakudo's mother. I'll tell you my story in that world so you can understand the full extent of the problems that lie ahead. I spent the next hour describing my journey through my home world. By the end of the story, Minato sat there as if he had been hit by a sack of wood, realizing what kind of troubles awaited us. Let's sum it up, he said after thinking about my story for a long time. Obito survived the war and was found by the still-living legendary Madara Uchiha. He created the Akatsuki organization to resurrect the 10 tails and plunge the world into an eternal illusion in which everything is fine, but it turned out that this was all a plan of the son of Kagaya Otsutsuki, who is the mother of Rakudo and who killed you. You are the reincarnation of the youngest son of the Sage of the Six Paths, Ashura. Why didn't you tell me earlier and why did you tell me now? Yes, you understood everything correctly. I didn't tell you because I thought I could handle it on my own. I thought we had enough time, but because I was actively gaining strength, Obito decided to catch me in advance, before I became even stronger. My miscalculation and my independence cost me my sister. I won't make such a mistake again. I answered, clenching my fists until they cracked. Okay, I understand your motives. Minato nodded, rising from his chair. Of course, I will help you protect our world. I remember your request to be sent on a free call and I approve of it. From now on, I will stop sending you and Satsuki on missions so that you become stronger. I will also give you my developments on Hiraishin. I don't think they will be superfluous. And Naruto. Already at the exit of the room, he turned in my direction. I respect you as a person and as a shinobi. And I am proud that you are considered my son, although this is not my merit at all. After that, he left the room, closing the door and removing the sound suppression barrier that he placed at the entrance to the room. Well, now we are free from missions and can train in peace, I said after a minute of silence. I hope this helps us. How much time do you think we have? Satsuki asked. I don't know. In my world, I had 2.5 years, but here, Obito is more active, so they can start gathering soon. We need to get stronger to fight him. We will, you can be sure of that, she said, getting up from the bed. I'll go ask Itachi to train me. And I'll have to continue to get treatment, I answered with a sigh, watching the girl go. I spent the next month in the hospital undergoing rehabilitation. Time passed slowly, but I was patient. And finally, I stood at the exit of the hospital, enjoying the fresh air. The first thing I did was not go home, but to the cemetery. Standing next to the tombstone with the inscription, Kiyomi Namikaze, engraved on it, a single tear finally flowed from my eye and fell to the ground. Sleep peacefully, Imouto. You don't have to worry, I will protect this world, I said, turning towards the exit of the cemetery. The house greeted me with emptiness. There was no one. I decided not to linger here, intending to leave for the free summoning as soon as possible. So, having collected my things, sealed everything in a scroll and dressed in combat clothes, I left the house. First, I went to the Hokage's residence to notify Minato that I would be leaving. Having received his approval, wishes of luck and the promised scroll with the description of Hiraishin, I went to the last place I was going to visit before leaving, the Uchiha clan. Itachi opened the door after I knocked. He let me in without asking anything. After passing through the house, we came out into the backyard, where Satsuki was already training hard. When she saw me, she immediately stopped and ran up to us. Hello. Why did you come to us? Are you against it? I asked, raising an eyebrow. Of course not, she exclaimed. I'm just curious. I came to say goodbye, I replied. That's it, she nodded understandingly. Already? Yes. Naruto-kun, I'm sure you know how dangerous free summoning is, so I won't say anything about it, just good luck and I hope you come back. Itachi said, putting his hand on my shoulder. Thank you. I nodded gratefully. Itachi smiled and stepped aside. Satsuki came up to me. "I'll miss you," she said, hugging me. "Me too," he smiled and hugged her back. After a few seconds, she pulled away a little. Smiling, she said, "Just try not to come back, I'll get you from the other world," and quickly kissed me on the cheek and walked away. I smiled wider, looking after her and, biting my finger, began to make seals. At that moment, Satsuki approached her brother and he quietly said something to her, for which she hissed at him and punched him in the shoulder. I didn't see what happened next, since I finished making seals. Reverse summoning technique. Commentary on Chapter 28. All my attempts to write something sad ended up in bickering and exchanging jokes with Kurama, so he wasn't in this chapter. Chapter 29. Commentary on Chapter 29. I'm back. That's all I have. Minato Namikaze's Pav. All my life I have not understood my youngest son. For a long time he was a good-for-nothing mediocrity, so untalented that I had already written him off. And then suddenly something changed in him. One day he simply became different. He began to train, to become stronger. In general he became exactly what I expected to see. And it would seem that I should be happy that my son has finally pulled himself together, but something was bothering me. His look. The look of a man who has been through a lot. But where did it come from? Where did this look suddenly appear in a 7-year-old child who has never left the village? I wondered about this for a long time. Naturally, the first thing I did was check with the Senin mode to see if he had been replaced. But no, it was still my son. So where did this look come from? I decided to consult with those I trust implicitly. With my teachers, Jiraiya-sensei and Fukasaku-sama. And if the Toad Sanin only shrugged his shoulders, Fukasaku-sama took me to Gamamaru-sama, the great toad hermit, who told me that Naruto was extremely important to this world and that he needed to be protected. And he said it without his usual forgetfulness. I took his words very seriously, but my son had already completely lost his trust in the family, with the exception of Kiyomi. He trained on his own, escaped Anbu supervision, and did everything his own way. And over time, I had even more questions for him. How does he know how to train properly? Where does he get all the techniques he knows? Yes, Kakashi and Fugaku's eldest son sometimes trained with him, but only sometimes, and that is not enough to reach his level of strength. But since he seemed to be doing well and refused any help from me, I just watched from afar. I also couldn't help but notice that he could somehow contact his Biju. His gaze sometimes became empty and stared at one point. I saw this only during a mental conversation using the Yamanaka technique, but they were not near Naruto at these moments. I received confirmation of this on the day of the Uchiha clan massacre, when he was able to control the chakra of the nine-tailed, and at the same time confirmed that he was friends with him and categorically refused to close the seal. I decided to leave everything as is, since he can handle it himself. Time passed, he became stronger and stronger, even began to invent his own techniques. His team's missions began, and judging by his achievements, he is clearly not a genin in terms of strength, and even chunins cannot reach him. The murder of the Mist Swordsman and his partner with the Ice Keke Genkai, as well as a very long confrontation with Orochimaru. I will not even mention the victory over the one host. After the exam, he was going to free summon, which was extremely dangerous, so I decided to detain him at least for a little while longer, giving him a mission to protect the actress. I couldn't know how this mission would end. If only I knew. It was a normal day. I was sitting in my office trying to sort through another pile of documents, when suddenly a medic bursts in and shouts something about Naruto in the hospital and dead Kiyomi. I immediately teleported to the hospital and managed to see my son being taken to the operating room. I immediately began to figure out what happened and how Naruto ended up here, especially in such a state, and what happened to my daughter. They quickly told me how Golden Naruto burst in for some reason, unsealed the Uchiha, betrayed the scroll where, according to him, Kiyomi was sealed, and turned off some kind of veil, then passed out. Somehow maintaining my composure and taking the scroll, I went to the morgue, found a free couch there and unsealed the scroll. And my daughter was lying on the bed, staring into space with some kind of slightly surprised expression on her face. At this point I couldn't take it anymore. And the following events happened in a blur. Kushina crying, Kiyomi's funeral, Naruto's coma. It all came on suddenly. I came to my senses only a few days after the funeral. I couldn't come to terms with what had happened. It was my fault. It was I who gave them that mission. It was I who wanted to keep Naruto here. It was I who brought Naruto to the point where he considered me an enemy. It was I who brought my wife to the point where she had gray strands of hair, and at her age. It was all me. It was all my fault. And standing in front of my daughter's grave, I realized this as never before. And this realization brought me to the brink of the abyss. Despite all my strength, I had never felt so insignificant. And at that moment I was ready to give up, get drunk, do everything to stop feeling this way, abandon my village, my family and find my daughter's killers. Find and kill, destroy, make sure that there is no memory of them left. But I was stopped. Stopped by someone I didn't expect it from at all. Danzo called out to me. He hammered one simple truth into my head. If I follow my thoughts now, I will lose absolutely everything. My family, the village, and myself. He was able to set my mind straight and made me think with a cool head. Then I began to respect him. Despite the fact that my departure was beneficial to him, he stopped me, because the departure of the leader is a strong blow to the village. And then I decided to talk to my son frankly. To find out what secret he is keeping, and I am sure that he has one. And to provide all the help I can. And now 2 years have passed since our conversation, and I still find it hard to believe what I heard from him. He went off to train, and I stayed here, preparing the village, collecting information and being ready at any moment for what my son warned me about to happen. He should be back soon, and I decided to sum up my activities, because I am not capable of doing more for now. Alliance with Danzo. I never thought that working together with him would be so productive. After that incident at the cemetery, we began to communicate more closely, sharing thoughts about the future of the village. Naturally, I did not tell him the truth about Naruto, only general information about what awaited us. And it helped. The village has never been as strong as it is now. I started spending more time with my family, leaving several clones at work. Words cannot describe how happy Kushina was when I started showing up at home more often. I took up training Seiji seriously, and now he is an extremely strong shinobi, currently on Mount Myoboku. But then my thoughts were interrupted by thunder. Tearing myself away from my thoughts, I looked out the window and saw clouds appearing out of nowhere right above the residence. Frowning, I watched what was happening. Flashes of lightning were visible in the clouds. A few seconds later, the lightning started running much more actively and then one struck right at the Hokage's residence. Or rather, it tried to, because it was stopped by a barrier, which means that it is not natural, but consists of chakra. At the moment of impact, I was already standing on the roof and ready to repel the attack. But it didn't happen. Instead of further attacks, the clouds simply dissolved, and a man stood on the roof. He was dressed in a long white cloak, exactly like mine, but the flames were black. Violet lightning snaked across his entire body. Tall, short scarlet hair swayed slightly in the wind. Bright blue eyes looked at me with joy. Only one person looked like that. Naruto is back. Commentary on Chapter 29. After a half-year break caused by problems in life, lack of desire to write and disappointment in my skills, I decided to continue working. I apologize to everyone who was waiting. By the way, how do you like my first POV? Leave comments, I really enjoy reading them. Chapter 30. Looking at Minato's tense figure, I wanted to chuckle. It was funny to watch him expect an attack. I deliberately chose such an original way of returning to check how prepared the village was for the unexpected and what I could say. Several groups of Anbu located within a few dozen meters make me happy. And the barrier is pretty good. I am satisfied. At the end of my thoughts, Minato finally recognized me, relaxed, and gave the Anbu a sign to retreat. When he approached me, I realized that I was already not much shorter than him. After all, I had grown in 2 years. What's the point? It's still lower, Kurama chuckled in my head. I'm young, I still have time, I answered mentally. Naruto, Minato began, I'm very glad to see you, but you could have chosen a less original way of returning. I still chuckled and shook my father's hand. I could, I answered, but I wanted to check the village's defense system. Who are you kidding? You just wanted to have some fun, the voice in my head said again. Not without it, I admitted. Well, let's go home, I think you have something to tell, Minato suggested. What about work? I was surprised. It was daytime now, and he could usually sit quietly in the residence until night. I'll leave it to the clones, he waved his hand. And if something important, I can easily teleport here. Family is more important. I'm glad you understood that. I nod to him and put my hand on his shoulder. And after a moment of weightlessness I find myself at the threshold of my house. I opened the door and was the first to go inside. Taking off my shoes I heard my mother's voice. Seiji, why are you back so early? There should still be enough food. She asked in surprise, coming out from the kitchen. Looking at me, her eyes widened and her mouth stretched into a smile. I'm home, I smile back at her. A moment, and I'm squeezed in a tight embrace. Hugging my mother back, I hugged her tighter. I missed her. After standing like that for a minute, she finally let me go and moved away a little. You've grown so much, she said with the same smile. Let's go to the kitchen, I'll feed you properly now. You probably haven't been watching your food, I know you. I chuckled and followed her. We sat down at the table and Kushina put a bowl of still hot ramen in front of us. I decided to start cooking just in time. Well, come on, tell me how your training went, who your conscription is. You didn't tell me anything in your letters, you kept the secret for some reason. Mom asked when we were sitting and drinking tea after eating. The training was very productive. I began. I really did become much stronger, and as for who the summoner is, I paused for a moment. You'll find out later. I finished the sentence with a grin. My parents immediately frowned. You'll probably arrange some kind of test, right? I asked, looking at Minato, to which he nodded in response. So why ruin the surprise for yourself, you'll find out everything there. And what, you won't even give me a hint? Asked Mom. Nope, I shook my head with the happiest look I could muster. And yet you are still a pest, Kurama gave his verdict. Yeah, but did you expect something different? I asked with interest. No, I expected something like that, he chuckled. By the way, they can't reach you there. Damn, I'm talking to you again, I cursed under the fox's laughter and turned my attention to the real world. Naruto, Kushina called, waving her hand in front of my face. Sorry, I was lost in thought, I came to my senses. What are you thinking about that we haven't been able to reach you for 10 seconds? Minato asked with interest. It doesn't matter, I answered. But why are we always talking about me? What interesting things happened here while I was gone? Like Satsuki, Seiji. So far, everything is quiet, said my father. Together with Jiraiya and Fukasaku-sama we are training Seiji. Now he is on Mount Myoyoku, trying to master the Sennin mode. Sensei says that he is doing well. He visits us often, not like you. He looked at me reproachfully. What about Satsuki? He thought for a moment. She does not leave the clan territory. Itachi says that she trains in all her free time. Yeah, I'll have to visit her, I drawled, starting to get up from the table. I won't put it off, I'll go now. Naruto, you've been gone for so long, maybe you could stay at least for a little while. Stay home, Kushina said in a pleading tone. I looked at her and saw a very sad look directed at me. Minato only nodded, joining his wife's request. Okay, I smiled, I'll stay with you for a bit. Time passed unnoticed. It seemed like it was only late morning, but evening had already come. And we spent all this time in conversation. The topics changed from one to another, more than one pot of tea was drunk. And now, leaving the house, I realized how wonderfully I had spent my time. And I also realized that I no longer held a grudge against them. Yes, they made a mistake, and a big one. However, in my world, I gave many a second chance. Zabuza, Gaara, Nagato, even damn Obito. They also did terrible things, but it still did not stop me. I still believed in them and gave them a second chance. So why not give it to my parents? I am sure that the way they punish themselves is enough, and I finally fulfilled my oldest childhood dream. To become Hokage. Now I understand that this was never my real dream. I just wanted to be needed by someone. I wanted recognition, and that is why I chose the goal of Hokage. But this was my most important dream. Family. I just wanted to have a family. Someone who would support you in absolutely any situation, no matter how difficult it was. In that world, I deceived myself, became attached to everyone who treated me even a little bit kindly. Ero Sennin, Iruka Sensei, Sasuke. I imagined them as my family. But in the end, everyone betrayed me. Except maybe Sasuke. And now, my oldest and most childhood dream has come true. I have a family. It's just a pity that Kiyomi didn't see how I made peace with my parents. She really wanted that. So, deep in myself, I reached the territory of the Uchiha Sea Otter. I had long been included in the list of the recognition barrier, so I passed without problems. Pretty soon I found myself at Itachi and Satsuki's house. I went to the door and knocked. My hearing caught someone's footsteps and a voice in the depths of the house. A few seconds later, the door opened, revealing an irritated Satsuki. Who came there? She began, but stopped in mid-sentence, seeing me. I smiled at her as warmly as I could. My sentence was cut off by Uchiha, who flew at me with a strong embrace. I even staggered from such pressure, but hugged her no less tightly in response. I came back, I repeated in a whisper. In response Satsuki pressed herself even closer to me. So we stood for several minutes, simply enjoying each other's company. Until we were interrupted. Excuse me, of course, for disturbing you, but you are standing in the passage. A familiar voice was heard behind me. Turning my head, I saw Itachi. You are a shinobi, and every self-respecting shinobi should enter the house through the window. I suggested to him, still letting go of Satsuki from my embrace. Satsuki moved away, and Itachi, chuckling, came closer. Of course, you're right to say that, but you can't enter your own house through the window, the elder Uchiha answered, hugging me. Nice to see you, Naruto. Likewise, Itachi, I replied. Not mutual at all. Kurama couldn't help but insert his 5 ryo. How can you hug an Uchiha at all? He was sincerely indignant. Be patient, I answered mentally. I knew it would be like this. Of course I knew, but that doesn't make it any easier. He sighed heavily. At that moment Itachi let me go and entered the house, gesturing for me to follow him. Satsuki and I exchanged glances, smiled at each other, and followed him. Of course, I had been here many times before, but after 4 years spent in the cold stone halls of my summoning world, finding myself in a hospitable, warm, and bright house was bliss. Soon we came to the living room, sat down at the table, and a cup of tea appeared in front of me. Well, tell me, how have you lived these past 2 years? The elder Uchiha asked me. Training and more training, I sighed, I'm incredibly tired. I hope they were fruitful and you can cope with what awaits you. Itachi smiled, and I raised an eyebrow in surprise and turned my gaze to Satsuki. She lowered her gaze and answered the silent question. Yes, I told him who you are. I thought he could be useful and after all he is my brother and close to you. Satsuki, that's enough, I smiled softly, interrupting her stream of excuses. I understand all this and I don't blame you. You just should have told me earlier. Thank you, she answered quietly. And to answer your question, I thought for a moment, I don't know. I've become stronger, that's for sure, but I don't know what awaits me here. If we were in my past world, then yes, I would have managed, but here Akatsuki has at least one more Uchiha and you don't need to tell me how serious a force that is. I just hope that our efforts won't be in vain. I see, Itachi replied, and was about to say something else when Satsuki interrupted him. Let's change the subject to something less gloomy, she said. We'll have time to talk about that later. Let's celebrate your return. Good idea, I smiled. I suggest we go somewhere. While you were gone, a new dango cafe opened here, let's go there, Itachi suddenly suggested. Sounds tempting, I answer, and Satsuki nods in agreement. As I approached the house, I thought about the day that had passed. It had been the best day in a long time. I needed a break after 4 years of non-stop training. And I got it. Sitting with Itachi and Satsuki helped me relax, to get rid of the heavy thoughts about the future that had been haunting me since my sister's death. No, it won't happen again. I won't allow a repeat of the tragedy. Lost in thought, I didn't even notice how I reached the house. As I passed through the door, I shouted. I'm home. Welcome back, came the answer from the kitchen. And the answer warmed my soul again. I am not alone, and I will never be lonely again. Commentary on Chapter 30. Hooray! I wrote the next chapter in just a few weeks. I would appreciate your feedback. Chapter 31. Today I woke up with the thought that today would be a difficult day. I am sure of it, because today my father will probably organize a test of my abilities, and it is unlikely that my opponent will be a simple chunin. But pleasant memories of yesterday cheered me up, and I got out of bed with a less depressed mood. Having quickly put myself in order, I went down to the first floor, where my mother was already busy. Good morning, she greeted. Same to you, I replied. Any plans for today? She asked. No, but I have a feeling that my father will provide me with these plans. Your feelings are correct, she nodded. Do you know something? I asked, sitting down at the table. Of course, he consulted with me. Will you share some information? Oh no, she chuckled. Yesterday you refused to tell us who your summon was. So I won't tell you about the test either. She smiled a little bitchily, even sticking her tongue out at me at the end. You're a pest, I couldn't help myself, for which I immediately got hit on the top of my head with a ladle. You talk like you're talking to your mother, she shouted. At that moment, a malicious chuckle came from the entrance. You haven't even shown up here yet, and you're already driving your mom crazy. Aren't you ashamed? My brother asked me as he entered the kitchen. Seiji. Kushina immediately turned her attention to him, and what brings you here? I was planning to visit only next week. Yes, my father sent me a message that my little stupid brother came back, decided to see what he is now. He smiled, looking at me. Don't you think you'll have to answer for such words? I narrowed my eyes. Why don't I think so? Of course I think so, I even hope so. You still owe me a sparring match. Or have you forgotten? Don't you keep your promises? No one has ever insulted me like that. That I wouldn't keep my promises. I feigned anger. Remember, my stupid older brother, I never go back on my words. That's my ninja way, I answered him, striking a pompous pose. Has childhood gone to your head? The fox asked. I'm just in a good mood. What slogans did you start reciting? Seiji was surprised. Okay, then I'll wait. After these words, he came up to me and shook my hand firmly. Welcome back, brother, he said. At that moment, Mom grabbed us both into a hug. Boys, I'm so glad you made up. We're glad too, we answered in unison, after which all three of us laughed and sat down at the table. After breakfast, Minato, who had joined in towards the end, approached me. Naruto, you asked me yesterday if you would have a test of strength. It will be today at the distant Anbu training ground at noon. Don't be late, we are all interested to know what you have achieved. Agreed. You don't have to worry, I'll try to put on a show, I smiled ominously. Stop smiling like that, I'm already starting to feel uneasy, Seiji slapped me on the shoulder. That's what it's all about, brother, that's what it's all about. I chuckled. Okay, I'll see you at noon, I'm going for a walk for now. See you. I sat in Ichiraku until 12, talking with Chuki. But everything comes to an end, and now it was 5 to 12, and I was standing at the edge of a spacious clearing some distance from the village. My parents, Seiji, and Satsuki with her brother were already standing there. I approached them. Hello everyone, I haven't seen you yet, I waved my hand. And what will the inspection consist of? As you've probably already guessed, it will be a fight, the father answered. Well, that was obvious. And who will be my opponent? We, the Uchihas answered in chorus. I looked at the Hokage in bewilderment. 2 against 1, that doesn't sound very fair. Life in general is unfair, Minato chuckled. Besides, I hope your bragging this morning was justified. So yes, this is a fight against 2 strong opponents. Good luck. At that moment, all the extra participants moved somewhere into the distance, and the training ground was covered by a powerful barrier. I was immediately forced to move to the side to avoid getting hit by 2 streams of fire that the Uchiha had already released at me. Okay then, I smiled. Let's dance. Purple lightning immediately ran over me, and I rushed at Itachi. He immediately activated the Sharingan and sent several dozen shuriken covered in flames at me. I immediately dove in a roll, letting them pass over me, and, jumping up, waved my hand in his direction, from which a purple beam, several meters long, immediately stretched out. The beam reached its target, but instead of a cry of pain, the Uchiha broke up into many crows that flew at me. At that moment, I felt heat from behind and jumped high, letting a stream of white-hot flames pass under me. Satsuki, taking advantage of the fact that I could not change the direction of flight, blew out another fireball, to which I responded with a water core. The clash of techniques caused a release of steam that covered half the clearing. I smiled and, landing and making a concentration seal, said, Raiden. Electrifying. Lightning immediately started running across the entire cloud, which I simply ignored, immediately using another technique that had already become one of my favorites. Futon. Wind barrier. The thundercloud immediately dispersed in all directions. But there was no cry of pain. I looked around and saw both Uchihas covering themselves with Susanoo's ribs. The Mangekyo Sharingan was shining in their eyes with a scarlet light, and I recognized Satsuki's drawing. Eternal Mangekyo. Well, if that's the case, then we can have even more fun. You haven't shown anything new yet, Satsuki said discontentedly. Wasn't that a light warm-up? I asked, puzzled. Well, if you want something new, you'll get something new. With these words, I folded my palms in front of me and closed my eyes. Raiden. Electric rain. A flurry of Senbon made of lightning flew out from me in all directions, sticking everywhere. At that moment, I dodged an arrow of purple energy, missed a swing of an orange sword above me and, opening my eyes, glowing with purple light, extended my hand towards the electric spear flying from Satsuki's side. I waved my hand, and the spear went around me and flew into Itachi, who did not expect such a turn of events. The phantom warrior withstood the blow, but cracks appeared along his ribs. At the moment of impact, I jumped to the side, and a tongue of flame shot up in my previous place. Immediately, a flurry of fire and air techniques flew at me, sent by both Uchihas, not allowing me to counterattack. I dodged, sometimes interrupting their techniques with my own. But soon I got tired of this. I jumped up and, clapping my palms, said, Futon, wind wave. A powerful wave of air hit me in all directions, which managed to shake the ghostly warriors. At the same time, I was making seals. Summoning technique. Pav Satsuki Uchiha. Interest and anticipation. That's how I felt throughout our fight. Because Naruto hadn't shown much of anything new so far. But even so, he resisted my and my brother's pressure. And now, finally, I waited. Summoning technique. Well, let's find out what kind of animal he has. A small cloud of smoke rose up next to him, and when it cleared, I was faced with a bird. A very ordinary looking bird, which immediately landed on Naruto's shoulder. Yo, Naruto, why did you call? She asked. Hi Bale, we decided to check how strong I've become. I decided it's a bit boring without you. You made the right decision, Bale nodded importantly. Decided to put on a show. Not without it, Naruto grinned. Let's do it without warming up, straight to unity. As you say, boss, with distinct sarcasm on the last word, the bird flew high into the air. By this time my brother and I had decided to attack the enemy, trying to prevent this unknown unity. I used Mangekyu, and the flames of Amaterasu shot up in the place where Naruto had just stood, jumping high into the air. Itachi had already formed one of his strongest techniques, Yusaka Magatama, with the hands of his Susanoo. A ring of swirling Magatama flew towards Naruto. But at the moment the technique was sent, Bale made a loop in the air and flew straight into my friend's chest. A red lightning bolt struck him, and the air thickened behind his back, with discharges running through it. And a moment later this air took the form of wings. Real wings, outlined in red lightning. One flap, and he flew off to the side, letting the ring of Magatama pass him by. He made a series of seals and said, Bale's thunder breath. Folding his wings, he rushed towards us, breathing out a wave of flame from his mouth, along which ran red lightning discharges. Itachi and I came to the same conclusion and did not even try to use this technique on Susanoo. Having deactivated the technique, we jumped in different directions. Itachi, with a flash of his eye, tried to use one of his strongest techniques, Tsukuyomi. Naruto, having caught his gaze, immediately fell to the ground. We, having exchanged glances, came closer to him. Have you ever seen a summoning work like this? I asked my older brother. No, he admitted, but I have to admit, it looks impressive. The barrier surrounding the training ground was deactivated and all the spectators of this fight approached us. Honestly, I didn't expect him to lose so quickly, Seiji said thoughtfully. I thought about it too. And really, why did he, with such experience in fighting against the Sharingan, so recklessly look into Itachi's eyes? He couldn't have done it by accident. So, that was his plan. I was about to say this and saw how the eyes of the Hokage and Itachi also opened wide. Apparently, they also realized their mistake. But it was too late. Naruto chuckled, and the wings that had disappeared when he hit the ground suddenly appeared and hit Itachi and me with a wave. At that moment, I felt as if my body was being squeezed into a small point and dragged somewhere. For a moment, I lost my bearings, but soon everything returned to normal. Having come to my senses, I realized that I was no longer standing on the training ground near Konoha. The three of us were on a vast plateau, located somewhere among the rocks. The sky was covered with thunderclouds. Thunder rumbled every now and then. A high mountain towered above us, in which passages were visible. Naruto stood not far from Itachi and me, dreamily looking at this mountain. Without looking at us, he began a conversation. Welcome to the world of my summoning. At that moment, Bale appeared on his shoulder again. He immediately flew off my friend and landed on the ground next to him. A red lightning struck him, blinding me for a moment, and when my vision returned, a tall red-haired man stood in his place. Dressed in something similar to the robes of a white fighting monk. His head was covered by a kasa, from under which his eyes were visible, glowing with red energy. He looked at Naruto. Listen, will Raiden mind that you brought strangers here? No, I discussed this issue with him. Naruto answered and finally turned his gaze to us. How do you like it here? A bit gloomy, I blurted out before I could realize that it could offend the resident of this place standing in front of me. I looked at him guiltily and quietly said, I'm sorry. But Bale just laughed and waved his hand. But it's honest. And I agree with you. It really is a bit gloomy here. Itachi joined the conversation here. Bale-san, how did you turn into a human? I've never met a summon that can do that. Listen Itachi, first of all, let's not use any suffixes, I don't like that. Secondly, I'm not exactly a summon. Let's sit down, this conversation won't be quick. He pointed to a table and chairs that I had somehow not noticed. We sat down and Bale began his story. We are the Storm Falcons. And we are not a summon in the usual sense. As you know, Naruto came from another world. And this did not pass without a trace for him. He now has, albeit a very limited, ability to move between worlds. When he used the reverse summoning technique, he unknowingly used this ability for the first time, having ended up in our world. But doesn't the summoning technique send the user to another world, the summoning world? I asked, puzzled. Not exactly. The world of summoning is, so to speak, small subworlds tied to yours. That is why summoning beasts possess chakra, which everyone in your world possesses. Our world is not connected to yours in any way. And we do not use chakra. But how do you use techniques then? Itachi asked. They use some other energy for this, like our chakra. Naruto answered instead of his partner. They call it mana. As I understand it, if our chakra is a mixture of spiritual and physical energy, then mana is pure spiritual energy. It seems there is also prana, pure physical energy, but I have not yet met anyone who would use it. True. But you're wrong about one thing. Bale nodded. You've met people who use prana, though they do it unconsciously. This is one of the teachers of your world and his student. What did you call them? He thought for a moment. Ah, exactly, Bushy Brow and Bushy Brow Sensei. Lee and Guy Sensei use prana. The three of us were surprised. Yes, these gates of theirs are techniques for drinking prana from your body. But I have no idea how they dug them up, and because your bodies are not adapted to this kind of energy, they are badly damaged. And at the same time, they also add chakra to these techniques. I don't know who created this technique, but he is a certain genius. Bale said enthusiastically at the end. There was silence for a while. And I was glad about it. My head was a little swollen from new information about other worlds and other energies. But the silence did not last long. This is all very interesting, of course, but, Naruto, why did you move us here? There are two reasons. The first is to introduce you to Bale and another person who will soon arrive, and the second, at this point he smiled nastily, is to fight you without restrictions. The barrier does not give a 100% probability that I will not cause damage to the village, and you cannot use the same absolute Susanoo. And I am sure that you own it. Therefore, the question is for you. Do you want to continue the fight? Commentary on Chapter 31. Leave your feedback, I'll be glad. Chapter 32. Do you want to continue the fight? I asked the Uchiha. They looked at each other and seemed to be having a mental conversation. Bale and I just sat there and waited for their answer. They were about to answer when I heard the sound of wings behind me, interrupted by a lightning strike. And what kind of fight do you want to continue, especially on my territory? A voice I knew well rang out. I turned around and saw a man who looked like Bale, but he looked older, and his eyes were blue, not red. I stood up and bowed. Lord Raiden. Hello Naruto, he nodded in response. So what kind of fight were you planning on having? Naruto, you said that you had come to an agreement with the Lord, Bale hissed behind my back. He didn't lie and really did agree. Only it was about a visit from outsiders, not a fight. I'm still waiting for your answer. The thing is, when I returned to my world, I began to explain. As I said, my father gave me a test. It turned out to be a fight against these two people. I told you about them, Satsuki and Itachi Uchiha. Nice to meet you, he interrupted me, nodding to my companions. I apologize for starting our conversation by scolding Naruto, but I am glad to welcome you to the domain of the Storm Falcons. My name is Raiden. I am the head of the Thunder Clan. Thank you for your hospitality. Itachi stood up and repeated my bow. And now, with your permission, I will continue listening to Naruto's story. He said and turned his gaze back to me. So, I continued, even though we were covered with a barrier so that we wouldn't cause damage to the village, it didn't give a 100% guarantee that we wouldn't destroy anything. That's why I decided to move them here. I told you that I would do this to introduce you, but I also decided to finish our fight, fighting at about full strength. And you didn't think that before conducting a battle of the scale you describe, it would be worth warning me. He narrowed his eyes, looking at me. I didn't think, my fault. I answered to the heavy sigh of my interlocutor. He seems like an adult, but he still hasn't learned to think ahead. Okay, have your fight, but only on the distant plateau. Certainly. After the battle, I invite you to the guest chamber, we'll talk there. After these words, lightning struck Raiden and he disappeared. A moment later, I ducked, dodging the slap on the back of the head that Bale tried to give me. Life doesn't teach you anything. Wasn't one time enough for you? My partner scolded me. What happened last time? Satsuki asked curiously. Send us to the far plateau, I'll tell you on the way, answered Bale. We got up from the table and headed for the stairs leading to the exit from this platform. The story is this: the Falcon began. Naruto felt the urge to practice the most destructive techniques. And it would be fine if he warned us, we are not against it, but he decided to keep it a secret and go to that very distant plateau alone. At night. Very late at night. I understand that your awakening was not a pleasant one, Satsuki chuckled. That's putting it mildly, Bale replied. We were awakened by a very strong explosion. What do you think our first thought was? Attack, Itachi immediately answered. That's right, we're not the only falcons. There are also fire and frost ones. And while we have a pretty good relationship with the fire ones, with the frost ones. He sighed. The frost ones can't stand us and hate us. Unfortunately, for good reason. So we decided that the frost ones had attacked us or were sabotaging us. We raised the garrison, activated the defense, and only after all the preparations, the intelligence reported that one person had decided to train. Lord Raiden was very angry, and punished Naruto in a very interesting way. Oh, just don't remind me of that, I involuntarily groaned. And what was the punishment? Satsuki asked. Do you know what a house of cards is? Asked Bale, and after receiving a nod in response, he continued, so, Naruto had to build a large house of cards, but lightning could strike him at any moment. And until he built this house, he had to starve. Those monsters put a bowl of ramen right in front of me, which you can't find here with fire, and struck me with lightning every time I was close to finishing my punishment. Since then, I can't look at cards without pain in my eyes, as they told me, and they told me this quite often, since these birds often now offer to play cards. By the end of my speech, I was already screaming slightly, not trying to contain my emotions. Those hundreds of destroyed houses still haunt me in nightmares. Yeah, I've had enough, Itachi muttered, and Satsuki put her hand on Uzumaki's shoulder, trying to support him somehow. But there haven't been any more incidents like that, Bale said with a shrug, until today. I didn't want to upset anyone today, I objected. That's why you mentioned such a completely harmless and unnoticeable technique as the absolute Susanoo. The elder Uchiha casually remarked. What? Were you seriously planning to use it in sparring? He looked at him, not a little surprised. Do you want me to die? Or to collapse from exhaustion? I just mentioned it in passing. The siblings paused, digesting my revelation. Satsuki stared at me. So you didn't want a large-scale battle using destructive techniques? Of course not, I exclaimed. We can easily kill each other. Of course, I have something to respond to the same absolute Susanoo, but why take it to such measures? I brought you here to introduce you to Raiden, and to show you some of my arsenal, which is only available in thunderstorm weather. Of course, I can create a thunderstorm anywhere, but it requires a lot of strength, and I don't want to ruin the mood of all of Konoha with bad weather. Then why did you pretend to be guilty before the Lord? Bale asked. Well, you know Raiden, he gets real satisfaction from telling someone off. I couldn't afford to deprive the old man of that pleasure. After this phrase we came out to the distant plateau, which was a spacious flat stone area, near which there were no buildings. Only rocks, in which craters of different sizes were clearly visible. Well, here we are, I announced cheerfully, welcome to the most convenient testing ground for mass technology. I spent a lot of time here. Yeah, and damaged a lot of rocks, Bale commented discontentedly. Well, it's not my fault that they're so fragile. I was indignant. Let's end the arguments, suggested the calmest of those present, namely Itachi. Naruto, it seems you wanted to show us something. Yes, show me something new, Satsuki asked, because in the village you only showed unity and some strange fire breath. By the way, what kind of breath was that? He learned this thanks to me, my call answered instead of me, as I told you, there are several types of falcons. And I am a descendant of two types, fire and thunder. Usually, if the parents are of different elements, then the offspring born belongs to only one people. However, sometimes it happens that a child inherits the powers of both parents. This happens very rarely. Such falcons are called combined. As you probably guessed, I have the powers of fire and lightning. I have heard of only a few such falcons. The most infamous was a very old falcon named Midir. Listen, Bale, I interrupted him, this is of course incredibly interesting, and for some reason you didn't tell me about this Midir, but how about you tell us about it in a more favorable environment? It's not very convenient here. How about I show you why we're here, and then we can continue our conversation in the chambers? Yes, indeed, the partner came to his senses. I got a little carried away. Let's get started. Pav Satsuki Uchiha. Well, I think I should start with, Naruto began, but suddenly he disappeared in a purple flash, and from behind, right in my ear, he said, Hiraishina. I reflexively threw my elbow back, but missed, since Uzumaki was no longer there. He was already standing next to Bale, grinning as he looked at me. But the blow was unnecessary, he noted. It's your own fault, don't provoke me. And anyway, when did you manage to put a mark on me? Yesterday, when you attacked me with hugs, this impudent fellow shrugged his shoulders. So, you can now teleport to me at absolutely any moment. I was even a little indignant. How is that possible? You should have at least asked permission. Yes, but so be it, I promise not to abuse it and not to move to you in the middle of the night for the sake of a joke. At least too often. I was about to say everything I thought about this. I don't even know what to call it. But my brother interrupted me. And did you by any chance put a seal on me? He asked. In response, Naruto disappeared again in a purple flash, appearing right in front of him. Itachi jumped back. Okay, you don't have to answer. Also, I understand that you have mastered lightning control. Well, I noticed, Naruto chuckled. Yes, you're right, I can control them. Of course, not enough to make figures out of them, but I can redirect a blow. There's something else interesting. Remember my Heavenly Thunder technique that I used against Gaara in the tournament? Having received nods in response, he continued, well, I improved it, now I can control where the lightning strikes. There's another interesting technique that Bale showed me. Heavenly Pursuit. Oh, if only I could go back to the moment when I showed it to you, the aforementioned Falcon said dreamily. Naruto clearly shuddered at his words. That's something I definitely don't need. What happened then? I asked, expecting another funny story. Oh, I wish I hadn't asked that. Naruto and Bale looked at each other, nodded at each other, after which my teammate looked at me and smiled very ominously. Something like this, he said, after which my new acquaintance, turning into a falcon, instantly flew into Naruto, whose eyes immediately lit up, after which he folded his hands into a concentration seal and said, Heavenly Pursuit. My intuition immediately howled, and I jumped to the side, and a red lightning bolt struck the place where I had just stood. But my intuition continued to scream, and I ran, pursued by lightning strikes. About 10 seconds later, the pursuit stopped, and I stopped. Turning towards Naruto, Sharingans flashing, I immediately rushed at full speed to Uzumaki, who was expecting something like this, and had already started to escape. Bale stood to the side and laughed, watching my reaction, but I did not pay attention to him. Now I felt real wrath. Not noticing anything around me, I chased Naruto, trying to catch up with him and strangle him. He only ran away and laughed, sometimes resorting to teleportation with the help of lightning, which the falcons used. A couple of minutes later I caught up with him and, jumping, knocked him to the ground, immediately starting to deliver weak blows to his grinning face. Never again. Like that. Don't do it. I screamed between blows. But after a couple of blows my anger subsided, and I calmed down. Better? He asked when I stopped hitting him. Better, I exhaled. But seeing how bruises began to form on his face, I looked down. Sorry. It's okay, I felt the same way, he answered, continuing to smile. I enveloped my hand in the green glow of the highway and began to move it over the face of the scarlet-haired, I'm not afraid of this word, idiot. Having healed the bruises, I dispelled the technique. If you repeat something like that, you won't get off with just bruises. And I won't treat you. I threatened him, and he continued to smile stupidly. Why do you look so pleased? I'm just wondering when it will dawn on you what situation we're in right now, he replied, smiling even more stupidly, although I doubted that such a thing was even possible. After these words, I realized that I was sitting right on him, hanging over his face. Blushing, I immediately stood up. Damn, how does he always manage to get me to this state? Naruto stood up and, coming closer, hugged me. I missed you, he said quietly. Me too, I replied, immediately pulling away and looking around. And where are we, by the way? I just now noticed that we were no longer on a plateau. We were in some kind of gorge, surrounded by rocks. I trained Hiraishin here, Naruto replied, that's why there are lots of my marks here. I transported us here the moment you jumped on me. Why? I asked. So that Itachi and Bale wouldn't witness the scene that just happened, he smiled, I'm sure that after that kiss before I left, your brother tortured you with teasing. Realizing how Nii-san would react to this, I sighed in relief. You have no idea how right you are. Thank you for your foresight. Actually, I can imagine, I used to live in the same house with Kiyomi. Naruto answered, looking sad. Remembering my blonde, eternally cheerful friend, I also felt sad. There's no need to be sad now, Uzumaki tried to cheer me up, hugging me again. Let's go back. Let's go, I answered and felt myself shrinking into a point. How come I didn't notice this when I was moving here? End POV. Having moved back to the plateau, I immediately let go of Satsuki and headed towards the remaining people here. So how do you like the technique? I asked Itachi. Fantastic. He chuckled. Especially its consequences. Where did they run off to? Does it matter? The main thing is that we came back. Is there anything else coming? Satsuki asked. Do you want anything else? No, that's enough, she shrugged. Well, if not, then no. Then I think we should return to the chambers. Lord Raiden is waiting for us. I say, give me your hands, I'll move you. Let's do it without me, Bale refused. I think I'll go to bed. Well, yes, of course, so that you, and without sleep once every couple of hours. This has never happened before. I smile and dodge a weak fireball. Ha ha ha, how funny, Bale likes to sleep, the Falcon laughed sarcastically. See you later. After these words he disappeared in a flash of lightning. Hey, he gets mad every time they tease him about being sleepy. Okay, it's time for us to. Give me your hands. I extend my hands to the Uchihas. And as soon as they take them, I move to the mark closest to Raiden's chambers. Appearing in the middle of the corridor, we scare off a girl passing by. Damn it, Naruto, you again. She grumbled. You left. I was already happy. I thought that I would finally be able to walk normally along the corridors, without expecting that at any moment one Uzumaki could fall on you. Hey, forgive me Melina, it was an accident. I scratched the back of my head and smiled guiltily. I hear this every time, and every time the story repeats itself. How can this be? Is it really impossible to move around normally? She was indignant, and only now did she notice that I was not alone. Oh, I didn't notice you at first. My name is Melina, and I was this man's neighbor while he lived here. And who are you? These are my friends, Itachi and Satsuki, I introduced them. Nice to meet you, she smiled. Was he always this unbearable? Yes, the Uchihas answered in unison without thinking. Hey, I said indignantly, I'm not unbearable. No, all three of them answered at the same time. I immediately dropped my shoulders and turned around. Well, that's it, you've offended me, I'm leaving you. Hooray! Calm down. I heard Melina's joyful cry and the quiet laughter of the Uchihas behind me. I smiled too and returned to the company. No way, since you are so happy about my departure, I will stay and torment you forever. No, she howled under my evil laughter. After a few seconds of silence, we all burst out laughing. And how does Bale carry you out? Melina asked a rhetorical question, having calmed down. He's just as crazy, another voice is heard from behind us. I turn around and see another girl, very similar to the one standing next to us. Only if Melina had blonde hair and was dressed in maroon, then this one had black hair and blue clothes. You hit me right in the heart, Katana, I tell her. She smirks. As if that would change anything. Okay, that's enough, I pretended to be angry. Since you don't like me so much, then we're leaving, Raiden is waiting for us. Okay, in that case, go, Melina answered. We passed the girls and were already approaching the turn when they called out to me. Naruto, I turn my head and Katana says, it was good to see you again. Likewise, I nod and continue walking forward. After a few seconds, I turn to the Uchiha. Like Melina said, I was their neighbor. My room was across from theirs. Melina and Katana are sisters. Raiden's daughters. They're fun. We noticed, Itachi noted, I see life here wasn't boring. When I wasn't busy training, yes. It's just a pity that this time was short. Okay. Raiden is probably waiting for us. Let's go, it's not far from here. Commentary on Chapter 32. I'd be glad to receive likes and comments. Chapter 33. A couple of minutes later we approached the doors, behind which they were already waiting for us. The guest chambers are probably one of the coziest places here. The locals are generally quite unpretentious, and live peacefully in bare walls. But in this place the walls were covered with boards, there was comfortable furniture. In general, they tried to create maximum comfort for the guests. Near the far wall, next to the burning fireplace, Raiden was sitting in a chair and looking into the fire, holding a glass in his hands, in which an amber liquid was splashing. Noticing the sound of the door opening, he turned around and, nodding in greeting, pointed with his hand to three chairs standing next to him, in which we sat down. After a few seconds of silence, Raiden finally spoke. So you decided to give me the pleasure of scolding you, Naruto? He smiled slightly. Bale gave up. I answered a question with a question. Who else? My interlocutor shrugged, but believe me, it was not of my own free will. I have to find out how badly the plateau was damaged. So there is no need to be angry with him. Well, I'm not angry, I repeated his movement. What did you want to talk about? There's one topic that is important both for you and your companions. You know that we have a feud with the Frost Falcons, right? He looked at the Uchiha. Receiving nods in response, he continued, we have information that someone from your clan has contacted them. What? Satsuki was surprised. Who? I don't know that. There is only information that he has eyes, which Naruto called Sharingan. Do you know what he looked like? I asked. No, he was wearing a cloak and his face was covered by a mask. Was there one hole in the mask? Itachi asked, having guessed, like the rest of us, who that Uchiha could be. No, there were 2 eye holes, Raiden objected, contrary to our expectations. Just a smooth, white mask without any distinguishing features. The only thing we know is that he introduced himself as Shin. But there is no Shin among the living Uchiha, Itachi noted, so either this is Obito's new name, or we finally learned the name of the second Uchiha from Akatsuki. But the question of how he was able to get here is still important. After all, as we were told, only those who had experience moving between worlds can get here. True, that means this person has it. There is no other information about him. But it bothers me. As Naruto told me, the Uchiha specialize in fire techniques. And how he ended up with the frost ones, I have no idea. If our enemy, whoever it is, also masters ice at the same level as I master lightning, it will be very bad. We cannot allow this. How are you going to do that? Raiden asked me. If he's smart, he won't show up anywhere. So what are you going to do? Storm the icy halls? Trust me, that idea is doomed to fail. No, I haven't thought about that. But something needs to be done. We can't do anything about it now, Satsuki said, interrupting my thoughts. That means we need to knock out the rest of the Akatsuki. If there are no supporters left, then Shin will have to crawl out to finish the job. And that means we need to hunt them down to eliminate them as quickly as possible. Easy to say, organize a hunt for S-rank missing nin, Itachi noted. We need a plan. We need to lure them out somehow. They hunt Jinchuriki, and in a certain order. The first target was Gaara. I nodded. We can contact him so that he can be given a mission without an escort. Last time, of course, they attacked right in the middle of the village, but it seems to me that if he is alone, and even far from the village, then the chance of an attack will increase. It's risky, but it might work, Satsuki nodded. We need to hurry. The sooner we start hunting, the less time Shin will have. In that case, it's time for us to go, I say, rising from my chair. Lord Raiden, thank you very much for sharing the information. I am in your debt. We'll settle the score yet, nodded the leader of the Falcons. Don't let yourself get killed, Naruto. Don't worry, that won't happen, I grinned. Thank you for your hospitality, Itachi said goodbye. I took the Uchihas by the shoulders and carried us back to Konoha. But at the planning stage of visiting the summoning world, I did not take one thing into account. And this mistake caught up with me a couple of seconds after appearing on the same training ground. A couple of seconds after our appearance, I was hit by a powerful blow that sent me flying. I crashed into a tree trunk and saw Kushina rushing towards me. Only in an extremely enraged state. Her eyes glowed with an ominous yellow light, her hair, divided into 9 scarlet tails, fluttered in the wind. And all this was flavored with the strongest yaki in my memory, and by the way, I communicate with Kurama. You're screwed, remember the sun, here comes a ray. Thank you, I understand that, I answered mentally. Well, I hope I'll see you again. Nadezhda, that's all you have left now. Good luck, friend, the fox wished me at the end. I didn't have time to answer, because my mother caught up with me. And then there was pain. Pav Namikaze Seiji. Watching my mother explain exactly what Naruto did wrong, I decided to share my greatest wisdom with the Uchihas. Itachi, Satsuki, I addressed them, if you see mom in such a state, pretend that you are an interior item and quietly leave the scene. Follow your father's example. After this phrase, the younger looked around and only now noticed that the Hokage was no longer at the training ground. Let's follow the path of the wiser and more experienced and get out of here. Having finished the wisdom saying, I immediately used Hiraishin and found myself at home, right next to my father. Did you give advice to the newbies? He asked immediately. Receiving my nod in response, he sighed with relief. That's good, the Uchihas better not look at such things, suddenly they'll open another level of the Sharingan. End Pav. I woke up lying in my room. My body ached, but there were no injuries. I got out of bed and went downstairs, finding my family all gathered together. Oh, you're already awake, Seiji rejoiced. You're fast. And how did you feel your mother's displeasure for the first time? An unforgettable experience, I replied, smiling at Seiji, who had received a slap on the back of the head from Kushina. I hope, she said, narrowing her eyes, that something like this won't happen again. Okay, I won't disappear to who knows where for half a day anymore. I raised my hands in a conciliatory gesture. Lesson learned. That's great, Mom smiled happily, clapping her hands. Now eat and tell me where you've been. Introduce the Uchiha to the world of summoning. And learn new information about the enemy. I answered, looking at my father. What? He immediately became serious. The masked man, the second to attack the Uchiha. He also ended up in my summoning world. And he can master the power of ice. That's just what we needed, Minato sighed heavily. Who are you talking about? Seiji didn't understand. There is an organization that hunts for Jinchuriki, and its leader or someone close to him ended up in the same summoning world as me. And that's very bad. I briefly explained the situation to my brother. Do you have any plan? Asked the father, interrupting the mother, who was about to say something. Yes, I nodded and recounted our plan regarding Gaara. It might work, but we need to come to an agreement with Rasa. I'll send him a falcon, we'll get an answer soon. After listening to me, Minato said and teleported, apparently, to the residence. I was about to go there too, but Seiji grabbed my hand. Wait, can you tell me more about these enemies? Maybe I can help you somehow. I'm not the same as I was in childhood, my father trained me to be conscientious. Okay, I'll tell you. But let's do it on the way to the residence. Time plays a huge role now and it's not worth wasting. I nod in response to my brother and go to the exit of the house. Naruto, Seiji, if you don't come back, I'll be very angry. Mom threatened us, narrowing her eyes. Good luck. Thank you, we answered in unison and left the house. On the way, as promised, I told him about Akatsuki and its members. That's problematic. Seiji sighed, clearly imitating someone from Nara. But where did you get this information? I understand that you know about the organization itself, but such a detailed description of the abilities. I can tell you, but it's a very long conversation, so let me explain it to you when I have time. Agreed. Then let's hurry. We spent the rest of the way in silence. Finally, we reached the Hokage's residence and went straight to my father's office. Knocking on the door, I entered first, finding Minato sitting at the table and writing something. Raising his head at the sound of the door opening, he nodded and stood up from the table. Naruto, I sent a letter and expect a response soon. For now, I just agreed on an audience with Rasa and Gaara. If the Kazekage agrees, then I will send you as Hiraishin directly to the outskirts of Suna. Seiji, what are you doing here? I'm going with him. As I understand it, you have already been introduced into the situation, and you will not change your decision. Minato didn't even ask, but rather stated. Yes, the brother answered firmly. Okay, I hope you understand that the opponents are strong and you will take it very seriously. You don't have to worry about that. Good. Then we wait for an answer from Rasa. Father nodded and sat down at the table again, returning to his business. We left the office and sat in the reception area. A quiet conversation began, with which we tried to brighten up the wait. A couple of hours later, the answer came, and Minato immediately called us to his place. So, the Kazekage has agreed to the meeting. I'll give you half an hour to get ready, after which we'll meet here, and I'll take you to Suna. Yes, my brother and I answered and both moved to our rooms at home. Quickly gathering my things, I moved to the entrance of the Uchiha house, afraid to teleport straight to Satsuki. After knocking, I began to wait. Soon the younger Uchiha opened the door for me. Naruto, what's wrong? She was surprised. I'm going to Suna with Seiji, I explained. I'm with you, she responded immediately, already turning around to collect herself. No, I say to her back, causing her to stop instantly. She turns her head towards me and stares at me. No, why? Do you think I'm not ready? That's not why. I shake my head. And why? She turns completely to me. I want someone I trust to stay in the village. Father is strong, of course, no doubt, but he will spend a lot of chakra to transport Seiji and me to Suna. Besides, the two of us are enough to deal with the Akatsuki duo, but if something happens, we can calmly leave from there as Hiraishin, taking Gaara with us. And if suddenly some pain attacks the village, it would be better to have as many strong shinobi here as possible. If you ask so, then fine, I'll stay, Satsuki frowned. But just try to die there, I'll get you from the other world. You are the second one to threaten me with this today. Don't be bored. I smile and wish her goodbye and move to my father's office. It turned out that they were only waiting for me. So, are you ready? Minato asks a rather rhetorical question. Having received our nods, he grabbed us by the shoulders and in a moment we were already standing in the middle of the desert, next to a small rock on which the lighthouse was located. Father immediately leaned against the rock, breathing heavily. Suna is in that direction, he said, pointing to the east. You'll get there in 10 minutes. The daughter of Rasa will be waiting for you there. Good luck to you. After listening to the Hokage's instructions, we ran in the right direction, trying to get to Suna as quickly as possible. It was inconvenient to run on the sand, but the speed was still decent. Soon the rocks that served as the border of the hidden sand village appeared. Having reached the gate, we stopped and Tamari jumped off the gate in front of us. Hello, she nodded. Your father is expecting you. The gate opened and we followed her. Suna was exactly as I remembered it from my world. There were almost no changes. The same heat, the same round sandstone buildings with small round windows. The streets were not too crowded, everyone was hiding from the heat. I don't know why you came, but I think it must be serious, since Hokage-sama so persistently asked for an audience. Tamari began the conversation. Yes, the reason is serious, I answered. But it is still worth discussing it with your father and brother. Does this have anything to do with Gaara? She turned around. Yes, with him. Then let's hurry, she answered and slightly accelerated, leading us to the Casecage's residence. A couple of minutes later we reached our destination and after knocking, entered the office of the ruler of the village. Rasa was sitting at the table, dressed in his cage robes, but his face, unlike during the Chunin exam, was not covered. He sat with his arms crossed and looked at us with a heavy gaze. Gaara stood behind him, with his invariable reservoir of sand behind his back. Seeing us, he smiled and nodded in greeting. Tamari stood on the other hand from her father. We approached the center of the office and bowed respectfully. Hello, Casecage-sama, thank you for responding so quickly to our request for a meeting. I began the conversation. Hello, he nodded in response. I suggest we get straight to the point. I understand that something urgent has happened, since Minato-san has asked for this audience. So, I'm listening to you. As you most likely know, there is an organization of S-rank missing nin called Akatsuki. I began to explain. Yes, I know about them, and I also know that they are hunting for the Jinchuriki. Gaara is their first target, as they will be gathering the tailed beasts in order. We have information that their leader is currently absent, gathering new power. We cannot allow this to happen, so we have decided that we need to take this organization out of the game as soon as possible. And your son can help in this matter. You want me to act as bait, don't you? Gaara immediately understood what was going on. Right. And you think I'd agree to that? Rasa asked. That I'd agree to use my son as bait for S-rank shinobi? Forget it. Casecage-sama, our idea was for you to give Gaara a solo mission away from your village. Understand that sooner or later, Akatsuki will come for the one-tailed one. They can easily come straight to the village, which will cause great losses among the civilians. If we set a trap for them away from the village, then there will be nothing to hold us back, and we will be able to strike with full force. Believe me, we are capable of defeating them. If things turn out too badly, then we can use Hiraishin to escape. Do you possess the Hiraishin? The Casecage asked. We own Hiraishin, Seiji replied, emphasizing that even if something happened to one of us, the other would still be able to retreat. In that case it becomes less risky. But it is still very dangerous. Are you sure you can handle it? He still doubted. When I was 12, I defeated the one-tailed one before your eyes. Even though he didn't fight seriously, it was still an achievement. And since then, I've become much stronger. I'm sure your son hasn't stood still either. We'll get through this. Okay, the Casecage agreed after a short silence. If Gaara agrees, then I will allow you to carry out your plan and give him a solo mission. I agree, the one-tailed Jinchuriki himself said immediately. They need to be stopped. Then let's get going, I smiled at him. It's time to let them know that they won't get the tailed ones. Commentary on Chapter 33. I'd be glad to receive likes and comments, they inspire me to continue working.